You know what? As you
Now
always
we're
like
live.
to do, we're live. Cold opening like you like.
2 minutes late. It's a surefire sign. I'm back. Masters is over. Notice how the show's been on time for the past 2 weeks. I wonder what the difference was. Yeah. Hope y'all are all having a good morning. This has been an insane last couple of days to be comic fan or pop culture fan, Star Wars fan, Marvel fan. It has been like the Monday Night Wars all over again, but between competing big comic industries, and it's only the fans that win. Announcement after trailer after announcement after trailer after announcement, back and forth and back and forth.
Not to mention the Monday Night Wars is actually happening, but internally. So yeah, exactly.
Izzy, did you see where there someone's got it's a crowdfunded? I don't know if it's on Kickstarter or what, but it's the Monday Nitro mega entrance that you can back.
Oh, really?
And the more backers it gets, unlocks more figures. There's going to be Hulk Hogan, Rey Mysterio, Diamond Dallas Page, the Warrior, and Scott Steiner. I'll see if I can find it and just send it to you. My guy, I about backed it just on side of it. It's got like 200 lights for the entryway and every little LEDs. But then I'm like, wait a minute. This thing's 40 inches wide by like 60 inches wide. Like it's scaled for yeah, it's professionally scaled for 7-inch figures. I'm like, where would you put that? That's wild.
That's awesome, man. It won't fit in my 2-bedroom apartment.
It's in
I'm still trying to find a place to put this baby. Look at this thing.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It is cool, but what's really cool about it is that,
oh, it's a little tin.
It's a little tin box. I love it.
Perfect.
My cousin gave it to me. My family went to Ohio this past weekend, and my cousin was like, "Yeah, you want it? Take it."
And just keep in mind when people just randomly give you nice shit, it's they have a guilty conscience, so you need to be watching your back.
Well, no, that's my cousin, man. That's much love there. Trust me.
Good morning, Geek Out with Roscoe.
She don't need to worry about getting likes and subscribes.
Dale, what is happening? What is happening? Dale's about to be doing his 500 subscriber giveaway. The video's up to enter and all that good stuff. For those that do not know, that are not aware.
I'll be joining Dr. Von Hook tonight for his 200.
Yeah, I saw that. Tonight's a busy night, man. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Indeed. Although I guess, it is tonight. For you, it would be more this evening because it's 6 p.m. East Coast, U.S.
6 p.m. is good, but I'm not home on Fridays. That's what makes it very challenging. But I got a lot of stuff. I'm working on this collaboration with Comic Crusaders. I don't know if you ever heard of them. So we're working on doing something because, now with StreamYard, you could do this thing where you could put in other channels. Yeah. And you could do like a multi-simulcast between different channels.
Mm-hmm.
I think Haven's Comics and Two Bros just did that last night.
Yeah, so he wants to try something out. And I was like, okay, sure, we'll talk about it. So we're actually going to have a meeting.
They just give you dual streaming options now.
It just streams onto both at the same time. So the good thing is that you can have both channels are getting the thing. You benefit from both audience, both subscriber bases, but the chats are separate chats.
Yeah.
So they can't necessarily cross over, interact and stuff. But I can see where it might be something that might be kind of interesting, like when we're doing stuff come Comics Curing Cancer time and whatnot, where that might be somewhat interesting.
Yeah, that might be a cool idea because we track the sales all in the same place,
Right. And the chat on most of that stuff, some of those things, especially like when we go to the auction and stuff, for example, does not matter. As long as we're pulling up what the current.
We did it last year.
That's all that really matters as much from that aspect. There's not a lot of back and forth and interaction.
So I think last year we just had like me, you, and DJ set aside different shit, and I was the one sitting there pulling the thing and calling the numbers while you and him were.
Yeah, he was tracking things down, and we were going. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, we had it running good. You were hosting your balls off with the guests and the items.
Every time I have to leave the house, I set it on so the dog has 8+ hours of us talking. It entertains the dog.
Oh, I've done that.
I want to address this comment because it's early in the morning, and this already wins the day, I'm sure. Aggressively Relaxing says, I used to kiss my biceps like Scott Steiner, but nowadays I barely talk to him.
Nowadays I barely talk to him.
Good morning, Hoarders Hide, Actual Dracula, Circumstances, What is Happening, DAGR Cards, how are you? Stephen C. said that Hammer Stash box is awesome. I need one. Brother John's Comics is in the building. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Glad to see people rolling in. It's glad to see this many people on the panel too. I'm happy to be back. Unfortunately, it's going to be short-lived for me today. Finn's got a field trip, and I got to go find some sleeves for Alan. So busy day.
Wow. Comic Viking's like, I don't care. I'm driving. You can
I don't need no damn
driving
today.
I don't need no damn sleeves. And yes, I'm off work today.
Where are you going?
I just took the child to work.
The child to work.
Yes.
At the mine, right?
Was it at the mine or textile plant?
Yeah, exactly.
I wish. He would probably make more money if he went there. No, he got a job at a paint store here in Augusta. So he works.
Is he like working with animals?
That sounds like adult work. He's taking jobs away from adults. He should be doing those kid jobs.
Like running the
he makes $13 an hour. He ain't taking no job away from no adult.
$13 an hour. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, down here, that's not bad.
$13.
Yeah, it's not.
That's a really good starting wage.
Out here, you can't get a job for that little.
Out here, McDonald's jobs start at 16.
Yeah, like Subway workers are making $16.50 plus an hour.
Yeah. And the way McDonald's fucks up my sandwiches, they don't deserve that much money.
Well, is it really them or is it you going to McDonald's?
Fair point, but
you know what they never mess up? Chicken nuggies.
True story. It's kind of hard to fuck them up.
That's right.
But yeah, he got a job and he goes to high school online. So
yeah, but things cost a little bit different back then too. I mean, yes, I remember working for $3.50 an hour, but that was back then. I could also buy a pack of cigarettes for $1, and I could get a gallon of gas for $1.25 or something. But
less than that. It was $1 when I was 16. It was $1.
I was in California. We've always had higher gas prices.
That's good.
When I was 16, you could get a single cigarette for like 50 cents.
Because we have certain taxes that are in our gas, local state taxes, that cause it to be like 75 cents a gallon, like more than everybody else, just from right off the bat. So,
yeah. What we would do here, we still do it actually. We'll go to Jersey because it's right across the bridge. We'll go to Jersey. We'll gas up in Jersey because it's like about 50 cents cheaper in a gallon. And we just go and then do whatever you got to do and come back. But then again, they caught on to that. So the George Washington Bridge now is like $18.
I was just saying, what's the bridge toll that is it enough that you're saving that much money? I mean, come on.
Well, it's more on the lines of you got to make a trip. You got to go to Jersey. You got to find your way to get gas up, even though you're like running on this like fumes. If you're running on fumes, like I gotta get there because right when you get off the bridge, right there, the gas station just waiting for you. So.
I never worked at a gas station, brother. Mr. Dracula. My first gig worked at that $3.50 an hour was working at the local amusement park, man.
My first gig, I lasted a week.
My LCS, like my first like official job, like that the government was aware of.
That's right.
Yeah, but what was cool about my first job is that when I got my first paycheck, again it lasted a week because they were going to do layoffs anyway, so it wasn't me. They had to lay off some people, but I ended up getting like $125. So it was an off the books type of job. I got $125, and the first thing I went to do is I went to the newsstand, not the comic book store, the newsstand, and picked up a copy of X-Force #1.
Do you remember what trading card you got?
Shatterstar.
Yes.
I got it. Shatterstar was the coolest looking character. I don't care what anyone said.
Man. I thought he was awesome. There's something about those characters like Gambit or Shatterstar with like those. They didn't have helmets or hats, but they had like face gear,
whatever that is called, right?
Whatever it was. Yeah, it almost looked like one of those sparring helmets that you have.
It was just a cool looking character. I like the white outfit. It was the white outfit,
and the whited out eye.
Yeah. So, but I did eventually get all of them. So, but that was my first.
You could relive that. Who knows? On Only Slabs, we still have X-Force ones.
Yeah. I was actually trying to find mine. I'm like, I should have mine sitting right next to me, but I can't find it.
So what do they do with those polybag books that have cards in? What do they do with it? I've always been curious about that. CGC, CBS.
They just open them and take the book out, and if you're lucky, you get the innards back. If you're not lucky, they just throw it away. Yeah. They're not required to return to you the innards or the polybag. If you send stuff to CBCS, it's polybag. They'll open it, take it out, grade it, and send your stuff back almost every time. But they also, I don't think, promise to do that.
They don't guarantee.
Yeah, no. Like when you send in like COAs and stuff, they ship them back to you because they don't want your trash, not because they promise to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what they do is they'll put on the label, it'll say polybag removed.
Yes. Just to point out, because like some books, like the polybag Death of Superman, what's inside that book and then the non-polybag is not the same cover, separate cover. Yeah. So just to signify which one it is.
There it is.
There you go.
Which one you got there, Matt Spidey?
I gotta say what card I bloody got. I forgot to check what that was.
X-Force card.
Yeah, but he doesn't know which one.
I bet you the live.
I mean, there's the X-Force team card, the Cable, Deadpool.
Oh. Cable. Yeah, I did like that
Cable,
one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what's in any. I don't even look at them. I just
isn't the Deadpool one is the rarest one, isn't it?
Not anymore.
No, they're not rare.
There's nothing about a rare one. During the COVID spike, when people were shim-shamming and losing their minds, there was a false boom on the Deadpool card. People pretending like it was his rookie card or it's a valuable card, and inflated some fake sales of $800 and stuff, and people chase after it. So
no, none of them are rare. They're all the same quantity.
Not a rare one exists. Yeah,
they're the same quantity. I was fortunate enough to, because remember those books were, since they were $1 million sales. If you remember, those books ended up in dollar bins. So I picked them all up. Yeah, I picked them all up on dollar bins.
That's where Rob picked all his up from.
Yeah, I pick them up, for $1 or $2, and in bulk half the time. And that's why I have, every time I pull one out and give one away, I throw another one in the giveaway bin. Although I'm starting to run low, I'm gonna have to go find some again.
And it's a fun book. Like the value doesn't have crap to do with some books that are just fun to have. X-Force, Turok, Darkhawk, those overprinted. I mean, it's just fun to have them. It's fun to pick them up.
Well, it's always funny when I see something like an X-Men #1 having high sales. I'm like, dude, that's a dollar bin book because there's literally millions of copies.
Yeah, but it's not a dollar bin book because it's X-Men and it's got Jim Lee on cover. So, hey, I'm with you, but.
And don't get me wrong, I love him, my Jim Lee. I'm just saying
is that nobody sells that book for $1.
$2 maybe, but not $1.
Now, I guarantee. I would bet
cover,
you.
Right?
I bet you, regardless of the cover. Well,
Probably
actually, that's not
$30 book
true. For a while, I'll take that back because for a while I was getting copies for free from New Cadia. It'd be like one of the books that they would. You had if you spent a certain amount that you could pick from their New Cadia. When you purchase books there, when you get to certain thresholds, there's like you pick a free book from this slot, then you pick a free book from this slot type of thing. And for a while, usually it's free comic day books and stuff for the first tier. But for a while, the X-Men #1 was a book that you could get, the Gambit cover.
I was wondering which cover was it.
It was the Gambit cover because I got like 2 or 3 copies. But aside from that, I would bet you'd be hard pressed to find a copy for less than $10 that's in decent shape at any shop.
Here's
most,
my question. You know,
and,
the book I
and
don't
probably
see that often?
most of the covers are probably $20 raw.
Well, I see one for $4. I see the Beast cover for $4. I see the Gambit cover for $3. I see the special edition. That's
Buy it now.
The one the open up.
Right,
Yeah,
right. The gatefolds. Yeah.
the gatefold cover. I see that one for $8.
Are those buy it nows or those?
Those are buy it nows. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I'm wrong then.
So no, everybody sells them different prices. So this is from TCG Players.
Yeah, but I mean that's okay. So you can pick up those copies for.
There's so many.
I know. I know.
The one that I really want, the one that I want to look for is the holofoil, the holograph one. Remember the holograph one, the retailer exclusive one that came out? That's the one that I want.
For X-Men 1?
Yeah, it's blue. It's kind of like it's widescreen instead. That way you get the whole image, but in a hologram.
Oh, man, I
nice.
don't think I've seen that.
Oh yeah.
Pretty cool.
Let's see if I can find it.
So now that we have a few people here, how many of y'all are up to date on The Mandalorian? It's one thing that I always enjoy talking about on Friday mornings.
I haven't even touched this season yet.
Perfect. You're right where you need to be.
I have started the season. I am 4 or 5 episodes in.
So you're actively in the middle of the roller coaster ride.
He's waiting for it all to come together.
The last one we watched, I think, was the one where they were looking for the big pterodactyl-y thingy to get the kid back.
Okay.
The thing to get the thing
To get the kid back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
They got to go get the foundling from the pterodactyl.
Yeah.
That's a played out storyline in that show. They need to do something different.
Okay, I found them.
Well, not to get Grogu. Get some other kid back.
Yeah, it's a different kid in a different pterodactyl.
In this episode, not to be outdone, Grogu spends the episode on the sideline with some female character.
No, that's the last episode, not this.
Well, that also happens in that episode. He stays behind with the armorer. Remember?
Yeah, but then he gets
flashback. I understand, but that's the other played out trope in this: is we need Mando to go on an adventure. Female, somebody step up, babysit Grogu for us.
Ooh,
true.
I like that.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
36
bucks. It's kind of just a side effect of Grogu not like he's present well beyond the original intended time length of him being a part of the Star Wars stuff.
No.
God, yes.
No, yes.
So
I'm not gonna lie, that was funny.
The show's been out for a few days at this point. We talk spoilers on Friday morning. There's also really nothing to spoil or not spoil. It's just a episode of a TV show. There's not like.
Well, we can avoid the spoilers of the episode.
All right, I'll avoid the spoilers. Baby Yoda has an IG-11 suit that he pilots. They're back on Mandalore.
Star Wars finally has
Moff Gideon is back with the Dark Troopers, beefed up with Beskar armor. Mando's been caught. The big muscle dude dies at the end. I avoided all spoilers. Now, everyone, if you heard this, you're safe to stay.
Oh God!
Now that being said, now that I've avoided the spoilers, let me tell you, this was the best episode of Mandalorian since Luke Skywalker showed up, hands down.
Really?
It definitely felt more like or very similar to what you would expect a final episode with. This could have been the final episode where you had this big cliffhanger.
Yeah, not even just that, but like in terms of quality. This was a 50-something minute long episode.
58 minutes. It was one of the longest.
So they gave it enough time to actually do things like have our characters sit while they're traveling somewhere. You got your characters sitting while they're traveling somewhere. So you get to spend time with your characters, seeing the little nuance with their conversations and stuff like that. You actually get to build familiarity with them. They're not just walking around doing stupid shit. It was just a good episode. You spent time with your villains, having conversations where you get an idea and a concept of their motive and directions. And this is something that I said is going to suck early on. Like they're going to wait till the second to last episode to bring our villains into this season just because they have to be present in the finale. And that's what they did. It completely kiboshed the season as a whole. The season as a whole is shit. But
I did like the council. I like the council. That was cool. Especially one of them was Hux.
Yes.
Well, it's Huck's dad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was Huck. So it was like, ooh, look at who's there.
So
Morning.
wow, Joe doesn't like mech warriors in Star Wars. I thought it was cool.
Me too.
Way better than his floating egg, because it's going to allow him to interact and do things, and actually potentially grow up and be to somewhat be a more functional Mandalorian.
I think it was also a little side effect of the lazy writing that came before. Like, we have this IG plot line that we didn't do anything with, but pretend like we were going to do something with. We got to do something with it. It's still not doing anything with it because the little motherfucker can walk on his own anyways. But hey, he can hold fruit in the air now. But that scene was so fun, man. It was hilarious.
Well,
I literally laughed out loud when it changed scenes to the market. He's still hitting yes.
What I would have liked to see, I would have liked to see a scene where we saw Moff Gideon escape. Not even, you don't have to show me this whole scene, but like video footage. I would have liked to have seen how that happened. What
was done was fine, but what I do, what this purpose of this does serve one nice thing is, I mean, at least without having to have Grogu talk 100%, we can now start to have him start to interact a little bit more, other than make gooey sounds. The fact that he can at least do yes nos is at least something to help some of the dialogue exchanges along, So
they would.
Yes.
They would have been better off leaving Grogu out of this show.
Well, at this point, yes, but unfortunately, because the executives decided otherwise, we're here. We have him, so we're forced because of marketing benefits to do something with him.
So now you can get your big Lego IG12
Grogu. There'll be a pop-up tweet.
Legos. It's your hot Christmas item.
There'll be Hasbro figures that Peg warm, so they change the box on them later.
Maybe your remote control or dancing IG12 with
that would be dope.
Grogu in the middle. Yeah,
I'm a huge fan of Baby Yoda. I'm not even going to lie. I like Baby Yoda, but I'm also a fan of the idea of them giving him that proper 2-season story arc and letting it lie. You know what I mean? I don't need, because I like something doesn't mean I need more of it till it gets ran down. But
I think the answer to Baby Yoda is give him his own little series, but more like for kids.
Cartoon?
Yeah, like a little cartoon for kids, and then
like what they did with Grogu.
Yeah, kind of like what they do with Grogu. Yeah, something like that. I think that would make sense, because then you get your Baby Yoda Grogu fix, and he could come into the show, because he's going to be a staple of the show regardless.
The show's done. This season they're capping it off with a movie. They're.
They said they're making a movie, but they haven't necessarily said that this is the last episode before we do the movie. So we don't know.
And let's be honest, we don't know if they're making a movie until they're actually making a movie.
Facts. Well, they said they're making a movie.
That's right. They've said they were going to make many movies, which haven't come to be. So here's as good as this episode was, there was still some elements of it though that drove me batty. That just didn't sit right with me, and I don't understand. And I mean, maybe it's gonna tell us something, but it seems a little bit of a stretch. So we get down to the planet where we land over here, even though she knows where everything's supposed to be because she's lived on this planet, but she suddenly doesn't know where the forge is. They have to go look for the forge, right? So they leave the ship behind and set off on their
pirate ship,
their journey of the rings first, right? Where they're just walking. And they're walking across the planet. And then suddenly here comes this land ship comes sailing up to them. And on board, we have these Mandalorians who have been trapped on the planet since the bombing. Years have gone by. And been trapped on a planet that's been decimated, all this stuff. How do you think that they would act? I would expect that they'd be very aggressive towards anything that had any resources whatsoever. But no, the first thing they pop and go, "Hey, do you have the Grey Poupon?" Basically asking if they have any food. Yeah, we have food. Oh, great, cool. Let's hang out then. Oh my goodness, is that our queen? Oh, my liege, and it's like, our ship is at your disposal. Let's go for a trip. Oh, we know exactly where you need to go, even though you don't, even though you've lived on this planet, and we'll just go take off across this sliding across the crystallized planet surface with no actual sails up. So I'm not sure how that works, but we'll get across there. Then suddenly, here will come this giant animal, and this giant animal is going to destroy our ship right at our destination where we needed to be anyways, which that was convenient. But now
It's
these guys
convenient,
have been,
yeah.
so not only was it all these conveniencies, and B, these guys aren't acting like I would think if I'd been stranded on a planet for 20 years, we'd be attacking anything that had resources to try to survive in this wasteland.
You don't think it was because they recognize them as Mandalorian?
I don't think they care. I would imagine being this long on this planet, anybody else, any other Mandalorians, they would have been warring factions over resources.
Mad Max Fury Road type shit.
And then
let's go.
The other thing,
don't forget the chess game. Got to play chess.
Oh yeah, but how the fuck do they not know if they've on this planet? They see all this stuff. How do they not know that the Imperial have not seen any of the activity that these Imperials have set up a base on Mandalore and are functionally and operating an entire base with ships flying off the surface and stuff all the time? How have they seen none of this over all these years and don't know about this?
Good question.
I don't need to watch the episode anymore. It's great.
Yeah, I know.
Mark already ruined it at the end.
Rob,
he didn't ruin anything.
We talked spoilers on Friday for Mandalorian. It came out.
That is the episode in a nutshell. It really is. But who were the spies? Because that's the only thing. The title of the episode was called Spies.
At the very beginning,
the girl in the opening scene,
which we already knew was she's the one that we met in that one episode with Half the Time on a Republic, where she fries the fucking cloner's brain.
Yeah, I know that part.
Yeah, she's the spy.
Then why name the episode after her in that way? It didn't make any sense. I would have named, if anything, it had me. That title made me think someone in the group is going to be a spy.
Because they use the word plural, spies. Yeah,
they use spy. Yeah,
I mean, other than the Shadow Council talking about each other's, there's obviously got innards and what's going on with each other, because they don't trust each other and stuff.
Which is normal.
Yeah, but so far I don't know. The only question potentially then is also, and who knows, maybe there is one that we don't know about, because there's been all these questions for a while about ulterior motives for the armorer. Mm-hmm. And here we have in this episode, the armorer had volunteered to go, but as soon as they encounter these others, there's some sick, banged up Mandalorians, they need to go. I'll take them. And she conveniently takes the only ship they have and takes away these Mandalorians off. And we don't see what happens with her, but we know she's going up. She was traveling towards the fleet. Nobody can we have a bunch of group that's now kind of on their own on the surface, no one to talk to, no ship, no means of travel whatsoever, and the ship has this fleet in space has no way to know what's going on there. And supposedly we have a bunch of fighters and stuff that are about to go. Imperials are about to go launch to attack the fleet in theory, right? So who knows whether or not is the armorer somehow a spy, knew what was going on, and that's why I chose to leave the group and take off. Who knows? Or maybe not. Maybe she's just totally legit.
Another coincidence?
Yeah.
We got to get some kind of cliffhanger for next week, because that's the last episode.
Yeah. So we'll see.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it plays out on a strong point. Man,
we got that, Joe. So what it is, Moff Gideon, he had been turned over to the Republic, and then he had been on a prison shuttle, and they had established that during this season that the shuttle had been attacked, and by what they thought perhaps were Mandalorians, but now we're finding out were some of these Beskar-clad Imperials that freed Gideon from the shuttle and got him back to his hideaway on Mandalore.
And that's my point. It's like, it would have been nice to see something. I get it. We see the ship, it's been destroyed, and he's escaped. I would have liked to see some kind of sequence, something, nothing long. It doesn't have to be long. It could be just like a video footage of what happened, type of thing.
From what?
Just
somebody was out there with their hand. One of the troopers had a
seeing
GoPro.
How he got escaped. Yeah, well, yeah. Why not? why wouldn't they have a GoPro? They should have a GoPro.
Body
cam footage, right? Yeah.
Yeah, body cam. There you go. Why wouldn't they? In fact, now you got me. You got that on my head, man. Every stormtrooper should have a GoPro on them, just like the police.
I don't think the Imperialists care whether or not
some of those first-person perspectives.
Whether or not they're nice to people.
Yeah, why not? See how
they care. The police care to try to build trust or make the people feel safe, whereas the troopers
I need one of those first-person POVs from a stormtrooper where you can see down their gun aimed directly at somebody, and every time they pull the trigger, it
misses.
It still somehow misses, despite being perfectly.
Well, it's because I think it is. They just have their blasters. Despite the fact that they have no recoil, they anticipate the recoil.
Oh, that's always great seeing them miss. Just they were like, I got you. No, I don't. They should be at least one stormtrooper that's smart enough to kind of like miss completely, have like a shot that looks like it's gonna miss, but then catches it. Or just have somebody make the shot and then they get really happy because they made the shot and then get shot. I did it, and poof, they get shot.
They're perfectly fine at being able to hit.
There's like a really, really strong scene in this episode, though. Like we did spend a little bit of time seeing the different factions of Mandalorians cohabitating the same space and having the tension between them and everything. But at the end, when we get to the unnoticed giant Imperial structure on Mandalore, and Mando gets separated, gets caught, Moff looks at Bo and just says, "Kill him." And then Bo just turns around and looks at her people, and she didn't even have to say a word. They said, "This is the way," and they all just pull up and get going. I'm like, dude, that was lit. In the moment, in the heat of it, there's no longer differences. It's us versus them kind of thing. I'm like, that was pretty slick.
Yeah, I did. I mean, there were some things in there that were subtle that I liked. I mean, I did like we had a moment with Bo where she's questioning herself, explains a little bit of the questioning of herself and why, and that thing that she should be a leader, or so why would people follow her, etc. type thing. And we get Mando explaining to her why he follows, basically pledging himself to her, and and so there's some little things in there that are some character building elements that are cool. Big surprise, and I'm glad that they didn't have the two tribes just instantly get together and like be like instant camaraderies, because they instead they have these heightened tensions,
chest bumping and docking and all that.
Right. Instead it is very cold and very tension filled all the way. Probably now, and if they survive, the survivors of this will be obviously together, more having gone through battle together. That would make sense versus previously beforehand having all these. They've never, as was said, they've never met, but they've only heard things about each other, and they've been basically taught to dislike each other. And that is, why do we hate you? I hate you because you keep your helmet on. I hate you because you take your helmet off. But so that's how they grow up, and they grow up hating each other because of it. That's why I hate Mad Spidey, because he keeps his hat on all the time,
and he hates you because you keep your comic slabbed.
That's right.
I don't discriminate.
It's a nice hat.
It's a nice hat.
He hates me because I got peanut butter on my comics. I hate him because he got chocolate on his comics. If we put them all together, we'd have peanut butter and chocolate in comics. Reese's peanut butter.
And it's my Ken Lashley hat.
Ken Lashley.
I didn't know Ken Lashley had a hat.
I didn't know either. That's why I went.
He's got a lot of merchandise.
Is it for a particular product or of his?
No, it's his branding. So that's his logo.
There's nothing on that side.
I think you showed us the other
logo.
side.
The logo's on the other side.
Yeah, I have to do this because I particularly don't. And it's got lead killer.
Okay, now I see it.
Yeah,
lead killer. What does lead killer mean? Does he break a
That's
lot of
his,
pencils?
lead from a pencil.
He breaks a lot of pencils.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's just his moniker. So,
all right.
Lead killer. It's lead killer, right? Like that.
lead killer. Yeah.
Lead killer.
Spidey, what have you been up to?
There, Beckerman knows.
Of course he does.
Spidey, what have you been up to?
Just working, unfortunately.
Working for the man.
Working for the man. Oh yeah, I did do another one of my favorite episodes that makes everybody cringe.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but I saw the thumbnail the other day pop up that you were cracking a CBCS slab.
Yeah.
Was it one of the newer CBCS slabs?
I don't.
Was it hard? Was it hard to get into?
I did it with a grinder.
Was it hard to get into?
No, it was fun.
Okay, because it must have been an old one then, because even a new one wouldn't be easy with a grinder.
No, I'll have to. I don't know. I can't tell the difference between new and old anyway.
Well, you can look at the label and tell us what year the first two numbers of the serial number on the label is the year that it's slabbed, and we'd know then.
So
You know that, Spidey. You know about the serial numbers on the labels, right? Rob's over there with some ancient knowledge.
Slab killer. That's your new title. Slab killer. Make a hat out of that.
I wonder if I've got a newer one then. Because I don't know what the other one was, but I'll check.
Well, today's the day. I gotta send off that check to the tax man.
Oh shit!
Yo, it's a new one, Spidey.
Oh my god! Look at all those slabs. What the hell?
I know.
I thought I saw like 2 slabs. A little mix of everything there.
No, I still have a few left.
Oh no! Now I see slabs.
CGC. That's a. Oh, I'm not cracking that one. That's the only one that's staying in a slab.
Thank you.
Right.
That was new. It's a golden age book.
So that'd be a new one then.
Yeah, that would definitely be based on the cover.
Yeah, that fit, and it feels a lot thicker too.
Yeah. Wait, if you look at it, you see the first 2 digits of the serial number in the upper left.
21.
Yeah, so that was put together. That was slabbed in 2021.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go. I learned something new.
Yeah. So the first 2 digits on that is your year of that was done, and the last 3 digits is what number in the submission of books it was. So like if it was like 008, then it'd be the 8th book in the submission.
031.
So that was a part of a big submission because that's the 31st book in the submission.
That one came from Nick. So
yeah, okay, so that would make sense. He probably took a whole shit ton of books down there, and that would have been book number 31 in the submission.
Back there, that way.
But the next suggestion was blowtorch.
Yeah, that way.
So now I have to find a blowtorch.
Oh, well, there you are then.
So I take it you don't care what happens to the comic book inside.
No, the comic book is a difference. I want to keep the comic books.
So you're gonna use a blowtorch to try to save the comic book from its coffin.
How about an acetylene torch? Might be a little bit more precise.
I checked that because Dad used to have big 6-foot oxy and acetylene tanks, but they're empty, so I can't use that. So now I have to work out another way.
Blowtorches are generally not quite as precise.
Well, you could get one of the ones that chefs use, those little smaller ones.
Well, because I deal with electricians, and they actually have like a little handheld type sort of one. So I might actually see if I can like borrow one of them or something like that and just do it.
And just explain to them what you're doing, which makes it even more fun. So you see, I'm gonna open up a slab, and they go, open up a what? That'd be fun.
I'm just gonna be melting some shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe don't breathe in too deeply while you're doing it.
Oh, the smell after the grinder was that was a lot of burnt plastic smell.
Yeah, I would imagine.
But that was fun.
Or take like a can of hairspray and just turn on a match and just go. See what happens.
WD-40.
Oh yeah, why not? But not the spray, but the like a kind of hairspray. Aquanet always does a really good job for that. Really, you want to use the good stuff. You got to use Aquanet.
Just go back in time and find some hair bearer in the 80s and light her hair on fire and then hold the slab over
the slab on the hair.
Yeah.
And see what gets burned first.
God, the hair bearers in the 80s. What a
So I'm seeing a lot of people have this book for like around $30. This one guy is selling the card version of it for like $18.
Oh, you're talking about that X-Men book again?
Yeah, now I'm interested.
Well, I saw $36, so by the time I get it here, that's well over 100.
Well, apparently it's a promo sheet. It looks like, but there's one that's I believe is the actual comic book.
All right, about to have to get ready to take Finn to school here in a few. I want to hit a couple topics before we do, because there was a ton of announcements. Y'all saw where, and Jim hit this one. I was about to move over to a different one. Well, let's hit this one. Jim pointed out he likes the new choice for Rick Flag. So James Gunn dropped the announcements of some of the casting for the Creature Commandos, and they did confirm already that when they were doing the casting job for this animated feature of Creature Commandos, they were going to cast it as if it was their live action, because they will be bringing these characters, the same actors, with them if they go to live action with one of these properties. So we have Frank Grillo, who played Crossbones in Captain America Civil War. Yeah, that's the one. Mm-hmm. And he was also in Winter Soldier. He was in Purge.
Crossbones.
Yeah, Frank Grillo is a really tough actor. He would have been a good casting choice for Punisher if we didn't have John Bernthal kind of thing. So we have him as Rick Flag Sr., which I'm just like, that's phenomenal. That's damn perfect. Like, I'm big excited about that. I'm one of those goofy people that's a big Rick Flag fan. I don't know why. Just something about him. He just makes me scream America and want to punch shit. And I like that. Joe understands what I'm saying. It's a mood. There's no, you don't have to explain it. It's just a mood. Yeah. And then you got David Harbour, who played Hellboy in the most recent Hellboy, who's from Stranger Things as the sheriff. He's going to be playing Frankenstein. You have Alan Tudyk, who is a comic fan fave kind of guy. He's going to be playing Dr. Phosphorus. Huge castings announcements for that. And that's going to be the first project we get from the DCU before we launch proper with Superman Legacy. So I'm excited for this.
The one that shocked me the most was David Harbour.
Yeah,
I didn't see that coming.
That was a great
Especially since he's still in Marvel. So he's just like, James Gunn's like, yeah, you want to come work with me? And like, yeah, sure, why not? There's a lot of that going on.
Countless actors that have played at DC, then went to Marvel, or playing at Marvel, went to DC. These actors do not care. These are jobs. These are projects.
Yeah,
they're having fun and getting paid.
Yeah, that
somebody on Twitter, I think it was yesterday on Twitter, where somebody saw the casting, was like, "Oh, I see you're still playing favorites." And James finally addressed it. He's like, "Yes, of course I am. I love working with people who I'm familiar with, and I know their capability, and I know they fit a role, and they're familiar with me, and they can read my script and understand what I'm trying to convey." That's how this industry works. And that's what's crazy to me, people saying anything to James Gunn, when you can go and, if you watch enough movies, and Mad Spidey, I'm sure, can catch this. You can look at a casting list for movies sometimes and just like, I know who's directing this, because this director works with this grouping of actors regularly.
I know it's probably a little bit off bait, but it's like the Adam Sandler effect. He always has the same guys cameoing. Yeah.
But they all do it. Adam Sandler, Quentin Tarantino usually has a lot of the same actors in his movies.
There's quite a few.
So when you're getting ready to cast a movie, like Joe, I think you might be muted. When you're getting ready to cast a movie, like, your brain's going to people that you know when you're writing these parts, even especially someone like Tarantino that's writing it himself, probably with certain people in mind and stuff.
People that you like to work with, people that if I'm going to do a project, the first thing I'm going to look at is, okay, who are the people that I normally deal with, right? That I like to work with, that I have a familiarity with, that, before I start going off and finding somebody completely new and different.
Yeah. So why would I look for someone that could be considered a prima donna when I know someone already that could do the job?
Yeah, you might get into something you weren't wanting to sign up for.
right? And in James Gunn's case, there's a lot of people that actually do want to work with him and excited about being part of the DCU. Is like, oh, DCU, MCU right now is kind of dying down right now. No one's really paying attention to them, or they are paying attention to them in the wrong way. But the reality of it is there's legitimate excitement for this DCU.
Yes, sir.
Even though movies like Shazam's are coming and going, people are just pumped up for what's to come.
Yeah, keep in mind we're still in the old guard too. This is still old guard projects, and we're just getting announcements now for the big, solid announcements for the new stuff. Finn, stay off the carpet with your shoes. You're just outside and it's wet. Okay, thank you.
Justin said, "Look at Wes Anderson movies." Yeah, absolutely. He has the same people. They all do it. They all do it. They've been doing it forever.
Yeah.
Tim Burton.
Johnny Depp.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Helena Bonham Carter, Johnny Depp.
Well, isn't he married to Helen Bonham Carter?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. They were married too.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a relationship that didn't last.
I just like a little side note too, that before Mark said I just want to get through these topics before he goes, that we were talking about cutting and blow torches and blowing up shit, and Joe rocks up.
Yeah, that's how you summon him.
You got set on fire. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's just when you start to, I think your mic goes into an auto mute when there's not a lot going on, and so when you start to talk, it's a slow ramp up before it gets up. So
weird. I'm waiting for
next announcement that I want to talk, and I hate Izzy might be stepped away from this one.
No, I'm here. I'm saying bye to the missus.
Okay, Miss Marvel's trailer dropped, and
I still haven't watched that yet.
People with common sense across the globe cringed everywhere. That shit looks terrible. I know that there's a lot of just MCU stands out there. There's a lot of people that just look for different things and different qualities in their project. But this is objectively a terrible looking film. And I've got a laundry list of why. But I'm curious to see. This is my opinion, y'all. This is my opinion. I'm curious to see
your opinion, but it's objectively awful.
Yes,
those are different things.
And I will back my opinion of objectivity up in just a minute here. But I would love to hear what other people thought of that surefire dumpster fire.
Well, I don't agree with you. I don't think it look. Now it does. I don't know that. I didn't see enough of it to know whether it's going to be good or bad. But it looked like it would be potentially fun, and which is all I would expect from it, to be honest. It looks almost as much as a Captain Marvel movie.
You sound like my mom when she's talking about me. She's like, I just want my son to be happy. She used to want me to be successful and do all these great things with my life. Now she's like, I just want him to be healthy. That's what people sound like talking about the MCU anymore.
Look, I'm not asking. I've never asked the MCU to be masterpiece cinema here. I'm not, or that's going to unify cats and dogs speaking together and all this other stuff.
It looks like they're trying with this one.
I just want a movie that is fun and entertaining, and I have not had the problem with the Captain Marvel movies that some people have had, or the Ms. Marvel show. I thought they were entertaining. And
I enjoyed Miss Marvel.
Ms. Marvel wasn't bad.
Miss Marvel was a fun show. Girl from Jersey City, trying to go to a convention, gets powers. Why not? I have fun with that.
I mean, I wasn't the target audience. I get that. So some of the stuff went past me, or wasn't my thing. But overall, I thought it was a fun, entertaining show. And so, you know what? I'm fine to take that and take the rest of this put together and let's have some fun. I don't understand the hate towards Brie Larson. I don't understand.
I think that's a manufactured excuse. I'll be honest with you, because look, Brie Larson, this Miss Marvel isn't the only. Captain Marvel's not the only thing Brie Larson's done. Like people forget she does other shit that performs just fine. That she does just fine, and people don't come out complaining about her this and that. It's just this movie. I think that was a manufactured excuse that people like. Oh, you don't like this? You're a racist. You don't like this? You're a misogynist. You don't like lady leads. Oh, you don't like this because it's Brie Larson. No, y'all are full of shit. People don't like it because it looks like shit, and it's that simple. Like those fake excuses that get pumped out by the media to try to guilt people away from talking bad about stuff. That's really all that Brie Larson.
I don't see that.
Dude, you can go look at my
see a little bit of both. I see a little bit of both.
You can go look at the post I put up just pointing out how the trailer for the Marvels got ratioed into oblivion, setting the record for number of dislikes that was hit. And people just showed up. Oh, it's because people don't like strong female leads when that's
Bleeding Cool did a whole
article.
False. I'm ready now. I've watched it. I'm ready now.
Well, you know what? I think for what it's worth, there's not much.
Yeah, despite them trying to make them, they
like
try
what
to
Rob
create
said,
them.
right? What Rob said is that this was a teaser trailer, and the way teaser trailers work today is that they're not 30-second trailers. They're just trailers that are not giving you any story. They're just images, right? Pretty much put together.
Well, it's about a minute and a half. This one.
Yeah,
no,
so,
I think you want the story.
Now that's what a teaser looks like now. The only thing I'm going to say about it is because I live with women, right? I got my wife and I got my 2 daughters, right? I'm surrounded by women. They enjoyed it. They enjoyed it. They like it. They're looking forward to it. So I'm okay with that. I've never been a Captain Marvel fan to begin with. I'm more of a Miss Marvel. And when I mean Miss Marvel, I meant when she was Miss Marvel rather than Captain Marvel. I always liked that costume more. And I always thought that was a better looking costume, but I understand. And I digress. Right.
That's back when she had cake, right?
Anyway. And Frank Cho always did a really good job on that. The only thing I see is that it doesn't. They gotta tie them together, and it doesn't feel like they're tied together. Like they feel like they're in 3 different movies, and they gotta find a way to make them mesh. And I'm not sure they're gonna make it work. That's my biggest concern with the movie.
No, they're not going to make it work. Look at the trailer. Like, what? I mean, I get it. Like, just because somebody likes something doesn't make it good. Just because someone dislikes something doesn't make it bad, kind of thing. People enjoy stuff.
Hey, pause. Just because someone doesn't dislike someone dislikes something doesn't make it bad.
Yeah. So I completely agree. Saying all that, watch what happens when this comes out. Like, that's all. I'll leave it at that. Watch what happens.
Comes out, it has some fierce competition.
There's going to be people that like it, that praise it, this and that, and it like what. All right, just out of curiosity, what do y'all think Thor 4's legacy is? Not what did you think about it? The general consensus of how that movie was received. What do y'all think? What's the general consensus? Too hard. Looking back, huh?
You flicked too hard.
They gave too much freedom to Taika Waititi. That's what it.
Was it well received or was it not? Was Thor 4 well received or not?
Generally not.
Generally,
no, it's not. That's
too
what
much.
We're talking here. The Marvels is going to be not well received. Is the point I'm making.
But
whether an individual likes it or not, don't give a shit.
Before you ever saw any of it, or did you come out thinking Thor 4 is going to be awful just from the second you saw the first teaser?
Well, I think good or bad, people are going to watch it.
Are you talking about me first? Are you talking about me personally?
I'm asking you personally. Was this first time you saw the very first Thor 4 teaser? Did you immediately come out and think it was going to be complete horrid trash, garbage, everything else?
I called that dumpster fire from the second that trailer dropped. And if y'all go back and watch my earliest live streams, my biggest bone to pick with the MCU, all this. For the people that dislike the MCU and where it's at right now, if you look at the list of reasons why, now you rewind the clock back years to the first time people started communicating with me on YouTube here, I was saying all this shit was coming because I watched Thor 3 and said, you see what they're fucking doing? They're about to do this with everything, and it sure as shit came to fruition. Like, I'm not like, I don't want flowers for that or anything, but the reason why I slowly started disliking Disney Marvel stuff was because this tone and shift that they started with Ragnarok that everyone fucking loved. And I'm like, dude, like, if you sit there and praise this, they're just going to keep making it to oblivion, and they've done it. Like, Thor is literally like the start of like my concerns with quality and direction of the MCU for my taste. And that I called Thor 4 the second I saw that trailer. I'm like, I'm not even going to watch this shit. And I didn't. I attempted to, since it dropped on Disney Plus. Couldn't get through the opening scene. I just wanted to throw up.
So you haven't seen it yet?
Nope. I tried to watch it. I turned it on and turned it off.
Got it. Okay. So, well, there you
go. So my argument to that is that what Love and Thunder was Taika Waititi having way too much freedom to do what he wanted to do. That's what that
he had carte blanche. He could do whatever he wanted.
Pretty much. And then the thing is that there was a general understanding of what he knew with Thor. He screwed up the Jane Foster story. That's the one thing I hated about that movie. It's like it didn't take that story seriously when it should have. It played for laughs in parts that they probably shouldn't, and it was cringeworthy to say the least. And then Love, if spoiler, Love the girl, no. You know what I mean? Because that's an approach of trying to get some kind of new Avengers coming out. We all see it happening. It's happening. Yeah. We're gonna get a new young Avengers
to go with the lady, everything else that they have, and Jane Foster is just a temporary one.
But I don't have a problem with Ragnarok. I actually did enjoy Ragnarok.
Most people did. I'm not blind.
No, I liked it. The only thing I didn't like was, some of the comedy on the Hulk. But you know what? I got it for what it was worth and what it was trying to be, and it was more controlled, where Love and Thunder was not.
Well, let's just state the obvious. They've turned Hulk into a pussy.
Oh, not even.
That's pretty much it.
That would be an upgrade, Spidey.
Thor was Ragnarok started that trend, but boy, did they go all the way with that.
Like, because Thor, I say, as a serious character, Hulk is a serious character, not a whimpering pussy that's scared of things and won't change and all that sort of stuff. And like I'm the biggest Marvel head here because all I pretty much look, collect, read, watch, whatever is all Marvel, and I always try and find some kind of shining light, one way, shape, or form. Like even Love and Thunder, I didn't mind little bits and pieces, but the comedy was way too much. Like I don't mind the little bit of a lot of action, little bit of to and fro sort of stuff, little bit of comedy here and there. Don't go overboard with it. Don't make the whole movie a comedic movie. And that's what it's ended up being.
So having said that, Mad Spidey, finding the light and everything, bring us back home to this trailer that you just watched. What did you think of this trailer that you just watched?
I just watched it, and like I'm interested to see where they go with it because I don't know much about the three characters. Like obviously Monica Rambeau, I do know a little bit about because she's been around for a while and she was in a lot of Spidey books and stuff like that, obviously. So I know a little bit about her, but I've never known much about Captain Marvel. Kamala Khan, I know nothing about besides like her basic story, her powers and stuff like that. Like the series itself,
that's all you need to know.
Yeah, the series itself was a struggle for me to watch. I think they overplayed the racial thing a bit too much, the religion thing. Yes, it was ingrained into the story, but I think they drummed onto it too much.
I thought it was completely relevant, actually, and to maybe based on what actually goes on here in this country half the time. I thought that the fact of the feeling of the government profiling the Islamic folks there and everything else wasn't that out of character for what's reality in America.
Well, it was kind of weird making a strong woman show and pointing out how they were being
that religion, right? Kamala Khan's not that religion now.
Kamala Khan
she's half alien, and according to that religion, she's an infidel to them. So no,
thank you. That's where I was just going with that. Like she's a second-class citizen in her own show in her own life, but they don't really want to talk about that. It's how other people treat them, not how they treat
everybody else.
I thought the irony, the hypocrisy of what I was looking at was so heavy. I'm like,
I thought she was an Inhuman.
She's in the books. Mutant.
In the books she was, but now it's a mutant.
She's a mutant, which in the books she was supposed to have been a mutant, but because they were trying to get away from the whole mutant thing because of the whole Fox deal, they turned her into an Inhuman in the comics. I think they might be retconning that pretty soon in the comics, though.
Yeah, that and the Inhumans are such a bad taste in Disney's mouth after the ABC show that they went with mutants.
I saw a few episodes. It's bad. It's bad.
Because wasn't her in her original first appearance in the books? Wasn't it something to do with the Terrigen Mists? The Mist, which
they eventually did that. They made it like that. It was supposed to be. She was supposed to be again. It was that the original pitch was that she was going to be a mutant, but because of the whole Fox deal at that time, they made that decision to change it to she becomes an Inhuman, and therefore the Terrigen Mist and all that was added to the story.
Yeah, that's when they did all the. Yes, they were getting rid of all the mutant stuff as much as possible, and were at that time because they're trying to de-emphasize that. But I don't know. I didn't. You know, I had no problems with the. To be honest, very few problems with the Kamala Khan show. I thought it was fine.
It was a fun show. I enjoyed it.
And again, not the target demographic, so I understand. So it didn't all hit with me. I didn't go around going, "Oh my god, I gotta watch this show. This is the greatest thing ever." But at the same time, I thought it was perfectly serviceable and a perfectly fine show, and was fun at times. It was lighthearted, and for it's a kid discovering their powers and figuring out themselves and becoming what they had admired themselves. They were a big fan of the Avengers, and suddenly get these powers and can potentially be that, and trying to figure it out without trying to getting sucked into then things that were bigger than themselves. And it was fine. And the fact that there was religious elements into it, because it was ingrained and very important to the family. That's fine. I enjoyed some of the history of the stuff that was going on there between the Indian and Pakistan conflict, everything else.
Yeah, I didn't mind that sort of side, because you like a little bit of back history as well.
Well,
and history too.
Well, and it's very integral to the people, right? And that still affects many families to this day. So it's good to step outside of maybe what you see every single day. So when it comes to this movie, it's like, look, the Ms. Marvel movie was a one and done standalone thing from its aspect, right? How does it tie into this? All we know is that Brie Larson is still Captain Marvel, and she popped up in Kamala Khan's closet at the end, or some kind of weird interconnection. All we know is there's some kind of interconnection between their powers or whatnot, and they're potentially popping and teleporting back and forth between each other's locations when they're too close to each other or something. Who knows?
And that looks like it's only Captain Marvel and Miss Marvel. It
right.
It doesn't look like it's not connected to
Marvel Rambeau. Yeah, Monica seems to be just there.
Discovering her powers, I guess you could say.
Yeah, as Spectrum, right?
Because at the end, she's going by Spectrum or Photon?
Well, Photon.
Photon. Okay.
Yeah. That's a character that had so many name changes.
She was a Captain Marvel too at one point.
She was a Captain Marvel. It will be funny at the end of this movie. She becomes the Captain Marvel. I wouldn't be surprised if I see that.
Right? Yeah. Potential.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Maggie.
Yeah. The other thing I would have said I liked about the show was the subtle Easter eggs. The show did this nice way of giving us Easter eggs, kind of like connected with where when you go to the tomb, you saw the rings, the 10 rings, and no one had to explain it. No one had to say anything. It was there. If you knew, you knew. If you didn't know, it didn't change anything for you. So I like the way that show did that more so than others, where it was like, oh, look. It's more for you to see it and say, there's some connection there if you know. And if you didn't know, it didn't matter. That's one thing I like the show did. I did have when it comes to this movie, it's hard because now everybody's got to get to know these characters. And the thing is, if you haven't watched the TV shows, you know nothing about Miss Marvel. If you haven't watched the TV shows, you know nothing about Monica. You just know that they're in this movie and they're called the Marvels. So this is one of those movies that I think is going to be a make it or break it, because for some people, they feel like they're going to have to do some homework before they watch this movie.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but at the same time, it depends upon what kind of how they introduce them in the show or in the movie too. They could do momentary flashbacks or something to introduce the characters and stuff, but no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the expectation I think is that you're coming in that you've paid attention at least to the Disney shows, because obviously for me, I've never read any of these characters, and so this is all pretty much what I know of these characters is what I'm being introduced to vis-a-vis the show, other than things that maybe I've read in other things where it's like, okay, I get that the power set has changed here for Ms. Marvel, that she's not a bendy, stretchy girl now. It's like, that's okay. I'm fine with that.
No.
But apparently it's morphin time, guys.
No, it's morphine time. Get it right.
Morphine.
Well, that's what I always say is morphine time too.
Yeah.
For some reason, Burke drops the E all the time. I don't know why.
He's supposed to be a teacher. He's illiterate.
He doesn't know how, I know. Burke, you got a panel of 4 here. We all think it's morphine. So I think we outwin you because it's a democracy. 4-1. Yeah. So, and you know what? I'll tell you what, just to make sure that, because I know America's not a democracy, it's a representative republic. We will choose Joe as our representative. Joe, what is it? Is it morphine or morphin?
Let's go ahead and do drugs. I like drugs.
There you go. Morphine. There we go. True Americana here at work. We elected ourselves a representative, and he has chosen for us and spoken on our behalf. We win. America.
You're gonna be high as shit if you think I'm gonna like the Marvels.
Or the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Or maybe if you get high as shit, then you
Although
might
I tell
like
you,
it when you
the
watch
Mighty Morphine Power Rangers would be a much more interesting.
Mighty Morphine. People watch that.
I would watch it. So all of them just kind of.
That's how they got all those Zords, man.
They get their
Joe would be directing that shit.
It's really 5 dudes strung out on a couch somewhere.
They'll be like this, and like they'll just
they're
look
like
at themselves.
doing all this.
Just look at their
Activate
arm,
ordering pizza system.
They're sitting there in their heads. They're having these big adventure stuff. Bro, it's 5 dudes strung out on a freaking couch with some guy fat guy who's just keeps doping them up. Well, they think his name is Zordon, but his name is Jeff.
He got his Zord on. That's what he got. Oh man.
That'd be the great ending to the show. Kind of like your Bob Newhart moment when he wakes up and he's in right. It's like you pull back here, they all are on like fucking couch or
I think it would be more like a Saint Elsewhere. Remember the last episode where the kid was staring in the globe and the whole thing was just his imagination?
Wow, that's a throwback. I don't think a lot of these people were alive during the St. Elsewhere.
It's like Howie Mandel's classic.
There is such thing as DVDs and Blu-rays.
Right.
Well,
and yeah, I do vaguely remember St.
Well,
Elsewhere. That was what, early mid '80s.
That's late '80s, right?
Before DVDs and Blu-rays, man, Spidey.
Egg Begley Jr.,
we
Mark
had
Hamill.
UHF, and here UHF was known for the television spectrum was known for being filled with reruns.
Filled with vidiots.
Well,
No.
UHF in my neighborhood was filled with Spanish channels.
Well, there was that too.
That makes sense. Yeah,
we'd have some Spanish channels.
Still there too.
But then you had but it was all your independent local stations. Were
you had
there.
the 300 PBS stations.
Some of those,
yeah. So they were like, oh, PBS. Oh, switch over
Sesame
here.
Street.
Sesame Street.
At least,
I don't want to see
where we
Sesame
were.
Street. I want to see Mr. Rogers. So I'll see Mr. Rogers. I'll see Rainbow.
All right. Well, where I was, we had the UHF channels. We had the independents. We had the Spanish, but the PBS, some of the PBS stations and the Spanish. But we also had several independent stations, and the independent stations were showing all kinds of reruns of other stuff because that was the cheap programming that they could get that was already proven. So you'd go you'd see episodes of Leave It to Beaver and
Ropers,
all this stuff from the 50s and 60s and 70s and stuff.
Shirley Temple,
even older, just playing over and over and over again because that was cheap.
It was TV Land before TV Land was a thing.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So you had this. So you end up with Generation X ends up with this great pop culture knowledge that exceeds its actual own age.
Is there going to be a new Gremlins or something?
Yeah, that's a Gremlins animated.
I just saw it. Yeah, Mogwai looks better than the Marvels. I didn't even know about that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Like HBO Max is now going to be renamed Max.
Because the last time they changed names from HBO Now to HBO
Max,
it
was Now Go, and there was a lot of different HBO channel styles, right? I don't even know how to
get HBO.
I think
and they're getting rid of HBO, which is stupid. That's the stupidest thing to ever think about.
Right, because when because Max, which of course I think of, is
Cinemax.
Right,
which is Cinemax,
which was related to HBO, right? It was their offshoot
sister company.
Yeah, sister company. It was Skinemax, late at night, right? Mm-hmm. The after midnight softcore.
Yep.
Which if you liked it here, go ahead and go rent the same movie with all the hardcore stuff over here.
Yeah. So when you watch HBO and then the movie will leave HBO, it will go directly to Cinemax for time being. That's kind of how they did it. So it was the secondary company to HBO before they decided to do HBO West, HBO Coast, or whatever you call them.
Yeah, there's 7 different HBO channels. Yeah.
But the Max, that's how I identified it when they said HBO Max. It was HBO and Cinemax put together. That's how and no one seemed to caught on to that. I don't. Mm-hmm. And now they're getting rid of the HBO and they keep the Max, which is the HBO is the part that everybody knows.
Right. Well, because they're bringing in all the Discovery stuff.
So what?
Yeah.
HBO Discovery. What? How hard is that?
You know what?
It is the stupidest. And then it says where you. So they came up with the slogan, HBO Max, where you go watch HBO. That's the slogan.
I don't know. I'm not currently subscribed to the channel anyways, but I did get notification from them via email, and I don't care.
I get it for free with my AT&T service, which I think might not last.
Yeah. We get a little bit of it, but it's over here. It's on a streaming service called Binge.
Yeah,
we only get sort of little bits and pieces of it. So
yeah,
you need a North VPN.
Yeah, seriously, you need to get a VPN. VPNs are good.
And just launch the content from the US.
Yeah, but then again, I wish we had WWE Network still. So,
well, I get Peacock for free from my channel.
I got Peacock too. I got Peacock.
Well, that's what I get from my cable provider for free. Is Peacock.
You heard Peacock's changing their name, right? It'd be called Cock, where you go get pee.
I was going to say Seacock.
Oh, God.
Everything's huge on Seacock.
You're fucked.
Premiering tonight on Seacock. That would just be awesome.
Joe, do you ever see just go, you got to go watch then the if you like that, you go watch like the Cock Whisperer. Have you ever seen that guy?
No. Oh yeah. We said that we showed a couple of the clips.
Yeah.
That's a real thing.
Yeah. There's a guy. He does these things. He does like wears a jumper, and he's got this like little freaking utility vehicle. Pulls over. Hey, it's a cock whisperer here. Let's go look at some cocks. And he like made pictures of guys with different chickens. That's a big cock. Look at that. Oh, that one's that's an angry cock. You can tell. Look at him.
Crikey.
He's doing all these things surrounding. He's sending us pictures of your cock.
Oh man.
It's the most hilarious shit. It's so good.
That's good.
And he's always like putting his leg up in some weird position. Like also lifts his leg on top of the vehicle. Like he's just like it's like casual pose.
Doing these over exaggerated Captain Morgan stances.
I was just thinking about that. It had to be Captain Morgan stance.
Yeah, he's doing that, but it's just stances. So egregious. Like it's absolutely some of the craziest shit. They're on YouTube and Instagram, a bunch of shorts. But then half the guy's other stuff is like he does some things where he's like drinking martinis or he's pouring drinks and cocktails in hangouts while he's surrounded by a bunch of fucking goats, and these goats are constantly trying to climb on him and stuff and get his drinks.
It's like Steve Irwin going to the petting zoo.
Exactly. A very flamboyant Steve Irwin.
Yeah.
Which is very hard to outdo Steve Irwin with the flamboyancy.
I don't know, man. His kid's doing something lately.
It's more of when I say flamboyant, I mean a little more Liberace.
Ah, yeah.
It's Raining Men.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, crazy.
But well, which one? He's got because his son is working constantly is at the zoo.
Yeah, he's at Australia Zoo up in Queensland.
And then, and the whole family obviously is still. But and then Bindi just got married or whatever, or not long ago, right? Or she got married a while ago. Got a kid.
Last year or the year before. So it was during COVID. I think they actually got married.
Are you writing a book about this family? Like, let these people.
They live in the public eye, brother.
It's what he does, man. It's trying to get information for the show.
They had
research.
They had a show that was it was Crikey
Meet the Cops?
Irwins, and it was like they're talking about all this stuff on the show, for God's sakes.
One of the funniest things I ever saw, because I know obviously the kid Bob Irwin went on Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel and all that sort of stuff a few times, but there was one of my favorite episodes I ever saw was Jimmy Fallon. Bob Irwin's obviously bringing out animals and everything, and had Kevin Hart.
Oh yes, that is so good.
And he's like, Jimmy, no, Jimmy, and he just wouldn't go near anything.
Kevin Hart's fear of animals. It's some of the best comedy you'll ever see.
Oh,
now, of course, it's Kevin Hart. I'm sure it's just him
embellishing.
Embellishing.
Yeah.
But his facial expressions are amazing. He's just like, no. And then they get a rabbit. I think it was a rabbit. And the rabbit has a red-eye rabbit. And he's just freaking out because he's thinking the rabbit is possessed by the devil.
Yeah.
So he's like, get that demon-infested rabbit out from me.
Kevin Hart's pretty funny. Like his cold as balls shit. It's pretty funny.
The funny thing is, like, I've watched.
Coffee. I'll be right back.
Is it Joe's coffee brand coffee?
He muted himself.
Yeah.
I've watched some of his stand-up specials. I don't actually like his stand-up specials. I prefer him in interviews and just reacting with The Rock and stuff like that. And in movies, he's actually funnier than he is at his stand-up.
Well, his stand-up, his older stand-up, I think is better. His newer stand-up is not as good and sharp, probably because the older stuff is more based off what his life was like. Than his newer stuff. His newer stuff is more living, being a rich guy. His life as a rich guy. So that's pretty much it. But another thing that he does really good, and he has a really, like you talked about with The Rock, look up his stuff with Conan O'Brien and Ice Cube when they get a Lyft cab. And this is when Lyft just started and they had the purple Rob Stack mustache, the little mustache, where they would just come up and all they're doing, they're just cracking jokes off of Conan. And Ice Cube is the straight man. So go check those out. They're pretty funny. So and stuff like that, where they're just ordering food. They're going to like 7-Eleven in the hood and things like that. That's good Kevin Hart stuff. And he has this other show where he's like in the ice bath or something like that with other sports actors.
I've seen some of them.
Yeah, Cold as Balls. Yeah,
that's the Old Spice sponsor.
Yeah, the Old Spice stuff.
Mm-hmm. Some of them are funnier than others, but
yeah, the Undertaker one is pretty good.
Yeah. I forget who was the other one I saw. It was really funny. It was yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I have about 10 minutes left, so I definitely want to throw out. What do you guys think about the Penguin?
I haven't seen the trailer yet.
Oh, well, you got 5. You got 2 minutes.
I haven't watched it either. To be honest with you, I'm like.
So the Penguin trailer is. It's their take on, I guess you could say, The Godfather. But it looks good. It has the right cinematography on for it. It looks good. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
you're not sold on Colin Farrell's Penguin? You want Danny DeVito back?
I like the Penguin and all, but I mean, I don't.
Penguin's never been that type of a villain, though.
Right, exactly. I mean, Godfather rolls more of the car mining, right? But whatever, I'll get around to watching it eventually. But the trailer just didn't. I was like, oh, I got to see that. I'm not. It's like, okay, what do we need? Do we need this show?
They've been planning it since the movie came out. So
right, but that doesn't mean that it needed to be made.
Well, I think they're supposed to show the after effects for what happened in the Batman movie, which I always thought went 30 minutes too long for me. Like, they get to a certain point and then we have the flood, which I think the flood was too much. I think, you know what I mean? I was like, why are you throwing that part into the story? But it's supposed to be him taking over Gotham as the kingpin of Gotham. So that's what they're trying to do instead of being a club owner like he normally is. Which is what he normally is. Yeah, he normally has his iceberg lounge, and that's that. He's got his little world. Most of these villains, there shouldn't be
necessarily one villain in the Batman movie, right? There should be these different ones that may not be the one that's the subject of the particular episode or the battle or whatever, but hey, these other ones exist and they all have their little territories, right? That's
yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like with Batman. I think Gotham, the TV show, which had his good moments, had his bad moments. I think it kind of did a good job in showing that what you're saying, where they will have their little territories, and each one of them becoming what they will become. They were being sprinkled.
Finish now.
What was that?
Finish now.
So what are your thoughts?
I think as Batman universe, no. I think as like a mob boss, Goodfellas, Godfather sort of stuff might be all right. But that's the thing. Like, obviously, like I don't care whether I'm a Marvel or a DC guy. It's got nothing to do with that. Like, if I'm going to watch something that's superhero based or comic based, I want it somewhere in that world. Whether this just looks like it's purely just he's not a penguin, he's just a mob boss. That's all he is. And it's just a mafia movie. That's all it is.
Yeah, it is a mafia movie.
As I said, it might be good as a Goodfellas, Godfather type movie, but if it's a Batman universe thing, a lot of people might be disappointed.
So where does that take you with Joker? Because that's the same thing. Joker
I hated Joker.
Like Joker as a standalone movie is fine, but being Joker felt like you just called it Joker so you could make that Joker money.
I actually didn't like the movie at all, except for the last 20 minutes. I found it extremely hard watch. Extremely hard watch. I'm probably one of the few.
No, I'm with you. I'm not as big of a deal, and I'm surprised that they're making a second one. To be honest, I'm like, really?
Like, I'm not surprised. You make $1 billion, of course you got to make a second one.
Yeah, but
like, don't get me wrong. Like, Joaquin Phoenix is a fantastic actor. Like, I like him as an actor and everything like that. I just really struck that movie. Like, we actually went and saw it at the movies, and I wasted my money.
It was one of those movies, and when I saw it, and they filmed it around my neighborhood, so there's scenes that are like the train. There's a train scene. They're in the subway. That's my subway station. And
I'm sorry.
And
thank you, Joe.
So it was cool seeing that. It was cool seeing parts of my neighborhood in this movie. The only issue I had was
that we don't care about your neighborhood.
Well, that's what my neighborhood looked like. It still looks like that in some weird way.
So is that why I like Ghost Rider? Because I was in it. Well, I was cut.
I was at the premiere of Ghost Rider.
I got cut out, but I was in the movie technically, and it was filmed in my city. So
there you go. No, but the thing with Joker movie that I thought was interesting is how they took this story that they wanted to tell. The story in itself is fine, dealing with, issues like that, mental illness and things like that. That was fine. But my problem with the movie, which it's not Joker. It's not, you just decided to name, instead of naming it New York City, you called it Gotham. Instead of having certain characters, you name them after other characters. And this new one's going to have Harvey Dent. Do we need another Harvey Dent movie? Another movie with Harvey Dent in it? I don't know. I don't think so. That's the only thing I have a problem with these movies.
Bring back Tommy Lee.
Bring back what's his name? Billy D. I want a Billy D Two-Face. I've been wanting that.
Oh, Tim Burton, but he was in the Tim Burton ones, wasn't he? Yeah. He was in
the first one, and then they got rid of him.
Yeah.
So it would have been nice to see him actually turn into Two-Face. I've been curious to see what that would look like.
Joe's making me want a coffee now at 11 o'clock at night.
That's what time it is over there?
Yep, 11 o'clock at night.
That's the best time to drink coffee. Keeps you up for another couple hours. You can get some stuff done instead of lazily laying around trying to.
I gotta work. I gotta work tomorrow.
Drink more coffee.
Just don't get any sleep at all.
Drink some more coffee.
Some more coffee. Sorry, I can't do American accents.
Coffee. There's so many different types of American accents.
Yeah.
All right. So I have to head on out. I got work to do.
Work? What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to do right now. That's right.
Yeah. So, I actually got a meeting to have to attend. But Billy D killed it. Yeah, he was in He was in Lego Batman. I forgot that.
There you go.
They did him. Yeah. We did get Billy D in Lego Batman. That is one of my favorite Batman movies. Lego Batman.
I have never ever watched the Lego Batman movie.
Okay, you got 2 hours. Go ahead, watch it now.
I don't have it on DVD.
First cup of coffee in 2 hours.
When you have your cup of coffee. It's a fun movie, man. It's a great movie. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna let you go. I'll see you guys when I see you. I'll be on my show on Monday. I'm giving away. I still have that Spider-Man, by the way. I'm still giving away, and now I'm gonna give away Wakanda issue 4. That's the other one. So
nice.
I'll see you guys then.
Wakanda issue 4. We're wanting some more.
Later.
All right.
Take it easy, boss.
Oh, get rid of the prison view.
Yeah. Hold on.
I feel like I need a set of numbers when that one pops up. Just be like,
turn sideways. Don't smile. I said, don't smile, damn it.
oh, Lordy.
Yes, indeedy.
Rob, fantastic mystery box.
Thank you. For $100, I mean, you can't go wrong. Really.
You can't go wrong with that.
Honestly, 3 slabs and a 1 in 50
like
box.
Most mystery boxes, I think I'm keeping like one thing out of it, and the rest of it I'll probably just use because I'm not it obviously isn't a catered box. It's a mystery box, but
right,
all in all,
and it's not the type of books, not necessarily the books that you would normally go out looking for, but.
I like the fact that Jacques was signed. It was kind of weird that it being signed on the back.
I don't think it's signed because I bought. I think that's just what was on all the back covers of that book. Because that's the 1 in 50 ratio. I did not have it signed. I bought it from the store directly back in the day.
Look at it. I'll check it out on my little database.
If it is, then it was a surprise signing that was snuck out there because. I was completely on when you showed it off. I was like,
mute myself.
Things. I mean, that was just I know I didn't get it signed, and I bought it right from my LCS the day it came out. And I know it's the 1 in 50 ratio. So
it's a cool cover either way.
Yeah, no, they are. I mean, it was like I had like all these 1 in 50 Batman. It was funny. It's like I had decided like, okay, I need to do this real quick because essentially, and I won't discuss which book it is because it's going to be unboxed down the road when it comes in. But essentially, I was in a position where a lot of books have come available recently as in this down market at a price that was really, you want to snap them up while you can. I burned through a lot of my liquidity and a book came forward that I needed to get an opportunity. So I had to move some So I said, okay, well, quick, let's move some inventory, right?
Yeah, stop buying all my ISM books.
So I said, all right, cool, let's do this. And I put a floater out there. I was like, knew there wasn't a big market necessarily because I knew that this box would have couple PGX slabs in it. I know that immediately eliminates a certain amount of people who just go, I don't want to look at it. And some people say, I don't care because I whatever. But so I said, okay, I'm going to do 5 boxes. And I'm well, okay, I can do 3 slabs, $100. That's a no brainer right there. And at least in my mind. Yeah. And then as I was putting together, I was going through I said, you know what? I got these 1 in 50 Batman covers that originally I was thinking I was going to send them in and get them slabbed or something, but I probably wasn't really going to do that. I said, you know what? Let me just take these and I got enough. I got 5 of them, the 5 different ones. I'll just drop one of these in each one of these boxes too as an extra kicker because there you go. Right. And so bam, that's how they went. And, so yeah, I'm glad you found some value in it. Definitely, I think, given that they cost $20 to ship.
How much? So I got to ask a question. If you don't want to answer it, I totally get it. But the slab holders or the comic book holders?
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought you'd love those. Yeah.
How like I'm always interested in stuff like that. So just out of curiosity, and again, you don't have to answer. How much did those cost you in bulk to buy?
So I bought a case of them. Which is like a big ass box of them.
Yeah.
Back for Comics Curing Cancer, because I knew I was gonna be shipping a shit ton of slabs, right? And I want to think that each set.
Let me grab one while you explain it and show people.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that each set of these was about $1.25 or something.
You're talking about the ones you got on your back wall?
No. This is for shipping slabs.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, these little things with the ridges in them, so you can.
Yeah, so essentially when you put it's got a top and a bottom that fit at the bottom, and then these things go down the side, and you can, depending on what you do them, they either hold 2 or up to 3 slabs. So like if I'm shipping just 1 slab, I'll ship them with the 3 prongs, so you can put it in the middle type thing. And then what I have found is I'll just put a little piece of bubble wrap if I'm only shipping 1 slab, just in front and back of it, just to help hold it from bouncing around. And so essentially what ends up happening is your inside of the box ends up looking, like this, where you have these 3 slabs in there. And so they're held in place. And then there's another piece that goes across the top. So now it's got hard foam around all 4 sides that help to do it and help to lock the slabs in place with some gap and everything else.
And what you have to, so obviously you're paying a bit more for, like, the box is going to be bigger, obviously, so a net weight sort of thing, but it's a lot safer.
Correct, right. So it doesn't fit in the medium flat rate box. This goes in what they call the 1095 box for the U.S. Postal Service. So it's still a priority mail box. So the difference is, like, if I shipped a medium flat rate box, if I shipped Joe a medium flat rate box with 3 slabs in it, it would cost me like $15 roughly. By discounting, if I go to the post office, it's 17. When I shipped it, instead because it goes by regional distance and weight and everything else too. In Joe's zone, almost everybody is a different farthest zone away from me as possible. It costs me like $20 to ship it, so it's not a huge difference more. But at the end of the day, the problem with our standard medium flat rate box is how most people ship slabs in the community is that while you get plenty of bubble wrap left to right and front and back to help cushion it, the ends are always the danger. You basically have to have minimal cushion at the top and the bottom, and that's where you can get cracked slabs. This box is a little bit longer, and so when they put these foams in here, that it's going to reduce that significantly. And apparently they have magazine slab shippers now too.
I looked at the website. I thought it was kind of.
And the last thing I want is a cracked slab, because that's my job.
Right, exactly, right. So, where's it?
Did you like my new approach, Joe? Or you probably haven't seen it yet.
I saw it where you used. I think if I can add one critique, if I may.
Go.
When you use those kind of that kind of stone on the cutter to cut through plastic, I highly recommend throwing it away afterwards. Because the plastic will melt into the pores of that, and when you go to cut a piece of metal, it can shatter the wheel.
It's all Dad's stuff, and he can't use that stuff anymore anyway. Okay, so because he literally had like a whole tin full of them.
Okay, good.
And I'm like, the one that was on it was like crappy and old, and I'm like, have you got any new ones? And he goes, yeah, just go down to the shed, it's in this drawer or whatever. Like, he's got like a whole freaking tin of them. I'm like, I'll just grab a new one.
What the hell?
Yeah, I was just like, man, I hope his dad isn't going to put that on or just use it again on some metal or something, because it would just.
No, mum's barred him from using any power tools or anything, because he can barely walk, so he can't hold that sort of shit anymore.
Okay, it's a shame. It looks like a nice little workshop he's got going on there. I would love to work in that.
That's what I was saying to Rob earlier, because I've had suggestions of blowtorch.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, he's got 2 6-foot oxy and acetylene tanks, but they're empty. Yeah. So I've got no means to do it. So I might have to get one of the little hand blow torches that I've got at work that the electricians use.
Yeah, like nap gas, the blue or yellow cans.
Yeah,
that's what they are here. Yeah.
So it's really interesting, Joe. So I'm looking at this, and so they have more product now than they used to. So like the case I got, like 51, it's $135. Whatever, so it ends up being like $260 something a box in packing material. So it's not necessarily the cheapest way to ship a slab, but it's definitely pretty safe. What's interesting now is I'm seeing they have a case of 45 that seems to be that it indicates that it's designed for the medium flat rate box instead.
I saw
Is
that.
Is that a set, or are they all the same predetermined lengths?
No, it's this. It's So the slab kits. It's each one is. So when I say there's like 51, it's 51 sets. So two side rails and two the top and bottom. So they got a lot more stuff, slab pads, all kinds of stuff. Interesting. I want to take a look at some of the stuff that they've got now, some of this new stuff that they've put out.
Better off buying Comic Shield mailers. What are Comic Shield mailers? Are they the things that BTC uses? They're like the cardboard pre-folded things?
Yeah, they got some that are for slabs, and that's fine if you're shipping one slab, but not so much if you're shipping multiple slabs.
Yeah. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of kind of cool, and the pricing seemed a little high for me when I went to the website. But I was like, I get it. If I'm shipping, that high dollar, I don't know, hit comics #1, right? And it's slabbed. You definitely want.
And that's the retail on it, right? So it's like because I know for how I first found out about them was EGS Comics. Part of their thing when they switched over to their new slab is they announced that they were going to use these for all of their outbound shipment, essentially for the most part. And good morning. And so I went and checked them out, and I was like, or they sent me some, and I checked them out. Hey, this is kind of cool. And it was like their version 1. So now it looks like they're in version 3 now of their stuff because I have the version 2s. And you know what? I thought it was kind of cool, and so I bought a case of them for Comics Curing Cancer. And I'll tell you what I like about them for me personally, if nothing else, it's just how much easier it is right now to ship a slab. Like I just sold a slab last night on Shortbox. This morning I got up. All I had to do is take the box. I dropped in the styrofoam, slide it in there, and then I because when it's just one slab, I know it can ship around. It can still get knocked around. I simply just take one piece of bubble wrap, fold it in half on either side of it to give it some extra.
Where is he? Where'd he go? Little bastard. He's quick. One of our cute little possums.
Oh, possums. You must have. If you have cute possums, they're different than the ones we have in North America.
Yeah, I've seen your possums.
Our possums are ugly, mean bastards.
Yeah, no, these are cute. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. So, anyways, I figured if anybody would like to dig those slab shippers, that would be you, Joe. Hey, it's different, something different, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit, their possums are way cuter. I just googled it.
Yeah, either a ringtail possum or a brushtail possum. The ringtails are cuter, but they're both.
I did.
Yeah, they're rodents here, right?
I did brushtails. Is what I looked at as a picture of a brushtail.
Probably the
brushtails.
But are they venomous, Spidey?
No, they're not.
No. Oh, okay.
They can give you a nasty scratch or a bite, but most of them they're pretty cute.
Oh, ringtails are fucking cute. That's true. Dang.
J Hood's got a question. Can anybody mimic the sound of a TIE fighter?
I'd rather not.
Here you go.
Zoom.
There's
no sound in space.
There's no sound in space. I was going to say the same thing.
It's a fucking vacuum.
It's space.
There you go. But how about
come on, Caroline. We know you got some books there that you want to show. You always got books you want to show, and they better be Marvel books. Don't be showing no.
Oh, nice.
That's a nice early one.
First time Doctor Strange crosses over to the Fantastic Four. So,
what's that in the 20s? Number
27.
27. Nice.
Yeah. I was really excited about that one.
I know you love your FF books.
Yeah, I've been working hard on them. Just trying to, fill in gaps. It's tough with any sub 100s or tough
there's
books.
So many first appearances in the first 100. Like I reckon FF has probably got more first appearances. Ooh, first Frightful 4.
Yeah. So
ASM's got its share.
I love the purples, man. The purples that
like they obviously have a lot of big characters, but they have a lot of first appearances of goofy villains and sort of characters that have hung around, not necessarily A-list characters, but ones that have hung around for a long time. Mole
Men and stuff.
Mm.
No, there's good stuff. I've been working on that, and I've been working. I've been getting some different Submariners. Like I've been getting proto defenders. I really like my defenders, and we saw a lot of the proto defenders cross over into subby 34, 35. But also part of that story is in Submariner 22 when Doctor Strange first crosses over into subby, and you sort of see that's the slow like aggregation of all these different players that become the defenders. So,
oh, speaking of which, has Nick sent you a box for me, Rob?
Nope.
No, I knew he's
I
slack.
have nothing pending for you.
He's keeping that shit.
No, because he had some defenders books, and he goes, "Oh, do you need these ones?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't got those in my run or whatever like that." So he was just going to send them to Rob for whenever I get another box.
And we've got the American Classic.
Oh, Godzilla versus Barkley. Oh,
Godzilla
shit.
versus Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley wins. Yeah. And
chairman of the boards.
Here's some fun stuff. Here's like the first time Spider-Man crosses over into like the Captain America. I try to clean this out.
Yeah, I still need to get that actually. I like that cover actually.
Yeah, 136 and 137 and 138. They're two really affordable books still.
Over there.
I think you guys should get. Yeah. I mean, I found this book in my LCS for $10. $10. So, you know, I've seen people try to sell it for 40. Just look around. I think the next book I want to get, I need to get an FF45. I need to get Mine Humans like yesterday.
I actually picked one of those up earlier this year.
Oh, did you? You should.
Surprisingly enough. And surprisingly enough, for over here, I got it for an absolute steal. I actually got it for $100.
That's killer, dude. Yeah. That's probably like 70, 60, $75 here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a killer deal.
Because that's the cheapest I've ever seen it over here. Before that was about $400 or $500.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a bit rough, but it was complete, intact, and I was just like, I'm buying that shit.
I like the condition. I usually will settle for like the lowest I'll settle for is about a 3.5, 3.5. I want the cover to be I still want I want to be able to go through it and not to damage it, you know. But where it's like they're so frail that like you can't even move the cover without it falling off, I don't like those.
So unfortunately, sometimes when you get to the big boy books,
that's what you have to deal with. Yeah, I get it. Like the sub 10s, like 10 or under with FF. Yeah, I'll take a dangler. I don't care. Like there's an FF11 on my wall at my LCS, and it's for $2.99. But I just can't do it.
And not for them $250.
$250, man. And I want to get Hulk 162 is another big one I want to get. I want to get First Wendigo because I really like my big, you know,
that's
crazy
still a
monster.
pricey book.
It's gotten pricier, and like now it's like $150 at my LCS, but they got a really nice.
I'd be happy for $150.
You'd be happy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to pay more than
not 150 US.
I don't want to pay more than $100 for First Wendigo, but I mean, it's getting to the point to where you're gonna have to just like bite the bullet and do it. But also, like Rob said, a lot of books are getting way affordable now, so you just got to keep your eyes open because they're starting to pop up. Like I got that 27 for like I think $75. So, you know, you just keep your eyes open and you can find deals. It's just
that's what I'm going to be interested in because I've got my big first con coming up next weekend actually. And there's one seller that I always target. Like we don't get a lot of sellers at our cons anymore, unfortunately. It is becoming a little bit better, but he just bought a couple of collections and they've got a shit ton of FF books in there.
Yeah.
But I know I can bargain with him like nothing else. Like he's always good like that. Like I don't even ask for him sometimes, and like the first first time I ever met him. Like a mate of mine introduced me to him. He had an Avengers #5 sitting there on the shelf, and it was like, what was it? It was like $250, and I thought, well, that's a sub 10 Avengers book. That's still a good price for over here. He gave it to me for $130, and I only just met him.
Damn.
Yeah, like, I got a couple of dealers that I deal straight with. They know I'm coming. They know what I'm looking for.
Yep.
But the other good thing is, the other good thing at this con, I'm doing bumping. I'm doing setup. So I'm actually going to be able to go and see what he has before the show opens the following day.
Well, that's cool, man. And it's good to establish those relationships, because if you get those guys' numbers, or you stay in touch with them, they can hook you up with stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's good to establish those connections. Just
the only thing I'm pissed off with him is though that he got a collection that had 3 of the ASM books I need out of the 5, and he sent them off to go get slabbed. And a lot of them came back like 5s and 6s and
solid
and stuff like that. And I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, but you would have done the same, wouldn't you? If you would have came into those. Oh yeah, you're right. I don't either. I don't slab. I raw dog
because he had, what did he got a 3, a 4, and a 6, which is 3 out of the 5 books that I need, and they all came back 5s and 6s and stuff. So now he's got like $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 price tags on them and stuff, and I'm just like, that is way out of my price range.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy that your collection is that good. Like, the only person I know, I think, well, I mean, Fat Stacks, you're pretty good on your where
He's
are you at?
Picked up a shitload lately.
You've been picking up, so Fat Stacks got a shitload. The Barbarian Kung Fu, I don't know if you know that guy, but he is a big ASM guy, and also Mr. White Gloves.
Monty.
For the longest time, I thought they were the same person before I saw them on.
White Gloves and Fu. That's so hilarious. I mean,
and then I met them at C2E2, and I was like, "Oh, you're 2 different people." I get it.
They're like lost brothers, though. They kind of are.
Justin's gonna be giving prostates to elephants again.
Oh shit.
Yeah, except we got a problem because I'm missing like 3 fingers.
Or
is that your prostate milking glove? Not your artist.
Shrill War, the twin ion. Shrill War.
But the difference between, say, like Rob and like Chris the comic vet and stuff like that, they're going after like 1 to 100 or whatever, or in slabs and stuff like that. Whereas I'm going for the whole entire run.
Period. Yeah. Well, that's what Barbarian Kung Fu. I don't know if Monty has tried to do that, but he seems to me like he would be a run guy. Like
he is a run guy.
Yeah, but like for like Barbarian Kung Fu, and also like a buddy of mine that old comic smell. It's like they want 1 through whatever it's through now, like in the 800s or something. I don't know, but they want them all. I for a minute I was like that with Uncanny X-Men. I was like, I want 1 through 544, but then it's like after you get past like 320, from about issue 320 to about issue 440, it sucks ass. But it's like I don't want that. So for X-Men, I just basically am focusing on I want all the Claremont, and after I get all the Claremont, which I'm only like a handful of issues, I'm less than 10 away from having all the Claremont.
And a lot of them are books that have, even though they're sort of in the like the hundreds and stuff like that,
still
have kept their bloody, a lot of that, like even the like the Jean Grey stuff, the bloody Days of Future Past stuff, and all that stuff. They hold their value.
They ain't going down.
Like, they're not big boy books unless you want like a 9.8 or something.
Yeah,
but they're still
Days of Future Past
books.
is like one of the best stories told in Marvel Comics, in my opinion.
Like I have the cover with the the Sentinel blasting. I have that, but my favorite is still the one with all the wanted posters.
141.
Behind.
Yeah,
I still want that book.
You don't have 141.
No.
How much would you be willing to pay for it? There's one on my wall at my LCS right now, but it's overpriced in my opinion. It's they have it for like 149, and I'd like.
Yeah, so I haven't seen a copy over here in years.
Really?
Yeah, I have not seen a copy, so I wouldn't even know what they're asking for it over here now.
Look up prices and see what it's going for.
Yeah, so I can only check off eBay Australia because that's the only thing that's going to give me any indication because we have no governing body. I'm going all off US pricing of what
and I'm assuming like comics, just like this kind of underground community, this is probably not as prevalent in Australia. Or
no, there's not as much.
Yeah, because comics, I think of comics generally speaking as an Americana sort of thing, at least the big two. But that's not to say that there aren't European underground and different types of comics elsewhere, because there definitely are.
Yeah, like we have like Australian-based comic companies and stuff like that. But when you're talking about like all the the big two stuff, so your Marvel and DC stuff. You're just dealing with eBay or sellers at conventions or Facebook or whatever, and that's the only way you can sort of get stuff.
Yeah.
Like because comic shops over here do not do back issues as much as what they used to. Every shop that pops up now, it's all new stuff. It's
like
trades and new stuff. Yeah, like their back issues is like 5 years old.
Nah, I don't really like those. There's a lot of those, and they end up doubling as like little dens for D&D tournaments and stuff, and it's just like, I don't care about them.
But I'd love to be able to go because there was one shop that I loved that was close to here, but he's sort of, I don't know what's happened with him because the shop's still there, all the inventory's still there, but you can't get in there. He's never there anymore. He was my biggest source for back issues.
Yeah,
but. I don't know what happened during COVID. He just sort of disappeared.
Y'all remember this show?
Yeah, it's smart.
I used to watch it on Nick at Night all the time. I loved it. Maxwell Smart. This is number 3, but I loved the shoe phone.
Justin, does your arm sweat in the sleeve?
Doesn't? No, it doesn't.
Only when it enters the elephant.
Well, that's a different kind of wetness.
It's a different kind of wetness.
Yeah. Something's sweating, but I don't think it's me.
Oh my god. Yeah, my LCS. Fortunately, here's the thing. There's pluses and minuses. My LCS doesn't get a whole lot of new stuff in. I don't really care a whole lot about all the new stuff that's released. They do have a massive back issue section, and that's what I love it for.
Yeah, so I'd love that.
I could just spend hours saying I'm just gonna hit this chunk and find all kinds of shit that I'd never known about or heard, just going through stuff. Because I just like, I could just sit there and browse. You know what I mean? Like I like just seeing new things. I don't know. I'm in for it. I dig it. I dig seeing new.
I suppose the other thing is that because as I said, like I'm doing setup for this big con. If all comes to fruition, I might even be able to jump on Mark's stream if we're still there and do it on my phone and go, this is what he's got, this is the prices, and see if you guys see if any of them are good deals.
Mm-hmm.
If we're still there at that time of night, which I'm assuming we probably would be, but
so there just aren't. I guess when you guys have do you have cons in Australia? I'm sure you do. But
yeah.
That's convicts. People break the law there.
That's not a whole lot.
Especially when Joe's here. But so we I've mentioned this quite a few times. Like we have 2 major cons a year, but we have like a lot of these obviously little small town hall-y type fair things and stuff like that. But the 2 big cons, it's a dying art, the comic book selling thing, because it's pretty much like pre-COVID, you'd be lucky to have 2 comic book sellers. And that'd be it. You might have a guy selling a whole heap of toys and pops, and they might have 1 short box, and that's it of just crap. Mm-hmm. But it is slowly coming back. Now we might have 4 or 5 or 6 sort of guys.
Okay.
But I've become sort of good friends, with at least 2 of them that I know that I always buy books off because they're the ones that have usually got the good stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What's your lowest ASM, Roscoe? I think mine's like a 15. Mine's like a 55. So it's still pretty high.
I think mine's 48.
48.
Whatever that yellow cover with the lizard on it is, it's like his third appearance ish, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I just got the one with Doc Ock, the Ramita Doc Ock reflection cover.
Yep.
55? 55?
55, yep.
Yeah, the one I have it over here at a 9.0. Yeah.
Turd. I mean, awesome. That's awesome.
My lowest is
the lowest public one that you would announce.
5.
Roscoe wants the link. Hold on, Roscoe.
Then send in the link.
Hold on.
Yeah, I got 59 right here.
What's your lowest FF book, Caroline?
Me? It was that 27.
Well, I thought you had one. I thought you had one lower. I thought you had one in the teens.
I have an X-Men in the teens. I have X-Men 14.
Oh, first Sentinels. Nice.
Yeah, first Sentinels, first like Bolivar Trask.
Yeah, that one.
I love it. Yeah, that's my favorite X-Men cover.
Those Kirby hands. Those.
I'd love a first Juggy.
Oh, 13?
Is that y'all are on like a first name basis, I see.
Mm-hmm.
You and Juggy.
Marco Kane.
I mean, people call him Marco. His friends call him Juggy.
Can we call you Marco?
I mean, you call me whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Oh, shit. Hot tits.
Doesn't I like that. If it's something I don't like, I might not respond, but I'll definitely respond to hot tits, sugar ticks. Really, anything you'd expect Mel Gibson to say, I'll respond to.
Does Mel Gibson say sugar tits? Like probably in Lethal Weapon, maybe.
Only if you pull him over.
Yeah, while he's drunk. You'll probably hear lots of things.
Yeah, that was a thing some years ago. You got over in DUI, he called the officer sugar tits or something.
He went off.
He did.
I thought it was anti-Semitic. I thought he got like anti-Semitic on it.
Yeah, that was a different.
That was a different drunk.
That was a different drunk thing where he was like.
Well, Webdiff's owned him anyway, so.
He had like a bad month where he was like just falling down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, poor Mel.
Yeah, he bounced back.
I mean, look, I liked Braveheart, and I'll always like it. Don't care, but yeah, he's special.
Never take our freedom.
He's fantastic.
I'm more of an original Mad Max guy.
Love you. Always
Mad
have.
Max, The Patriot.
Love Lethal Weapons.
Like Lethal Weapons. Like the dude has an impressive career. Conspiracy Theory was a good one.
Lethal Weapon I loved. I really loved the 1992 Hamlet that he did. He was Hamlet. And that was a fucking good ass Hamlet.
He did
close. Played it. Yeah. That was a good, and I think Kenneth Branagh in it. That was a different Hamlet.
Yo, he's Hercule Poirot now, and them shits are fire. They've done Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile. Like, dude, they are so good. Like no one will ever replace David Suchet as Hercule Poirot, but like the adaptation of the story and just like I don't know, Kenneth does a phenomenal job.
I've never seen him as that in that role. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, they're really new movies. Like Murder on the Orient Express has like Johnny Depp in it.
Yeah,
I think Judi Dench is in it. Not Judi Dench. God damn. Who played M? Who played M? No, it is Judi Dench.
Yeah, Judi Dench played M. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Judi Dench is in it. Like, there's just a crazy all-star cast on both of them. Unfortunately, for Death on the Nile, because of COVID stuff, it got pushed back. And then, like, the cannibalism side of Armie Hammer came out, and he was in it. So they just kind of put it out. Like, let's just get this out.
Bro, man, that dude.
I think he's into consensual cannibalism, which is different than non-consensual cannibalism.
Speaking of which, here's Roscoe.
Hey.
Show us your piece of meat. I mean, your comic book.
Oh.
ASM.
Yeah, I just picked this up, and I am like stoked. It's amazing.
At MegaCon?
No. This is through someone that I know.
Oh shit! Rhino on the
Oh,
rampage.
Rhino and Spidey doing a dance off. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Is that
You like that?
42?
Yep.
43? 42.
43.
43.
43.
Oh, 43, yeah.
Wow,
That's
the
right.
Rhino is like really dark. I like that suit.
Yeah.
That's that. Peter and MJ go on their first date.
Oh
Yep.
shit!
Yeah. And it's origin of Rhino, right?
So really, is that actually Rhino, or is that the one molecule of testosterone that Spider-Man has, and it gets activated whenever he's with Mary Jane?
Oh.
And so like, he's wrestling with his manhood, his proverbial manhood. He grabbed that horn. Okay, no. Okay, cool.
And this one is just as but no,
my
I'm just
God.
kidding.
Oh god.
Spider Boy.
I cannot believe the number of second prints variants that are coming out on that. That is.
I looked yesterday on eBay and they're still selling. There was a bunch of sold yesterday for $40, $45.
Why?
Shit, I guess maybe I should fucking sell mine, huh?
No. Why don't you give me $45? I'll kick you in the nuts and I'll hand you like a Spider-Man 2099 or something.
Hey, Spider-Man
book?
2099 rules, so screw you.
I know Mark's
What book
thinking
y'all
about it. I
talking
might take that. Gig.
Yeah. But what book are y'all talking about?
Oh,
Spider-Man 7.
7. It's some Spider Boy, something that nobody cares about.
Well, obviously, a lot of people seem to.
A lot
be
of
stupid.
Spider-Man people care about it, and they're freaking out.
Well,
I don't.
there's a lot of Spider-Man people who don't give a damn about it either, but we're just laughing at all the hype and
That book?
Spider.
Yeah, that
issue 7. Oh,
Yeah, but what this is
that's
what
the
this
one in 10, right?
is a variant cover featuring the live action show from Japan that they did Spider-Man when he had a Mechazord, which is literally the inspiration
Leopardon.
what fired off Power Rangers. So as a Power Ranger fan,
it's Leopardon.
What is that? That's a ratio, right? Isn't it 1 in 10? I think.
I don't know.
Oh.
Trini's dead. I'm sorry.
I don't remember seeing that cover.
Mark just saw it and went, "That looks like a Power Ranger. I'm buying it."
No,
Yeah.
I know what this is. See, like despite what people think, I love the Marvel characters. I love Marvel my whole life. And I was aware of this show when I was a kid, even. You know, it's a live action Spider-Man show. He's got a giant robot. This is amazing. Yeah. And then the cool history that's attached to it with Stan Lee, like bringing that to light and really inspiring and showing that something like Power Rangers can work. Like, this is like screams me, dude. This is like, let's
You're
go.
gross, promiscuous time traveler.
Let's go.
Hey, good morning, Roscoe.
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
But this is a ratio, you said?
I just only wanted to say hi to Roscoe.
That one,
I know.
Well, then I guess your time here is done. Then, all right. So,
bye.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Regular variant, Chris. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's not
Chris
a
from
1 in 10.
Retro Rocket
regular
Comics,
variant.
by the way.
That was a regular variant. I didn't see that anywhere.
Yeah, nor did I. But hey,
because y'all were looking for Spider-Man, and y'all should have been looking for Power Rangers. That's where you fucked up.
That's it. That was it.
Y'all should be looking for Dave Stevens. That's where you fucked up. Rocketeer.
Steve Dave.
Did you say Rocketeer, Lady F?
Yeah, Rocketeer.
No, Mark's gonna pull out something.
There is a 1 in 100. It's the Doc Ock sketch cover.
There you go, Lady F. First appearance of Rocketeer.
Oh yeah, I remember.
On the back.
In the back, on the back, in the book. It's the first
Rocketizzle.
I don't care if you want him from the front or you eat him from the back. It's the first appearance of Rocketeer.
Back. Rocketeer from the back for 20.
I mean, you can't even argue. That's his best side, right? That's where the pack is.
Rocketeer in the back.
I was waiting for the thanks, sugar tits.
That's where the fire is.
Yeah. Yeah, where's my sugar tits?
Oh man.
There once was a man with a bucket.
Justin, I asked you about the sleeve.
You did?
Yeah, well, because I asked about the sweating because I was thinking about getting one for like my hand, because I hate when the ink. I just and then I'm like, oh great, this is And then I have to rip it in half like it's a telephone book.
I don't have any sweating issues when wearing the glove or the arm thing.
No.
I'm sweating
Right.
issue regularly.
But in his defense, Justin has a 55-gallon drum of baby talc, and he goes shoulder deep.
Oh
well, not. I don't stop at just the shoulder. I just get in it,
in a whole tub.
Yeah, and then I come out. It's very much like a Shawshank Redemption when he comes out from the ground. I
just get Botox.
Like an elephant vagina. Is that what you're talking about?
Did anybody else finish this series?
Yeah.
This was the finale. Kyle, you read it?
Yeah.
So I know you enjoyed that. I appreciated that ending. I appreciated the narrative how they brought it all back, and the fact that this amazing writer decided to have a message in his book.
Absolutely, yeah.
And there was levels to that message too.
I don't know how they're going to continue. I don't know how they're going to continue it.
I don't think they need to, but
that's what I'm saying. But I think that they are going to
infinity. Like the way that he structured the world and the event, it can continue to infinity.
That's
but
fair.
How can all you'd have is to show the reverse. Like let's show when it goes bad. Let's show it without proper people being the last ones on the block versus let's show like a shitty person be the last man standing versus these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Flip coin.
I was on board with this series.
So the perfect wish, like that concept was great. The way it was brought up, the way it was told, and then what they did with it was great. And then the fact that they tell you what it is, and then you get an even better one at the end. You're like, oh my god!
This series was like the complete package. In my opinion.
Like, did I just get dust in my eye? These kids done made me soft.
Dave Stevens that you don't see very often, or maybe you do.
Yeah. 8 billion, for those of you who haven't read it, 8 billion genies stuck the landing, basically.
Oh my god, yeah, with all 3 legs.
Rocketeer. Boom.
Dude, you guys read 8 billion genies. I just read the last.
Brian, you know what I mean.
And I'm completely lost. Does the ending make sense to the rest of the story?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. You said the last Ronin or the last 8 billion genies?
8 billion genies.
Issue 8 is the finale. Issue 7, I even said like it feels like they rushed the ending to try to close off plot points, and they definitely did. Yeah. But when you see what they do in number 8, it ties everything from 1 to this together in a beautiful bow where those rushed plot points and rushed characterizations in that last issue make sense. They rushed them for this issue, not for an ending. They rushed them because you're about to sit and enjoy this issue. You're about to spend time in this issue.
Yeah, the rushed ending was irrelevant. So.
Yeah, they rushed to get to the ending. They didn't rush the ending. It turns out, kind of that makes sense. I thought they were rushing the ending. They weren't. This is the ending right here.
Like I said, I read the last one and I was like, yeah, this is something you got to actually read because it's picking up that issue.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's wordy and I love it. It needed to be.
Yeah, because I thought it had a strong start, like the first 4 issues, and then it kind of got a little.
It gets gimmicky. Like, let's just do funny stuff and quirky stuff and kill people and mecha suit and da. But with the way they do this ending, the narrative that they build, it's cool seeing all that because all that random little stuff even builds to like the bigger narrative of like of humans. What does it mean to be human? What are the different aspects of human? What are the different things people want for? Where do they find their vices?
Vision. That sounds like Tom King's vision is very Shakespearean in the sense that what does it mean to be human? He asked that. His family asked that as perfect machines. And they realize they can never achieve it because they are, in essence, infallible. And they realize that the largest component of humanity is being fallible, being with fault. And so they're never able to be human. It's so awesome.
I agree. Tom King is so awesome.
That writing by his, I mean, he blew me like off my, I mean, he just blew me. No,
congratulations. Shout out to Lady F getting blown.
By Tom King.
Damn.
Yeah. No, it was I loved Tom King's vision. And I actually read his Mr. Miracle as well and really loved it.
Yeah. Been such a what a concept. Like why it wasn't done like literally the second issue.
So much more cerebral. Yeah, and
like his superpower is he can escape anything. What
except
that?
for himself.
Yeah,
and so and so I think I love how Tom King comes to approaches things with a very cerebral it's very cerebral and very human. And I love the way that he did that.
Are you going to check out his new Wonder Woman series? I've got that book.
Some people say they can't stand Tom King. The thing is like I've read him in the context of Marvel. The only context of DC that I read him was in was the Mr. Miracle. So yeah, I heard people really shitting on him with the Batman, but I don't read Batman, so it's like I was fine with it. I like Tom King shit, and Brian Michael Bendis too. He gets a lot of flack for the DC stuff. At least I've heard that. I've not read his
rightfully so.
But I really like the stuff Bendis does for Marvel. Like I really enjoyed his Miles Morales, and I really enjoyed his House of M, and so I don't know, man. Oh God, this guy,
ladies and gentlemen,
this guy,
Remy Q Studios.
Remy Q likes Tig old bitties.
How you doing?
Good morning, Remy.
He likes the classic art form of female nudes.
And he likes
Lady F. Have you checked out Frank Cho's run on Sheena?
I love Frank Cho. But I do not have his Sheena stuff. I would like to get a lot of his earlier stuff where he did the more cupcakey things. But I love Frank Cho. I think he's like a gift.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
he's unreal.
Wow,
yeah,
I'm not a big fan of Frank Cho.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah. Because it's the same. It's dinosaurs and boobs.
Well,
I will prove you wrong.
Jim Dog.
I didn't hear what's bad about it.
Dinosaurs and boobs are even cooler. I don't know.
Yeah, but see, he draws the female form like J. Scott Campbell draws a woman that's not really human.
That's
but like
fair.
Frank Cho draws buxom beauties. That's rad.
Yeah, I do like Frank Cho. Frank Cho does draw much more realistic.
J Hood,
female.
you think Frank Cho's overrated too?
Yeah, J Hood, get on the boat.
J Hood.
Dude, my man uses just a big pen.
Yeah, you make Mad Spidey big for a second.
Yeah, make Mad Spidey big.
Yes, hold on. I'll do it since.
Thank you.
Well, maybe I can. No, I can't. Jesus.
Thank you, Esteban.
That's the worst way to do it. You always move them first.
I was doing it, but then it was.
Look at that
I think we were
pen
fighting
work.
each other.
I was typing on my phone.
That's too much beauty to handle.
That's awesome.
And that signature too. Come on.
Is he holding an onion?
Come on.
He's like I follow Frank Cho on Instagram, and he's always doing like art exercises and like, oh my God, I just love his style. I don't know. I'm in awe.
Oh yeah, I'm not bashing you for liking him. I'm just saying I don't personally like him.
You're bashing him.
That's
Bashing
fine.
her for liking him because it's not what you like.
I don't.
That's how you
no.
are, Kyle.
That is how I am.
It's well established that it's your way or the highway.
But then who do you like, Kyle? So I can.
In the turn.
If you like Linsner's art, GZ, check out Hoarder's Hide here on YouTube. He's a huge Linsner guy. Has tons of art from him.
GZ, I'll send you some Linsner art.
Do I need to find my Linsner original now?
We said Linsner 3 times. Scott should be appearing any second.
I like Sozo Micah.
Ooh, no,
digital.
She draws the female form with inspiration from real people.
I like Zoo Orzu.
Ooh, Zoo Orzu is pretty cool too.
Yeah.
I liked mixed media. I think there's a lot of fun, creative mixed media artists out there, and I think they can just, I don't know. I find those pieces to be much richer than like a single medium, but that doesn't, mean anything. Like I love Esad Ribic with the watercolors. Who would have thought one of my favorite artists would have brought watercolors to the forefront of comics? David Mack as well, So
David Mack is kind of repetitive though with his like splash thing.
But that's his thing,
That's fair.
Just like dinosaurs and titties is Joe.
God, it's not titties on dinosaurs.
That's where I jump back on board with
Todd Knock. Well, Todd Knock did a really cool Obama Spider-Man one, but then like Todd Knock really lost me with all these head covers. I was like, Todd,
look at what he's doing on Stargirl.
Lady, I have a book to send to you. I'm not sure if you have it. It's a political book, since I know that you collect those.
I love my political books. I love seeing like modern figures or like contemporary figures and politicians.
Yeah, I'll let you know, and you can let me know if you have it already.
Yeah. I'll tell you. I just recently found one with Dan Quayle, and then like he had a hole in his head, and moths were flying out of Dan Quayle's head, and one of the moths had a George Bush face. It was
lady. I have a newspaper that says Dan Quayle was president.
I just wanted to warn everybody: if you Google or Bing Titosaurus, it's not a good.
A Titosaurus?
Yeah, don't do it.
Thank you for that public
you should
service
combine
announcement.
both, and it's not.
I was never aware that there were dinosaurs that had mammary glands. So this
Did you say Esad Ribic? Did you?
Oh shit! Fire.
Titosaurus Rex.
That's a better that. I take that over a Titosaurus.
Wow, that's nice.
Any day.
That almost looks 3D.
Yeah.
And this is huge too. This is like 18 by 20, I think, or 18 by 20.
Huge Titosaurus.
Yeah, that's a digital art right there, Mr. Spidey.
Whatever you reckon.
I may have to, Lydia, if I may have to listen your way, I have the Mueller report in comic book form.
You do?
Absolutely.
Shut up.
I was trying to look for my David Yardens for Caroline, but I can't find them.
It is the greatest thing ever.
Send me a link. Send me a link where I can find that because I need that.
Here's one for Rob.
There you go. You can send it to me, no problem.
Hey, Spider-Man 2000 and what's its face?
2000 and Punisher.
2000 and Punisher.
2000 and Punisher.
My longest ever weight commission.
Commission? Or
wait. Wait time wait.
Ooh, Couch and Slouchin'. I will get on board with that. I am a big Dan Mora fan.
I'll trade you the ASM annual for that. No.
Oh wow.
All right, I'm not showing
Dan Mora did this beautiful Poison Ivy cover last year that I just got obsessed with.
You can take me off the big screen now, please.
Well, now that you want to be down, we gotta leave you out.
I was gonna say we haven't seen that side of the room yet.
I found this recently for $2.
Oh,
it's a nice cover.
Olivetti.
Always love a good Hulk versus thing.
Heck yeah.
Always makes me happy to find it.
Always love Olivetti.
I got one of those too. Love that cover.
Have you guys seen this? I found this in a 50-cent bin. Hot and Cold Heroes. Burns, Zek, Siegel.
Yo.
I'm sorry, what's a 50-cent bin?
It's half the price of a $1 bin.
It's where dreams go to die.
It's like a discount bin, but not in California.
Yeah, I've never seen a 50-cent bin, to be honest.
Come to Nashville. I will show you. I will show you the promised land.
You get cool stuff like this in 50-cent bins.
I found this for $0.10. They had this for 10 cents.
10 cents?
Yeah, 10 cents.
I think you overpaid.
Shut your mouth, boy.
Don't search Hulk versus Thing on Pornhub.
Okay.
This was 90 cents. You know those stupid. What is the book here?
Bad idea. Wales.
I love that story.
This is Matt Kent Whalesville and Rocks and Minerals.
Yeah, Whalesville was great.
Yeah,
That kid is pretty talented.
That was hot for like a minute. Yeah, I remember that book coming out.
yeah, it was $9.99, but my not my LCS, but it was 90 cents. So yeah, I paid 90 cents for this one. I think I paid $1.75 for this. This is Kong on the Planet of the Apes. What a badass variant cover.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it's like old school. Cowboy Bebop.
If it's not the original anime, it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like whatever, dude. All right.
I sent you a link.
Can I show off this?
No.
Yes.
No.
That's what you get, sucker.
Freaking crapping. This is a BCW travel case. Opens up. You put this little holder down here.
That's like the ones that Remy.
I already sent Remy some of those. Calm down.
Look at that. And then it closes up top. It has little handles.
It's amazing, isn't it? Isn't it amazing?
I put it in my car.
You know, when it's loaded with books,
I
can
feel
you
like-
fold it back
Where's
up?
the glow powder and light
I
bulb?
feel so sophisticated now that I have real boxes.
Oh, that's a cool one.
We're not blowing it up, Joe.
I'm almost done completing my Power Pack run. If anybody has some Power Pack, I need like 9 more issues out of the 62.
Talk to Becker.
Mm.
All right.
Becca's probably got 5 sets of them.
Really?
Probably, yeah.
And it has a little bag, a little travel bag.
You're a bag.
Send it to CJ.
I was just gonna say, yeah, comic book reach out.
Put it over your head and breathe deep.
There's holes in it, so I won't suffocate.
Damn it.
Who made this bag?
Who made
Oh,
this
you ever watched the Power Pack movie on YouTube?
Yeah. It's so stupid.
It's like it was a pilot episode for an old TV show in the 90s, but you can just watch it for free on YouTube.
What kind of cereal are we eating, Brian? Yes, you're the only Brian eating cereal. What kind of cereal?
I wasn't paying attention.
Cheerios.
Just Cheerios.
Regular Cheerios?
Or honey nut.
Honey nut Cheerios.
Okay.
Good man. Roscoe's the only weirdo I know that likes the regular. Hey, what's your favorite cereal? Cheerios? Oh.
What are you,
They're
3?
the regular ones. Like, whoa.
3-year-olds like regular Cheerios.
Well, I'm gluten free. I don't eat gluten, so Cheerios is pretty much the only cereal I can eat.
Isn't Cheerio?
Or honey nut.
Wait a second.
Cheerios, yeah,
Hold
you
on.
have to specify
Aren't
that you didn't go out
Cheerios
to a
made?
wheat
Aren't Cheerios
farm
made from
and-
wheat?
No, not.
What grain are they using?
I
It's
have to
not
go get the
corn.
box, but
Cardboard.
Now
But it has
I could have
honey nut
sworn.
added to that cardboard, and it's much better.
And then you stick some sweet stuff on it and butter.
Nah, it's all right. You don't need to do all that. It's okay.
It's okay. I like
Don't worry about it.
Regular cardboard.
Yeah,
I like my cardboard as natural as possible, please.
Oh, it's a gluten-free oat cereal, so it is an oat-based cereal, but it's
They've
gluten.
extracted all.
But they removed the gluten.
Got it. Okay.
With the glutenator machine.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Shouldn't it be a deglutenator?
Yeah, what they do is they put the cardboard through a press. Take out all the gluten.
It bakes out all the gluten.
You recycle their boxes right
There
back
you
into
go.
the cereal.
Yeah, I said, Brian, I looked it up. It's still oat-based, but they've removed the.
yeah, whole grain oats
With the
Gluten
deglutenator.
lasers.
That's actually the best part of Cheerios is when you don't have a bowl, you just pour milk into the box, and then you can eat the box afterwards, and it's like it's all in one. It's
It's like a bread
Extra
bowl.
fiber.
You just eat, yeah, it's like a bread bowl. You eat the cereal and you eat the bowl, and
It
you're
keeps you
done.
regular.
This is me.
Are you guys
recycling.
excited for Free Comic Book Day?
No.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, yes.
Heck yeah.
I put a
it actually says
I put a full list video out Monday, It actually like blew past 1,000 subscribers. That's not usual for videos on my channel.
1,000 subscribers?
I mean, it blew past 1,000 views. I'm sorry.
I sent it
knew
to
what you
everyone,
meant.
Mark. I sent it out to everyone, man.
That's what it had to be. Yeah, it's all, dude. I don't know. It just got picked up by the algorithm, so it's like that.
You can send that to me, Caroline.
It's up to 1.5 thousand. But there's a lot of good looking stuff coming out this year.
Anything manga related?
Yeah, there's a handful of them.
Cool. I'm gonna go see Suzumi in theaters today.
I don't know.
I still haven't seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I want to because I heard it's amazing.
That's a good movie.
I still have to watch that as
Open air opportunity.
That was a cool one.
I'm a big Michelle Yeoh fan, so.
Me too. She's a badass.
For those of you who saw Your Name, it's the second movie by the director. It's called Suzumi.
I've seen My Name for years. I don't think anybody did it other than my parents.
Whoa. Oh no.
Hey, I've got that book.
Slime thing.
Hey, Munction.
Living Mummy.
I love Gil Kane. What movie did you love? Oh, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I want to see it. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's really great, and like someone else. I love Michelle Yeoh.
When you watch it, understand that the people who are in charge of lighting, there's only 3 people. They did all the lighting for the entire movie. It's very low budget compared to big budget movies.
So are you saying I need to turn the contrast on high or something?
No, I'm just saying that what they did was only done by 3 people when there's a whole department on a Marvel movie.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that might be what's wrong with the Marvel stuff.
Okay.
Is anybody a fan of Neil Adams?
Really?
I've never heard of the guy.
Who's that, Roscoe?
I don't know if you guys ever heard of this book. This is something I just picked up recently.
Skateman.
Oh yeah, Skateman. Yeah.
Classic Neil Adams Skateman. Yeah, I picked this up. This was a 50 center too.
It looks like Ghostmaker, but with roller skates.
That's old
He has
school.
quad
That's
skates
funny.
on. That's awesome.
He was big there with Night Thrasher. Together they would team up. They had the skating community on lockdown.
I'm getting the white George.
So
that was he's prominently featured in my book of unfortunate superheroes.
Roscoe, I gotta take you through my PC box, and then you could top off your box with books from it. It's like stuff like that, basically.
Nice. I got this too.
Becca's going to turn up because you mentioned Night Thrasher.
Oh, the Inferior 5. Yeah, I like
Roscoe,
that.
did you end up getting a Rocco's Modern Life one?
Yeah, I did. Tylock sent me one.
Yeah,
he okayed it to me. Yeah, I was like,
yeah. How many issues are in that run?
It's not many. I believe it's. Let me check.
It's okay if you don't know.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I've had actually Matt Comics by the Bay sent me quite a few of them too. He sent me issue number 2, 4, 6, 7, a few of those. So
we know at least it goes up to 7. Okay, let's see. Rocco's. I'm gonna look it up.
Wow.
Oh, I got this. You guys,
Maybe you should change your channel username to Coco Loves Mark.
Oh, nice, dude! I can't wait for the Barbie movie.
The Barbie movie.
What was the gift inside?
Oh, you want? Oh, I got. It's funny. Empire. Anyone know? Everyone knows Empire, right? Empire Comics. He got on this thing. It was like a do not disturb.
Wasn't it a wall hanger?
And I got a charge card.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah. So,
didn't that go with the Barbie Mall playset?
The paint card?
I don't know, Mark. What?
Why would you not know that?
Yes, it did. You know what? Come to think of it, I forgot. Yep, that went with the whole Barbie playset.
No, I didn't even Barbie, but I remember seeing the Barbie mall playset as a kid and how it came with like a credit card slider and that. I'm like, yeah, why do they get these badass playsets? My Batcave is only like a quarter of the size of that thing.
Jesus.
It only lasted 7 issues.
That's it.
Only
Maybe
7
I'm
issues.
thinking Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy went to 20.
It went to the 30s or 40s.
Freaking Steven Universe went to like.
I love Ren and Stimpy. I used to watch that all the time as a kid. It was like what we had for comedy.
Remember
this one? Rocco's Modern Afterlife.
Idiot.
Rocco's Modern Afterlife. That was a comic.
Well, that's dark.
4-issue miniseries.
You guys remember Real Monsters?
Of course.
Yeah. I loved that show.
I think I have Ickis.
Yeah.
One of my Funko Pops. I think it's an Ickis.
He's the one that has the eyeballs that he holds, right?
No, that's Crumb.
Oh, that's Crumb.
Ickis is the red guy who gets real big.
Oh, yeah, with the ears.
Yeah.
And then what's the stick? Olivia? What's her name?
Yep, Olivia. Yep.
That's good stuff.
And then Mr. Trunch, or was it Trunchbull? Or I think it was.
That's Miss Trunchbull from Matilda.
Oh, that's Matilda.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that character was based off of that. No. Yeah, I remember that one.
I'm right. You're wrong. I'm big. You're small. Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman nailed that role. They were so great as the parents.
Love Danny DeVito, especially on Always Sunny.
He's a national.
That's the best thing. Ironically, for me, that's like my favorite thing he's done in his career.
I think he just plays himself. I think he's just
You think for 1 second he's playing himself and It's Always Sunny?
No, I think that's a version of himself that he's really good at playing. He's just
you should watch their podcast.
He's a very serious guy. He was roommates with like Al Gore or something.
You should watch the podcast. There's an Always Sunny podcast they do, and this past December was the first episode that
DeVito's a smart guy.
It's the first episode Danny's been able to come by for, and just actually listening to him be Danny around people that he's worked side by side with for years. You know, it's really just like a pretty authentic version of himself. They're not interviewing him or anything. It's just you get him hanging out with friends, and it's these people are night and day different from who they are on It's Always Sunny, and that's like their whole thing with the show. Because since Disney bought out Hulu, a lot of their episodes have been ripped off the platform and considered to be not appropriate and this and that. And the fact that and they talk about it, like the fact that anybody would watch our show and think we're advocating any of this behavior is beyond us. Our whole goal from the beginning was to act like the worst,
be terrible humans.
We are who you should never strive to be, all of us.
Right.
And everything they do is satire. And
yes, and you should like revel in our terribleness, but like never
pat yourself on the back for not being like us.
Yeah, that's why it was so great.
It's still going. They're about done. I think they might at this point be done on set for the new season and going into post, but it's around that point for the next season right now.
Like I could live vicariously through them. What was that, Green Man?
Charlie when he does Green Man. Yeah, that's amazing.
Can you say the show again?
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Never seen it.
The original title was It's Always Sunny on TV, but they changed it after they made their pilot.
It's okay. I mean, it's pretty funny, dude. I mean,
it's one of the.
I love that show.
God, it's how's the saying go? Like Big Bang Theory is a smart show for dumb people, and It's Always Sunny is a dumb show for smart people.
I definitely didn't like Big Bang Theory.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't stand it.
I found it insulting.
Anytime like I would tell somebody I worked in science, they'd be like, "Have you seen the Big Bang Theory?" Fuck no, it's stupid.
And Evil's comics even better. Like Dee and Mac, Elizabeth Olsen and Rob McElhenney are married in real life, and they have been since early days. They were dating secretly, even unbeknownst to their co-stars for a while. But Charlie Day and Mary Margaret, whoever who plays
She's
waitress.
hilarious, dude.
They're married. Charlie and the waitress are married in real life and have been for a long, long time.
They are hilarious.
Yeah. Charlie Day did fantastic as Luigi in the new Mario movie too.
I didn't know that was him. That's
yes,
funny.
ma'am.
Yeah, I cannot stand Big Bang Theory. I thought it was the stupidest shit.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Esteban. I don't enjoy it either.
Hey, man.
Even Blossom couldn't save that shit.
Viper of the night.
I enjoyed the show, but that's just me.
Champion of the sun.
I like Blossom, and that's it.
You gotta pay the
Do
troll.
you like her current show? They call me Cat.
I haven't seen it, but I probably would since I like her. But I don't know. I haven't seen it. But
she's a little much on there.
Is she extra?
She breaks the fourth wall throughout the show, but she basically, she's a mathematician who retired from that to open up a cat cafe, and silliness ensues.
I want to open a cat cafe and quit science.
I want to have an exotic bird cafe.
Well, let's be honest here, lady. If people quit science, they would probably die within 24 hours.
No, we'd be all right for a minute. No. Science would be fine without me. Let's just say that.
That's fair.
Science?
It's totally fine. It's the sum of efforts.
Mm-hmm.
Weird science.
That's a good one too, man. I loved when Chet turned into a piece of shit.
Yeah.
throwing it back. I haven't watched this, but there's a title for a video. I pop it up here. Mark came up to throw back to earlier today. Said, "Does the armor work for Moff Gideon?" Theory. So there it is. Back to our idea.
What about it wouldn't work?
Huh?
What about the armor is in question one way or another?
Well, no. This morning we were talking about how the episode was called Spies, but they only showed one that we know of. And I mentioned about this whole thing about potentially the armor has this. People have questioned whether or not there's an ulterior motive stuff there, and how she conveniently went away from the rest of the group to shuttle these people back up as they went off to go. Anyways, never mind. I'm just saying, I'm not the only one who's thinking something like that.
Okay. I missed that part of the conversation.
We just need to take it on Mythbusters. I like Mythbusters too. That was a good show. Because they did a thing about like, what if a bird really did hit like an airplane or whatever, and they shot a frozen turkey at the same velocity, and it like went right through. You'd fucking die.
Oh, there's a bunch of blimps outside.
Why would there be frozen turkeys in the air?
At that, so at that height, at that altitude, the temperature would be like freezing. And
I'm saying, like, in what manner does this turkey hit the plane? Just like drop through the?
They calculate. No, what they do is they calculate the velocity at which a plane would be traveling through the sky, and they shoot a turkey head on at a plane, going the same calculated velocity that it would be in the air.
Thank God birds don't fly that high.
They don't.
Especially turkeys.
Or turkeys.
They get like one of the most dense birds they can find that can't even achieve flight, and they use it to test it. Nice.
I mean, basically,
they should have shot a water balloon at it if they wanted to be accurate.
If I remember the episode correctly,
they fired
because I've seen every episode of Mythbusters. That after it failed at first, and then they were like, "Okay, what would need to happen for it to actually break the plane?" And that's when they took the frozen turkey aspect of it.
Okay,
because they tried other things first, and they were like, "No, it just bounces off the windshield." And then they were like, "Okay, what do we have to do?" Like,
but they weren't taking bird bodies, were they? It was other things that were like likened to the relative density to a bird body.
Yeah, it was.
But then they were like, "Fuck it, let's get a frozen turkey."
Why isn't the first thing talked about with Mythbusters the Batman episode where they test like the grappling hook that shoots out the side to help achieve the turn, and it's legit as long as you have a strong enough pole and wire? Like, we're going to bend this corner, motherfucker. I'm like, dude, this episode was amazing. My childhood just got confirmed.
I love Mythbusters. Like, that is a good ass show because you learn like practical physics.
Yeah. I always like the fact that they were like, okay, we know it doesn't work, right? So what do we have to do to make it work? Like, what has to happen that's outside of the realms of reality to make
They'll usually, so they usually do maybe a couple runs, and the one run is like where they propose the actual thing, and then they realize, okay, this is not realistic, but what certain things in physics will we have to overcome if we wanted a different outcome? And that's where like the real fun shit comes into play. It's great.
I like the episode when they buried dead pigs in the car and then fucking put it out in the sun or heat cargo container for fucking long period of time and removed it all and tried to clean the car to be able to sell it. The people puking, pulling out remnant body parts.
And they would do stuff like flamethrowers and shit. Oh my God, I love that stuff.
Yep. It's all fun and blowing stuff up. Of course, the best is still when they blew up the cement truck.
Yeah.
Here's a cement truck. Oh, look at that. There was a cement truck. It got vaporized.
I think they took out the train. Remember when they took like how trains carry gas or fuel in them? They sat there and they tried to shoot it and blow it up in one episode. They had the hardest time blowing up the train.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always dug it, man. There were other shows. Crap, I can't.
You know what's good? A great callback to earlier is now that we're getting the Max Discovery streaming service merger. Maybe we'll get some old episode of Mythbusters and stuff thrown on there.
Did you see the price that they want for that?
$16.99 a month.
No, so it's 3 tiers. It's $9.99 if you want commercials.
Nobody wants commercials,
right?
Rob.
Well, I mean, if you'll take the commercials, it's going to be $9.90 a month, $14.99 a month for like a version that's no commercials, but gives you like 2 strings. And then there's like a $19.99 a month, which will give you unlimited or whatever stuff like. Really?
I looked at I when I was reading the article the other day before I posted about it. It was $16.99.
Yeah. Now
either way, like I don't like it's a damn good deal. I would pay that for HBO Max on its own. I live on that streaming service. That's the one for me.
Did y'all do shit like make potato guns and stuff?
Yeah, I actually have a scar on my leg from where I got like 30-something scars from our potato gun fight. There's a car door open. And like just think of an open car door, the bottom of it, the right angle at the bottom that goes down the side. When I was just kind of backing up to get covered, my leg went and hit that, and the car door just straight stabbed me right here, straight to the bone. But I didn't get hit with the potato in that moment. So,
well, you showed that potato, man. Like, I like the shows too, where they'll have like old ass like weapons from the 1800s, like a cannon or some shit, and they're like, let's clean it up and see if it'll work. I mean, I like stuff like that.
They made a cannon out of a tree. That was the
see, like I like, frankly, like I like learning about firearms specifically, like in the historical text, to see like technologically how they've changed and stuff. And it's like I don't mind guns at all. It's just like there's so many of them out there. Like, oh my God. But like I actually really enjoy watching shows that show the old stuff.
Yeah. Rob, the difference between the right here $15 and the $20 tier is how many streaming locations you can get. So at 15 you unlock full max, and then if you want to like share with household, they just have a built-in option where you can pay a little more and get more devices is what it is.
Yeah, $15 still seems a little much to me for.
Yeah, that's what it already is right now, right? $14.99.
I share.
I thought I was paying like $6.99 or something at one point.
For HBO, never. Like I pre-bought it a year in advance before it launched, and it was like $14.99 or something like that. But I just, for stuff that I know I'm going to be spending a lot of time on, I don't know if there was even tiers back then or whatever. HBO has always been a premium, always.
I like guns of the Nerf variety.
They're cool. I like doing bottle rocket fights where you would get Nerf guns and you would like just saw the end off and you would put bottle rockets in them and just
timestamp.
Be an idiot. All right. I'm bottle rocketed out. I gotta go to
clipping
work.
me, Remy.
All right, Caroline. You have a good day.
Y'all take care. Bye.
Bye, lady.
Bye. Foam.
All right, real quick. Before we segue into something else, JB, we need an update. I haven't been here to get an update in the past 2 weeks. Where are you at in the toy purging process?
Pretty good. So far, I've sold over
100.
250 items on eBay.
Oh my God. Yeah. You're making out like a bandit on eBay.
Well, I mean, a lot of it's like $10 Marvel Legends, right?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about the price point. Your goal is to move these items, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. You're making progress.
How's it looking for your goal?
Well, it was looking good, and then I bought an X-Men #2. And
that sounds like a win. Yeah, that sounds like a huge win.
And then except that he already has one.
Oh, okay. Sounds like a terrible idea then.
And then I picked this up at the trailer came out, and I was like, hey, I want that. So
it's funny that trailer came out and that book didn't go back up much at all.
No, it didn't. Oh, and then Rob and Nick are a bad influence on me.
And everyone else.
Yeah, so I picked up an ASM sub 10 book.
Ooh.
So it's not here yet. But
you had FOMO, huh?
Well, I sent it to you, and then I started looking at it like, why did I send it? I could have gotten this, and then it just turned into a thing.
Well, you sent me one. You sent me one that I did pull the trigger on.
Yeah, that's I pulled the trigger on the other one. Yeah.
I have too many comic books.
That's the reason I had to sell some mystery boxes. Fucker.
Well, at the very least, I'm glad that I sent you something that you didn't have and were legitimately able to pick up. You know what I mean? Like that worked out.
Yeah.
Justin, what kind of projects are you working on that you can talk about?
He's lettering.
Hold on, I don't remember what I've worked on this week. Give me a second.
Well, we know that you're lettering, right?
Yes.
So there you go.
I just want to know what he is lettering, though.
Comics.
Oh my God, I want to support Justin.
Okay, if you...
Because I know you're still on Nottingham, right?
Yes. Yeah, I get paid a page rate, so it doesn't really matter if you buy the book or not. I get paid.
Okay, fair enough.
Instead, you can support him by going to his eBay store and buying a bunch of toys.
I don't need toys.
Yes, you do.
Really
Look, your wall is empty. You could display so many toys on some shelves right there.
But this have a door open.
Covered. But that doesn't cover up the whole wall. Justin will help you out.
It's true.
I got to run, guys. Tonight, CBC Awards live stream, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to reveal all the details for 2023 awards. So hopefully I'll see you.
Are you going to announce how many
you have available and readily on the CBC Awards IG page?
I'm sorry, Mark. I didn't catch the.
Are you going to be revealing the same details that are readily available on the CBC Awards IG page?
Yes.
So people can go to IG and follow the CBC Awards and get this information and not pretend like it's a mystery, is what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Are you telling me that you've had for a long-standing full transparency, now you're doubling down on a different platform?
This is true.
Mark, so the video is going to be for the real comic book community.
Okay, got you. Yes. Okay, that makes sense.
Separate the two.
Let's separate
us, and then there's the real comic book community. So he's going to do the stream for them.
Okay.
Yeah, the fake or they can go over to the IG.
Yeah,
we can
read.
Yeah, yes, Mike, I did.
That like Brian, I appreciate what you do. I don't take a lot of stock in it. I just have fun with it, But it's my ass how many people are just talk out of the side of their neck about it. You know what I mean? And that's about anything. People just grabbing something patently wrong or a bold-faced lie and running with it. So I do want to point out nothing new is happening tonight because Brian has been full transparent for the sake of trying to get participation from day one. But kudos to you for doing the stream. I hope everybody, if you're wondering about it, or if it's new to you, check out the IG page. Go watch the stream tonight. Catch it live on the rewind. All that good stuff.
Yeah, anybody ever has questions, they can contact me, or we're going to open up questions tonight in the live stream. So yeah, I mean,
good. So I can ask you, like, how much will it cost for you to award me an award?
Where do we purchase awards?
I think it's called sponsoring awards, Kyle.
Okay.
And here locally, we have, it's called Hometown Sports. I could go in there and buy myself a CBCA award.
Yeah, I mean,
there's this comedian.
Anybody can buy themselves a trophy if they like.
Yeah, go get yourself a trophy.
I used to try in sports, and then I realized you can buy trophies.
Well, that's the difference this year. Everybody gets a trophy. We're going to be like Oprah. We're going to give everybody a trophy.
It's a participation ribbon for everyone.
Yeah.
I'm constructive criticism. That's how I view it. Constructive criticism.
I want one saying I'm better than Gem Mint.
All right, guys.
Awesome. Good.
You don't need to defend crap, Mike. Don't even trip, dude. You know what, Mike? Focus on yourself. That's what I have to say.
Why can't he focus on the community? Why does he have to be a selfish individual, Kyle, like you?
I really don't think I'm selfish. Am I selfish?
Do you share your content with people, or do you take it down after you're done watching it?
I take it down because it was like agreed upon by the people who were there that it should be taken down because everybody was being vulnerable and we were talking a lot about mental health.
A selfish group.
I guess, yeah.
Or a
vulnerable. We had a vulnerable group, and we were talking about like how like comics like were an outlet for escaping traumas of your life, and people were opening up about the traumas, and I didn't think that it was fitting for my page to keep that up. So we all kind of decided that it'd be more of an event-based thing, and yeah,
I can attest to that because I was part of a few of them.
Yeah, but it's like it's very, I don't know. It's still online, but it's not available. If that makes sense. Like people can ask me. I just set them to private if people want to actually catch up. There's been 20 episodes of late night rants, so they're all about like an hour long, and I have like various guests and stuff. So. And it's just my I don't know, it started off with like me being upset with the comic book industry and how they don't know how to market. And like they can do better. They can be like Superman. But they actively choose not to. They just market themselves in their own comic books. I mean, what's the point? You're not expanding your audience. Like put them back in stores, like grocery stores. That'd be awesome. Have a spinner rack again.
I'm happy that you said the word spinner rack. I'm thinking about an Evil Layer project making a 1970s spinner rack from back in the day.
Oh heck yeah! Do they sell those?
Yes.
Okay.
They do, but they're not like those particular ones from back then that you used to get in like 7-Elevens with the
Joe wants to put the patina into it. Make it look real old.
The way that you said that word is hilarious to me. The patina.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Patina.
Yeah. And?
Yeah.
You being racist?
No, regionalist. I'm being regionalist.
Yeah.
Well,
I have a question.
Random comment. Teen Titans 12.
I got a random question for everyone. Is a warthog a pig?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a type of pig, right?
Okay, just want to make sure.
It's part of the pig genome or species or whatever you want to call it.
Genome.
Just a wild boar.
I was just curious. I don't know. Like,
stop making the dumb Aussie feel like.
So Roscoe, the answer to your question is yes. You can make bacon out of them.
Oh.
I never called you dumb.
I call myself dumb.
And at the end of the day, isn't that what we all want? Is just to make bacon out of them.
Some bacon and some pork chops.
Out of everything.
I like. I Fruits. I like fruits, citruses.
Oh.
Roscoe likes Cheerios, so
hell, where did from me come from?
Damn it. Not trying to bring that back.
Like fruits.
Like,
what does that have to do with
Roscoe loves cardboard?
I don't know. You guys are talking about how you like bacon, so I'm just like, I like fruit.
Talks about
favorite cereal, regular Cheerios.
Mine was related.
Mine is related too. It's a food.
There's no fruit grows on a warthog. And you can't turn a warthog into fruit.
I want it.
Well, not directly. I mean,
I was about to say I'm leaving that one alone.
You can, but now maybe you're gonna take that warthog ham and steam it over some fruit, fruit juice while you're cooking it and stuff. But I mean, after it's been,
marinate it in a nice peppery lemon sauce.
I don't know. Peppery lemon pig, but usually a sweeter fruit, but
I like lemon pepper chicken, so why not lemon pepper pig?
Because I don't know, but in my mind, pork is always with a sweeter flavors, not a sour flavor.
Gotcha.
But except for sweet and sour pork, but then that's also with sweet
and sour.
I always love the evolution of conversations on this show. We just talk about anything, don't we?
Very true.
Yes.
And then we bring it back to comics.
There's a lot of tangents, Joe. There's a lot of tangents, and occasionally a cosine.
Kyle, the way that you said lemon Peppa Pig, I thought of like Peppa Pig, the cartoon, and I was like, oh, that's. Can I get the lemon Peppa Pig? And oh no!
Let's see.
Oh, good golly, Miss Molly.
You just bought $10,000 worth of books from me.
Why don't they sell comics in Disney store? I don't think Disney really cares about comic books.
I don't think they care about Marvel.
Because they want people to buy them.
Fair.
Yeah, they want people to
yeah, they can't jack the price up another $20 on a comic book and expect it to sell.
Hey, at Universal Studios, they have a comic book shop there. It's ridiculous.
Wait, actually, I've seen there's like a superhero store at Disney Springs that sells comics. I've seen it there.
Let's see. NORAD says just watched Mario. It was pretty good. I watched it too. I thought it was a fun flick. It was a fun little flick.
I'm gonna see it. I want
to watch the D&D movie.
I saw that too with my niece and nephew. That was fun.
Which would you recommend seeing if I were to choose between the two?
If you have I go to the movies with my niece and nephew, so I like when I want to go see like a cartoon movie like Mario, I'll take them with me. Because it keeps them occupied. And that way, if I end up not liking the movie, they're still busy. But I would say the Mario movie with a kid. Without a kid, I'd probably see D&D. I think I enjoy that more.
No, I hot take here. Mario movie without a kid is a shitty movie. My kids enjoying it made it like fantastic. Oh, yeah. But the whole time I'm like, dude, whoever edited this movie was on coke. Like I couldn't help it, but like a movie, when movies are made, like you have scenes. They go to a set, they bring in the actors for that scene, they film that scene. Then they have to do that again in a different place with different people, but you have to put all of that together. So when you're filming it, you think of ways to transition the scene so as it's moving, like, it feels fluid. Mario was a blast, but the entire movie was just transition moments.
So I thought they did that because I get what you're saying, but I thought that was kind of the video game aspect of it, right? Because in a video, you just jump to the next thing, right? And I thought that was kind of the role.
That makes sense for sure. I'm not saying that like I'm just saying for me, when I sat down and watched, I'm like, dude, this is. They're like, maybe we should get carts. Now we're in carts. Maybe we should cut them off. Now we're cutting. I'm like, maybe we should fight Donkey Kong. We're in the battle. I'm like, holy shit. If there's ever setup or context to anything in movies, all of it was left out of this movie intentionally.
Yeah.
It was fun though. It definitely was fun. I hope they do another one. I would watch it again. It was one of those things. I think the critics gave it an honest score, but they were watching it from like a critic standpoint.
Yeah.
And I think the audience gave it an honest score from a non-critic standpoint, if that makes sense.
Yeah. If you are a Mario fan and you want your nostalgia pills and memory pills, like it's all in there for you.
Yeah, they have the Jumpman arcade thing in there.
Yeah.
I used to be a carpenter comments and stuff like that. And yeah, I loved it when they in the big fight at the end when they both got the star. I'm like, dude, that was dope. If it's not your jam, and I think that's why my like excitement for it isn't like where other people's are, because these are people that play video games. I don't. Like, I have memories of playing video games of when I was little, and I get on my 64 and play a wrestling game or GoldenEye every now and then. Yeah. And I have Mario and all that stuff, and I just don't care, so all that's cool. Yeah, that game right there is what sparked my love for N64. That's why I got the console originally, was for WCW NWO Revenge.
Yeah. Also, in the little restaurant, the little background pictures, all of it was Mike Tyson's Punch Out. And,
yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. So it's kind of like a game and a movie at the same time.
Mario was wonderful, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be different levels to people's enjoyment of it based probably how much like they're invested into the character, how much time that they spent with the character. I think it was, like I said, it was good enough that I hope they do another one. My kids loved it.
Yeah.
And that's what mattered. We'd send the kids off for the Masters tournament event because me and my wife work the way we do for it. And we picked them back up, or we got them back on Tuesday afternoon at 1:00, and we took them to see Mario at 2:10. That was our big welcome home, let's go have fun thing.
Yeah, that little blue star thing was great. When
did you get that from? Some mercy.
Yes, I loved that character. I don't know what game it came from, but oh my god, it was great.
Yeah, I have no clue. Oh, Mario Galaxy. Okay, that's well beyond my knowledge of Mario. That was for like the GameCube or something.
Wii.
For the Wii, even farther. So
I laughed my ass off at that little thing. I was like, that is awesome.
Yeah, I can't imagine going to see a movie that my kids want to see without him anymore. When Finn found out that me and the wife went and watched Avatar, because he'd been buying the toys and he wanted to see it and all that, he was mad. Like, he was legit mad. I love the Sonic and Mario games a lot. I just know that the stories aren't great. Yeah, absolutely not. I just enjoy it for the gameplay element. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely want to take the kid. Yeah, I'm sure they'll love it, Marcus. Definitely take them.
Yeah.
Ooh, I gotta read White Ash.
Do you know like who the his old boss, if that was an Easter egg for something, or just the fact that he was like a carpenter, like was that just a callback to the pre-Mario Mario?
I don't know.
Remy, are you feeling okay?
A character in a game too, but I'm not sure.
What's up? What's up?
Are you feeling okay?
My allergies have been bothering me. That's why I've been muting and stuff, like sneezing and coughing.
Chaos was worried about you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I knew you were doing good. You look majestic, but Chaos was
Thank
worried.
you. Thank you.
Joe, I saw the book that you guys all signed at PlanetCon, but I see sadly that they just labeled it as sticker on the cover.
Yeah, I was a little mad about that.
All your effort to explain to them.
All the effort to write it out, explain it, the whole 9 yards for them just to say sticker. I was like, you bitch.
Roscoe, you got a fan in the crowd.
Hey. Thanks. Appreciate you, Marcus. Jerk.
Jerk.
From Wrecking Crew. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, wasn't that his character from the original Donkey Kong before he had his own game? He wasn't a plumber. He was a carpenter from the Wrecking Crew.
Nice.
Wreck-It Ralph. What?
That was cool how they played in the accents and everything. How they used it for the commercial ad and all that stuff, just to be campy and cheesy. Yeah. And I remember before I watched it, I was like a week or two behind it coming out, and everyone who hadn't seen it's like, let me guess, he saves Peach from the castle. No, definitely doesn't happen.
That song too. I am sorry, but that song that Jack Black did in it, Peaches, and then I got to talking. I forget which live show it was, but actual Dracula was on it, and we were talking about moonshine. I'm gonna make him some moonshine with peaches.
Yeah, that was on Remy's place last weekend. Yeah.
I love that moonshine. Sounds delicious.
That Peaches song. The first I heard it was where he uploaded that thing on social media when he was dressed in like the green jacket. Yeah, it's funny. Jack Black does his thing.
Peach, you're so cool.
You didn't think it was too funny last week.
No, not that stupid Mandalorian episode. Jesus Christ.
God, that was a horrible episode. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right when I put it out of my brain, Rob's got to bring it back.
That was like the epitome of a side quest in a video game. It's like, we're on our way to do this. Oh, wait a second. Hey, weary traveler, would you mind doing this for us? I will give you this plate of chainmail.
Hey, random character that didn't do anything. You want to be knighted?
I like those channels that do like side quests in real life. Where they just like approach somebody on the street with like a side quest.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it felt.
Hey there, worried traveler.
Timmy's stuck in a well. Oh no, Timmy.
Timmy. Well, there you are then. Roscoe, what have you been working on?
As of lately, I just no. Just I was finishing up someone's branding, like they're redoing their whole YouTube and everything. So I was just finishing up that, doing the finishing touches. But I have a commission that I have to start. But yeah, I mean, besides between the lines stuff for between the lines, you know.
How are your hands, Roscoe?
They're shit.
Fair.
They remind him daily that they're there.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. Let me tell you. No, you know, they are what they are. You know.
Gotcha.
They're still there.
I had that
Just making sure they're still working at this point.
I had this conversation with my IT department the other day because they were asking me why I refused to switch over to this new version of the software that we use, and I said, I can't. I said it hurts my hand. You know, I have carpal tunnel and I have tendonitis throughout my right hand and everything else. I said your new software requires me to scroll constantly instead of just click tabs at the top of the banner. You made it so it's constantly fucking scrolling. And he's like, "Oh, that hurts." I said, "Like a motherfucker." I don't understand. I said, well, you know, fucking hey, dude, when you go you get hurt so bad that you get fucking put on permanent disability but they tell you that, oh well, you can still work though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, who's gonna hire you though too? Constantly call out. I mean,
this is my actual medical designation. I am permanently disabled with 0% loss of functionality. So I have full mobility in my hand, but the fact that I've lost 50% of my hand strength, and the fact that it hurts constantly it doesn't affect my functionality standpoint, but it does affect my everything else. So I qualify for zero anything from the state except that designation, which then allows me to get certain accommodations at work. such as they have to pay for my vertical mouse instead of me paying for it, and other little stupid stuff. But
what is you have a vertical mouse? I don't think I've ever seen one of those.
So it's a vertical mouse. So the buttons are here on the side. So if you took a regular mouse like this, it's just like this. You don't have to rotate your wrist, and so it allows you. So it saves on that. Just like
can you send Roscoe a link?
I also use the 2-piece keyboard because as a large, it allows more flexibility, and as a large man with a broad shoulder base, a normal ergo keyboard, I'd still have to do this. With a 2-piece keyboard, I can spread it wider apart, and I can get a better. It's more ergonomic for myself.
Can you send Roscoe 2 links?
Yeah.
Spread yourself out. It sounds like you're being aggressive.
Plus, what's nice on this one, like this has some mappable keys. So, like, I have certain keys, like the page up and page down is always difficult to use on the right side. So I have it. If your hand is on the mouse, having to take it back and forth, so I have it mapped to the on the left side mapping keys. So that way, I don't have to scroll as much. I can instead use the page up down button without having to take my hand off the mouse for clicking on stuff and little stuff like that. Yeah. This is a great mouse. Yeah, Circumstance. It's Evolent, something like that. They make a lot of different varieties of it, but it's in different sizes depending upon how big your hand is.
Gotcha.
It's not cheap, but it's like a I don't know. They start at like $70 for the wired ones or something like that. But
yeah, I got one here. This one cost me a nice bit, but it was perfect for my hand, because my hand doesn't open too far or
right.
So it was like, that one was perfect. So I was like, you know what? I don't need, I'm not gonna worry about another mouse. That one, and it was like, it's like $70, and I'm like.
Yeah, I had one for a while. It was called the Rat, because it was bigger than a mouse. So
just had a little piece of hair hanging down on it.
because my hand is very large, and grabbing small things is difficult. It hurts, and that's where I lose all my stuff. So I thought this would be great because the Rat mouse has all these different parts of it that can adjust to make it bigger for your hand. But the problem is it's a gaming frickin' mouse, and so it has 27 buttons on the stupid thing, and they're all like itty bitty, and I don't have the dexterity to operate that at all. So it's like, okay, forget that.
Because you're running from them. That's what doggies do.
But
then stop running.
Old man issues.
Yep.
You like resealable bags, Mark?
Not really, no. Okay. I've got some just for I just grabbed something. That's what was there.
Right. I saw it attack you on Witness.
Yeah, it's the static on these little peel off things. You can tell I'm not used to these things.
Those things are annoying. That's the only part I don't like about the resealable bags. But
for quick on the fly stuff, I grabbed some because these giveaway books I have. I got a Spider-Man 7A cover that's going in the monthly Legion loot box with some other new stuff, kind of newer hot books kind of stuff.
Yeah, I do like resealable bags, but I don't like that film piece. That's generally when I'm doing a bunch of them. I take a piece of I take a piece of packing tape and I make a loop out of it, sit on the edge of my desk, and then as I'm peeling them off, I stick it to that so I can. Or if I have just an old other poly bag, then they'll stick to that poly bag pretty
absolutely
easily.
Love this cover. Yeah. Full transparency. It's going in my Power Ranger box.
That's a good cover. I missed the movement.
I know. I can't believe I didn't see that one anywhere though. That's.
What's cool is Power Rangers did an issue which was a Stan Lee tribute cover, where the Rangers are in the command center in front of Zordon, and Stan Lee was in there, Zordon's face, which is like that's super appropriate. And it just kind of goes right along with it. It's from that 70s Japan show, Joe, that live action Spider-Man Japanese show.
Yeah. Spider-Man?
Here's my favorite Power Ranger covers.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. That's Mistress Vile there. Wasn't that the thank you variant?
Yeah, it's Dan Mora.
Mm-hmm.
I like me some Dan Mora.
Yeah, absolutely. This current run since Melissa Flowers has taken over Power Rangers is so good, so good. I still don't recommend anybody go pick it up and read it and jump on it if you're not a Power Rangers person to begin with.
Oh, is
that comic is definitely for people who just already love the franchise.
Okay, so that cover there, that's the D cover. That's why I didn't say there's
That's odd for you. You never pass up a good D.
Well,
got him. Got him.
It's just yours, bro. Just yours.
What you think?
There's too many. Oh my god.
Who is that?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
But who is that killer?
That's his Power Ranger Zord. This is back when Spider-Man had a big robot Zord, just like the Power Rangers.
His name was Leopardon.
What is in it?
He goes in it. You see the spider web on the chest and everything?
Yeah, but what is mouth for?
I don't know. I guess it's so it can talk.
Why? Why do they have soft thingies on it?
Have what?
Soft thingies.
Where at?
Right there, right there.
I don't know. It's just the way the robot is.
But why does it have that though?
Because it looks cool. That's pretty much the reason for doing anything with a robot. Because it looks cool, right?
What is that?
That's his leg. I guess we really should ask a question at the beginning of it is why does he have a giant robot? Because
it's Japan.
Yeah. Because they needed to make a toy.
I mean, where's this?
We took pacifiers from our kids at 1 year old, and it backfired on my son, who is now a hardcore thumbsucker. Yeah, Finn just bailed on his own, and she likes hers. Doesn't make a difference to me. We're at the point where we're not buying any new ones because don't need to.
What's wrong with using a pacifier?
Are you saying in reference to being her age or in reference to being a grown adult on MDMA?
Yes.
In both situations, I would say nothing.
Cool. Ooh, this book looks cool. I don't know what it is. Oh, it's Folklords.
That's Mr. Tom.
Why is Tommy making that noise?
My son taught me I don't know what to do. He showed you. My brother was the same way. He didn't suck his thumb. He would just have his thumb sitting in his mouth, like right on the edge of his thumb, like subconsciously, like he would just always do it.
Hey, is Scott in the chat? And
I don't think so. Unless he's just listening quietly.
Let me know if you have this book. It's
Bunny Mask. You know he does.
You
Linsner.
probably got the original art for every single page and the cover and the back cover.
That's a Linsner Bunny Mask. You just mixed two of his jams right there.
I'm just asking if he has it. Let me know, Scott. If
He doesn't have 12 copies, but he's got 13.
Have y'all lined up him coming on to Only Slabs yet?
No.
Peaches.
Right now, I'm booked up through the first weekend of July. It's booked.
My little short I just uploaded here recently just passed 2,000 views.
Nice. Is that a good thing?
I believe so.
As long as you're happy, Mark, I'm happy.
I'm working on a short right now.
But for being serious, you make me happy.
Well,
Remy, did you get the video I sent you last night?
Yes.
Okay. Right, he says boob, right?
It's in the. You're talking about the old man.
Yeah, I feel like that's what he says.
Give me a second.
All right.
Is anybody reading Barbarella?
I don't think so.
It's pretty good right now.
Is anyone reading Darkwing Duck?
Also,
it's
no.
actually good. Yo, I'm not looking. I loved the cartoon back in the day, and it reminds me exactly right back, like goes right back to the cartoon. I think it's been really good. Gargoyles, man. But
there's this artist called Celine, and I'm obsessed with her.
did you guys? I was talking to Comic Journey and stuff. There was. Did you guys see? We were over on Remy's channel. I think we were talking about the art theft.
Art theft for what?
The guy was stealing artwork and selling them as custom covers, and was making money off.
Toad.
Oh, yeah. He like
Toad Comics.
He like took a J. Scott Campbell cover and just like barely edited it and then shipped it out.
Yeah.
I'm doing something.
Yeah, doing something.
Yeah, I'm doing something. All right.
Yeah, he says it. I wasn't sure.
Okay.
He says it. Yeah, at first I thought there was an error on it.
Oh.
There's two of those. Seven.
Hey, Mark.
Yes,
guess
sir.
What? Between the lines, we're going to have Bearded Comic Bro on, and the theme is going to be Batman's Rogue Gallery.
Nice. I wonder who Greg's going to draw. No way it's Mr. Freeze.
Who's one of your favorite villains?
Probably the Joker. Despite the fact that he's overdone, I love the Joker. He's easily in my top 3 favorite villains of all time in any comics.
Gotcha. Okay.
So who is your favorite Hulk villain, Mark?
Abomination. I'm very basic when it comes to Hulk stuff. Like even with wrestling talk, I just like watching the big monsters go against the big monsters, man.
I like
Roscoe, do the Riddler.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say the leader, but
no, in my mind, he's pretty boring because all he does is create a bunch of not abominations to fight the Hulk.
He's a thinker, not a doer. You like the doer.
That being said, though, like what he did in Immortal Hulk was, good job, was fantastic. Like that whole run was amazing. But the leader being like the hidden antithesis for so long, that was wicked.
Holy shit! It's almost 1 a.m.
Outside of Abomination, an easy number 2 is Wolverine. Will always be Wolverine because those are some of the best fights that you get, and just the dynamic being so different. Like when you think about it, Wolverine was clearly created to be a Hulk villain. You know, claws that can cut through anything. So you have a guy that's impenetrable, unbreakable skeleton. You have a guy that can break anything. You know, and the whole little to big ratio is great. Just think back at the Incredible Hulk movie. When Emil Blonsky didn't go full Abomination yet, but he was out on that field hopping around like Captain America. Like, yo, that was awesome. He didn't do anything, but he didn't die. Now imagine if he had like razor sharp claws, you know, just jumping around like that. It's great. There's moments like, what was it? Ultimate Wolverine versus Hulk. You open it to the first page. It's a 2-page spread of Hulk's arms separated, holding Wolverine in both pieces. And then he throws his top half 10 miles up a mountain and he has to crawl back down to get his legs and stuff. It's just, you can do a lot of cool stuff with them. Mama, please don't play on the stairs. Okay, don't close that. Okay.
And on that note, I need to go to bed because I have to get up in 4 hours to go to work.
I hope you have a fantastic day.
Take it easy, Spidey.
Thanks, guys. Take care, everybody.
I love
Take
you,
it easy,
bro.
boss.
And then 7.
Gang blouses. Yo, I just switched. I just went and changed, deleted all my browser history because I keep getting notifications saying you haven't cleared your browser history in 5 years. That's not a good thing. So I cleared it while I was on here, and now like a lot of my settings are fucked on stuff.
Yeah.
I went to YouTube Studio. Well, all I'm really complaining about is I went to YouTube Studio, and I'm looking at a white background instead of the darked out theme background. I keep everything with the black background.
Well, you deleted your cookies then.
Yeah.
You don't delete your cookies, man.
I'll delete your cookies. Why don't you delete your cookies?
Because cookies are like preloading on websites. It helps you browse the internet faster.
No, I don't need to do that. I'm so simple. I'm so simple that I didn't even know what cookies did, Kyle.
I don't know about deleting cookies, but I do like to eat them.
Oh yeah,
delicious.
Oh, speaking of which, I have a cookie. I have a cookie right here. Right here.
Nom 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 nom, Cookie Monster, yo! I love cookies, dude. I love cookies, man.
Time stand 3 hours 20 minutes. Ross. YouTube.
I love cookies. So donuts, cookies. I mean, whatever sugary thing I can stuff in my face.
And yet, your favorite cereal. I hate to bring it up again. Cereal.
I'm leaving. I'm out of here. I'm definitely leaving now. All right,
Box of donuts or Cheerios? We'll do Cheerios. Whoa.
Cheerios and oat milk.
I say life's short. Why choose? Just dump them both in the bowl, man.
Hey, there you go.
Life is short.
Life is short. That's for damn sure.
Unless you're that little star from Mario Brothers, you just dreams of the great abyss.
That was for the parents for sure. That was awesome. Oh, where is dark mode? Good God. I've got it for the regular YouTube. It's just for the
you're gonna have to look up a YouTube video to figure out how to change
you know what's
that
funny
setting.
about that, Kyle? You say that in all sincerity. I know you do, because I just hit the little question mark help thing, where you can type in and search. And I hit dark mode, and all it did was give me YouTube videos as answers.
Yeah, that's where
how ironic, these assholes.
It's like when you were a kid and you asked your parents how to spell something. And they said, "Look it up."
Yeah,
but I don't know how to read.
Why is the dictionary so thick?
I've got 69,512 views in the last 29 days or 28 days. That's not bad.
I'll ask again, is that a good thing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm over here trying to find the setting to make this thing in dark mode, and I'm running into all of these other stuff.
I'm just organizing my comic book boxes.
There we go. I just exited out of it. That's how you fix anything, right? So unplug it.
Did you try turning it off and on again?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm about to go back into it. Maybe it'll fix itself.
Would you like me to look it up for you?
Generally, if you have your settings set, that's not really a cookie thing. Something else must be going on. Because usually settings are settings, and cookies are just to get you relevant back to a website.
I mean, like I feel like I agree with Joe, but I wish it was on dark mode. I don't know why it bothers me so much.
Because I clear my history daily because I don't want my wife looking at that shit, and I don't have problems with any of my settings.
I wonder if you don't hit the cookies like I did. We hit cookies differently, Joe.
We did, huh?
That's what you're getting from this conversation.
As somebody who doesn't understand how most of this works, I just upload videos, man.
Dude, I don't do that. That's stupid.
What's with Mr. Judgmental over there?
Yeah, right. Like uploading a video, you get time to edit it, put some creativity into it.
I don't
Like
do any of that. Yeah, I upload videos so fast and loose that when I was recording my video for Saturday, I even went into the wrong one, and it went live on YouTube and it recorded. I mean, it was a live stream, and I noticed it immediately when I'm seeing notifications and comments, and just ignored it and just did the video as I would anyways, because I one take everything. You know, I don't. If I mess up, I just keep moving. I don't. You know, I just gab. And as soon as it was done, I ended it, then went in, deleted it off YouTube, downloaded it off of StreamYard, went back and uploaded it to YouTube with a different thumbnail on it and changed the name of it to what it was supposed to be, and was done.
Click on your icon in the top right, your logo.
You want me to go into Studio or?
No. Just YouTube. Go to YouTube. Open it up. Click on your icon top right.
Hold on, I'm going. I had to go back into YouTube. I was in the studio. All right, icon top right.
Yep, and then it says appearance device theme should be above language and below your data. And click dark theme.
I don't have any. I have it on appearance. I have it on dark theme already on YouTube. I need it for the studio.
Oh God,
YouTube,
right.
Dude, YouTube has literally a light switch in the top left corner of YouTube's homepage. You can just click a literal light switch and flip it from light to dark.
I didn't know that it was a studio specific
browser plugin
thing.
that turns everything to dark mode for me.
Oh wait, it's okay, dude. I just went into the studio and did it. There we go. Thank you, Kyle. It was in the same place in the studio. Okay, dude. We're back, baby. I've got Facebook in dark theme, YouTube.
Yeah, well, that's why I ended up with getting a browser plugin to make sure that everything does, because not every site runs in dark mode or whatnot on its own. So,
see, and I think that's like the smartest thing I ever heard, but it's well beyond my capability
to install a browser plugin.
Yeah, that's why I look up to you as a god.
Okay.
Don't give me any compliments, Marcus. It's going to go to my head.
Then what I like is the fact that I can just when I get to a website, if something's not working right because of the visibility, I can always just click the button and it toggles it back to light mode for that moment. And then I can turn it off. Or if there's a particular page, I can set individual pages as not to be excluded if I need them to. But well, Circumstances has a different opinion of Kyle than I do. Wow.
Rob secretly loves me, but can't say it in public.
Now I've got my text messages on my phone and dark everything.
Yeah,
it's just the way to go. Even my Google bar got that running in dark theme.
God damn it!
Saved on your battery too. I mean, it's not sitting there pushing all the light.
Oh, my computer monitor is dark mode, so I can not have as much freaking. When you have a huge monitor, I don't need all this white light blast in my face.
All the glare. What
You've already had your face blasted enough.
What's the name? You have the name of the plugin, Rob? Because I'm like legitimately interested.
Yeah, it's called Dark Reader.
Dark Reader. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if you just go into
timestamp 332.
Go into your Google, look for your Google extensions, and you can search Dark Reader, and there's a bunch of them, but Dark Reader is the one I use. That seems to works the best for me.
Oh, Dark Reader,
because you can then adjust. You can even adjust the dark mode, how dark it is, or brightness and stuff, and you can, but for a variety of different stuff.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Camouflage, is that the purpose, Esteban? Is that the reason? Camouflage.
Add it. There we go.
Yep, I do that for battery life and my eyes. Yep, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dancing Remy.
Yep. Just trying to keep going.
Yeah, you said your allergies are bothering you. Is everything colored in that neon yellow down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Like all the pollen just dropped at one time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it seems like the way that our house is located, the wind like blows it right, like around the house, and then right onto the cars. So it's like anytime you get in the car, like I drop off the boys or something, I'm like, ugh.
We have to rinse off the cars daily. It's just piles with pollen.
Ugh.
Oh, I like this so much more. Okay, cool.
Awesome.
Sweet. All right. Joe, sorry that it rained the other day, man. You needed fire, but you got rain.
Yeah, that was an old clip. Yeah. Yeah. YouTube really wants people to do shorts, and so I just backlogged up a bunch of shorts in there from Instagram.
I'll actually watch the shorts more than I'll watch the content of other people. I don't actually like supporting people.
I don't blame it. Shorts are a direct dopamine hit.
Oh, absolutely. And it deals with my ADHD having like no attention span.
Yeah. It's good to instead work on that, just fulfill it.
I feel like such an asshole. Purposefully. Oh, dude, this dark mode thing is awesome. It took over StreamYard. It took over Chrome.
Yep.
This is sweet.
Nothing's better than being able to actually see your Google Calendar in dark mode for once. So you're not blinded by a freaking, yeah. And all you have to do is it's so easy to just toggle it off and on. And like I said, you can if you find certain site that you always need to be in light mode, you can set it as a you can go into the one of the tabs there and you can set a site to specifically be on that to be an exception. Because I have that at work where my Salesforce is not some of the colors are off or make it difficult to see certain things in dark mode. So Salesforce for me will run in normal light mode is excluded, whereas everything else is in dark mode.
Norinrad, are you in an area that actually has seasons? Like when there's like pollen season and like all the trees drop pollen everywhere and stuff?
I'm assuming so if he's driving a sweeper.
Yeah.
Well, we have street sweeper trucks here in California.
Yeah, but that's the homeless
Georgia.
people, right?
Okay, yeah. Oh God. Where are we? 336.
Not in the
Get a job, you bum.
Not in the suburbs, Joe.
Jesus.
We'll have the garbage collection day one day, and the next day the street sweepers come by.
I kid. California is a lovely place.
Parts of it, Joe. Parts of
it. Just so everybody knows, I'm now out of LA and I'm in Temecula, drinking wine all the time.
Temecula, not much better than LA. Still in the desert.
Yeah,
I thought it was in Canada. I don't know where that's at. Whoa.
The climate is still the same, but there's less people here.
Where's that at? Is it south?
South, yeah, south. Like I'm like in 2 hours from Mexico.
That doesn't help either.
Hence it sounds like it's in Mexico. Being Temecula.
Temecula. Except there's just a bunch of white people here.
Yeah. I always like that Fort Irwin area. We used to go out there for training stuff in the desert, and I always really liked the desert out there. It was,
yeah.
It's great.
There's some cool Air Force bases out here, Joe.
Yeah.
I watched they're testing some kind of weird, or not weird, but hovercraft, and it was like the size of like, I don't know, in comparison, like the size of a school bus, basically. And it was flying through the air, just like hovering there. I was like, this is cool.
You're in a restricted area. You were supposed to be over there.
Aliens, bro. You just saw a spaceship. What that was.
It was late at night. I will admit that.
No, don't believe what you read in the paper, sir. That was not a
come
drill
on.
by the Air Force.
It was a weather balloon.
Yeah,
there was two of them, and I was at an Air Force base. I guarantee.
They're moving in a way that you've never seen an aircraft move before.
I'm not a conspiracy person.
Multiple lights, and then pew.
That's because it's a Chinese weather balloon.
Yeah.
I'm of the variety that believes that it's a military contract and they're testing out a new like hovercraft thing.
Well, that's what you just admitted when you said that. Yes, you were like, they're doing some really weird projects down here. So.
It was cool.
It's a form of hovercraft, the size of a bus. There were multiples in the air at the same time. It was
anti-gravity.
And why does my butt hurt?
What?
Well,
you want us to
where to begin with that one?
Timestamp. In fact, I'm not going to play any new videos on my channel. I'm just going to replay this video for everybody.
Why does my butt hurt?
Highlight certain moments, and I'll add the laugh background.
You'll put a laugh track on the
yes
stream.
Cue laughter.
Which
I'm
is cut it.
Oh, man.
Is asking the question, and then it cuts to some just random picture as an explanation, right? And it's like it'd be another question, and somebody else holding up something. You just like.
I just like that you're amused with yourself, Rob. That's all I'm about.
I think it'd be great. It's like let's play the America's favorite game show, and you have cut to your scene of you saying, "Why does my butt hurt?" And then a picture of maybe like Remy sitting there with Thor's hammer, and then a picture of somebody with a chainsaw.
Okay. I could get on board.
Yeah.
You ever watch the sitcoms without the laugh tracks? And just realize how awkward and cringe a lot of the jokes are. No, just me.
Oh, we were testing it without the laugh track. See how.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yes, Esteban, that is exactly why.
This is so stupid.
He sits there and drinks from the box.
So
it won't pour out anymore. Like it's at the very end.
So you gotta get there.
You gotta suckle.
You gotta hold it up there and cup the bottom and kind of tease that last bit out. Make sure you get every drop. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, there's a lot left in there.
This stream is going downhill quick.
We need to change this. Somebody please save it. I'm going to go back to organizing books.
I don't know what I just walked back into.
We're just as curious.
Joking, Rob's just being Rob.
What did I do?
Breakneck, nice.
Yeah, we got Iggy's Kickstarter books came in.
Oh, yeah, I got mine too. It's pretty cool.
Right.
And then it came with a bunch of like this stuff, like little cards and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Of all the different covers. So
you show those books again now that we got you big finally? There you go.
That is cool right there. Do you know what the general, like the story basically is about? Like, is it
there's
like
several different stories in it.
Okay.
So I think there were 4 different stories with 4 different artists, and Iggy was, I think, like the 3rd. And you see, right, it's the 2nd name on the left there.
My name's
there you
Ignacio.
go.
Iggy, can't you see?
Iggy's going to be on Between the Lines on April 24th.
That's awesome.
He's coming back.
Sorry, if I have an opportunity to bring comics in, there you go, comic books.
That's crazy, man, that you would bring that up.
Yeah, comic books. Who has this one?
The Amy Fisher story? Well, there's a comic book you didn't know needed to be made.
Claim. How much do you want for that, sir?
Yo,
what does the interior art look like? That's what I want to know.
Yes,
is there
the interior art?
Black and white.
Did it come when you open it up? Does it play does it play music like Detachable Penis while you're?
You know what's really weird is
the pages are stuck together.
Yeah, well, they are. No, First Amendment Publishing, but like the logo is like this. It looks like Gene Wilder. Like
does look like Gene Wilder.
Like, but you ready for this though?
I stay ready.
Hey,
Joey
there you
go.
Hey.
I really want to know who wrote this.
Yeah, this is
lettered by Justin Birch. What?
Oh. There's a poster. There's a freaking poster.
Is it a centerfold?
Yes. Yes.
What is this?
Yes.
Why?
Why are look it up now?
Why are they in the clouds like Simba? I mean, Mufasa.
Amy. Amy.
That's horrible.
She had a bird face and a pig nose.
That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Some of these are a little more high dollar. Some aren't.
Looks like something you would see in a high school art class.
It's in black and white. It's not colored, of course. Attack.
I called it. I said 10 to 1 is black and white.
Told in her words.
I just don't understand why the story is interesting enough to get a comic.
Look at, you can see like the marker, like two different types of black marker that they use here, like to try to finish coloring in this this car.
I would love to see if someone picked up another issue, like the first issue, if it's the same art, or if this person was drawing it like
Pedro Pascal's and everything.
I gotta let the dog out.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Yeah,
nobody
this
has a signed copy. Damn it. I wanted to get that bad boy signed.
Oh. A little bit nicer artwork over here. Was it just whoever wanted to add artwork, or like, hey, you want to do this one? Yeah, sure. I'll do that page. You do the next page. I can't really draw. Well, then draw just like these black figures up here. It's all right.
Here's a stencil of the regular human being.
Who drew this bus? Like, what?
No, see, what it is that page, they put all their time in the bottom panel, and then they were like, they ran out of time. So, like, all right, we'll just black out the figures.
Really? They should have put more time into that bottom panel.
Different people draw
the same thing. Yeah, see the background there? They were like, all right, we'll just blur it out. We need to focus on the people here.
Oh my gosh! Oh, I've never seen real grass before. Check this out. Scribbling.
That's awesome.
Good job.
What?
Whoa!
Amanda Waller. Oh man! Oh, there's two different stories. Gotta make sure. Did everyone do the same artwork? Is it the same artist? Oh, I don't think so. This guy. Here.
Holy shit! That's a lot of writing.
Who's reading all this? Justin, come on.
Probably just her.
Well, that looks like it's from the trial, so they had to do it word for word.
You know, truth be told, if they paid me to do it, I'd do it.
We already knew that about you, Justin.
Why didn't you say that? I've been thinking of a new story that I'd like to write.
What is your page rate, by the way? Okay.
What is my page rate? I would be happy to discuss that with you off camera.
I wish this was better.
Because I have a 3-issue miniseries that I'm working on.
So yeah, Joey
That's awesome,
Buttafuoco, Amy Fisher. Yeah, it was a nice 50-cent book to pick up, right?
Yes.
Crazy. People don't. A lot of times I get books like this, and my LCS just goes, "You could just take it, man." Like, they look at me like weird as shit, and I'm like, "All right."
Thanks.
Listen, the next time you're there, if they have a Lorena Bobbitt or like
that's the one.
Yeah, or if they have a like a Tanya Harding or something.
Tanya Harding,
yeah. Oh, well, I'll see if they have an
You need a
extra
good
one.
Tanya Harding comic book.
Bop it. Twist it.
Bop it. Twist it. Crank it.
Need a Lizzie Borden comic. That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
Comes with a polybagged axe.
All right.
Blood splattered all over it.
I've sold 2.5 long boxes of comics in the past couple weeks.
Where'd you get them from?
I found them.
Classic Kyle.
I'm close to Mexico.
I was like, oh, I just found these I found these lost comics in this LCS.
At night,
I found these lost comics in this guy's garage.
Jesus, is that what I'm known for?
You are now.
Yeah, no.
It's like you didn't deny it.
I guess now you're known for that. Before that, it was your strange take on manual labor. Slides on roofs and stuff like that.
I deeply regret being on that roof with a hose. With
Wearing
no
slides with socks.
With no shoelaces on them.
Yeah, you're in socks and sandals on a roof doing work. And you almost fell that one time live on the show.
Absolutely.
That was the most intense live stream I've ever done.
Not my best.
I wasn't even on the roof.
I'll never forget the bear. I'll never forget the bear.
Dude, I met Sith at WonderCon because he lives in Anaheim, and he just runs with it, man. He introduces me as like the bear guy.
Yeah, that was wicked.
Yeah, but he's probably saying it for different reasons.
Dude, I mean, I'm a
equal opportunist employer.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got a mouth to feed. I mean, fill in your own sentence. Quit leaving it up to me.
I'm called the forbidden fruit in some places as well.
What?
Who the hell calls you that? And if they do, you should punch them in the mouth.
No, I'm kidding.
That guy fills out name tags when he goes into social places.
Look at the forbidden fruit. What the fuck did you say to me?
That would be like, I'd be like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Forbidden fruit.
What
That's the day I chose violence.
That is the day that I let the thoughts take over.
Can you imagine being introduced as that? Like you're out someplace and your wife is like, "Hi, this is my husband. We call him the forbidden fruit. I'm getting divorced."
I'm getting divorced.
And then you go, "Hi, this is my ex-wife." No,
exactly.
This is the ex-wife. Okay.
She needs a ride home.
I'm just kidding. My wife says I'm not allowed to have a divorce.
She'll let you know if it changes, but
yeah, she'll let me know.
As of right now,
I'm divorced less.
No, they wouldn't.
They are not.
Well, it takes a long time.
Well, it's not because it's not till 1 o'clock.
It's been a long.
And it's 11:25 right now. That doesn't help you at all, does it?
Nope. No way.
My oldest, she's in high school, but she goes to high school at a college because she's in this like advanced stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they're having this presentation thing today for the whole college, which includes my 10th grader. And from 1 to 2:30, it's kind of like a open gallery thing with their projects on display. So I'm going to go pick Finn up from school, and we're going to ride out to the next state over to Aiken and go check that out. I'm looking forward to it.
Is this for like a governor's magnet type of thing, or
now like imagine if a college had a program where they had a high school internally on their campus. It's a self-sufficient high school with ridiculously small numbers of classrooms and students and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way you get there is via invitation. You don't try out for it. You
right.
don't do like just you go to regular public school, and then one day you catch an invitation because of your grades or this or that,
right.
whatever, you caught their attention. She caught an invitation, and we put her in there her freshman year, and she'll graduate. She's like, it's kind of like dual enrollment, but from 9th grade. So this year she's already passed high school. She's already passed what 12th graders do.
Well, she's doing college.
When she technically graduates high school, she'll have her high school diploma and an associate's degree walking out of 12th grade.
That's how governor's magnet schools work here.
Okay, I wasn't sure what that was. Just explaining this.
It sounds
I
like
want to do a game show called Guess My GPA.
And you constantly want your feelings hurt.
And then you ask them a couple questions, and then at the end you guess their GPA. I think that'd be fun.
Ask what their IQ is. It would be the same.
Okay.
Which
in this one?
Which GPA? Because
grade point average.
Yeah,
I'd rather guess your FMB.
Because my college GPA is very different from my high school GPA.
That's a good one.
Especially depending upon which university I was at, which field I was studying. And ultimately, since I dropped out, does that even mean I have a GPA or no?
Dropped out of college or high school?
College.
College. Okay. I think that's fair.
I was by the time I was my 4 years into college, I'd been studying radio for multiple years, but I was already working in radio and realized nobody in radio had a fucking degree. So why was I paying thousands of dollars a year that I didn't have to study something that nobody in my field had a degree in?
Fair.
Because you fell for it.
I don't think it's the feelings hurt.
Gotcha.
Because I'd actually be interested in knowing what all of you think my GPA was.
Well, it's not a matter
None of us care
with any reasoning. They're just going to put out numbers. When you put something out in public where people get to guess on you, they're always going to go worst case scenario.
I'm just going to say 3.4.
Okay.
Am I right or wrong?
High school or college?
You fill in the blank. I'm just going to say 3.4.
What's the average between both?
How
about
the average would be 3 point. The average would be 3.8.
So that means it would have to be a 3.6 and a 4.0.
Yeah.
Because that's how math works when you only have two options.
That's how math works.
Unless he's waiting. It's a weighted GPA, and then it's all screwed up.
It was a weighted GPA.
See, so they could have had a 4.2 or something in one of them.
Esteban, it is no credit to me, though. I'd like to always point that out. That's just her nature.
I had a 4.1 and a 3.5.
Mine's
I dropped out in 10th grade, got my GED at Georgia Tech, then went to truck driving school. Hell yeah. They did trade training or emphasis on trade training, like stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm actually happy that I know plumbing, is because trade work.
Now, what kind of plumbing are you talking about, Kyle?
residential.
Okay.
I'm talking about
mechanical plumbing, not biological plumbing.
He can come over. Did somebody call a plumber?
Exactly.
There's some good pornos that start like that.
Really? I've never seen.
I think you just meant to say there are pornos that start like that. That was a weird use of the word good.
Next thing you're going to tell me is that there's some pizza delivery porn out there.
No, not good ones. Not good ones. But my favorite line is, "Ma'am, I do my own plumbing."
Some voyeur porn.
I'm dead serious. I could send you a link.
That's hilarious. I do my own plumbing.
It's also not a porno, but it's still funny.
I'm with you, Remy. Well,
yeah. Anybody got any cool projects coming up?
Well, Joe always has projects.
I'm making rockets out of sugar.
Ooh, okay. What else are you using?
Potassium nitrate as the oxidizer.
Okay. I need to figure out how to properly store some acids.
What kind of
containers?
Nitric, sulfuric, and a very strong hydrogen peroxide.
Time out. Joe, by asking him that question, you are now an accomplice. You know that, right?
Got him.
Glass jars.
Glass jars? Okay. Because
I've got to step out of the room for a second.
Yeah, because right now it's all in plastic.
Yeah, I would transfer them over to something glass.
Okay. It was the stuff that I used. You guys remember when I melted the "Something Is Killing the Children" hard case in acid? I was using those acids.
Did you do that?
Yeah. But I still have a lot of acid left over, and I need to properly store it. Not that kind of acid.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Have you thought about using it for a facial?
No. The nitric acid was actually an experiment that I did with copper, and I wanted to oxidize copper, and it turned it blue. It was really cool to watch.
Hope it has purple and pink. Okay. Well, hold on. I'm about to go through some of these books and start pulling out this stuff. Those channel sponsor.
You're gonna show us the Legion loot box?
No, I'm going to start putting together some stuff because I'm, Big Com Collectibles sends me big. Hey.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta remember to mark my calendar tonight. I want to grab that Batman gold foil.
Oh yeah, 8:00. I was looking at that too, actually.
No, that's enough candy. You're acting crazy. So we got that Miko Suion Predator.
Pass.
Nice.
Suion.
Wait a minute. Kyle, are you a channel member?
Ah, shoot. Hold on. Give me 2 minutes.
So there's that Miko Suion Predator. There's a Masafera Fantastic Four.
Nice. Claim.
Awesome.
There's a Masafera Spider-Man.
Claim.
That's cool.
Oh, that is dope. Oh,
there's
what?
the Miko Batman.
Pass.
Miko.
And then there's the Deadly Duo Black and White with Promiscuous Time Traveler on the cover.
That's a fire.
And then there's the one in color.
Even better.
They are not.
I don't think my nose is that long.
Thor 27, which is an homage to Silver Surfer.
Cool.
Mm.
Who's the artist on that one? Do you know?
That's Miko as well.
Okay.
Oh,
that'll be the first Miko claim.
David Nakayama Gwenverse book.
Also claim.
He was awesome.
I'm gonna pull a handful of those out of there. Then we've got the Legal Burning sets. They go there. Hulk.
I will ditto Mike's comment. Super claim on the Legal Burning. Super
There's
claim.
the Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Triple super claim. Jeez, Mike, chill.
There's the.
That Groot.
You notice that he didn't include the legs.
I was thinking that one get
crashed. Boo!
He is so freaking good. Like everything that Legal Burning does is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Look at that jack.
Can I press that book, but not under a snowplow?
Yeah.
Yeah,
all of this is going in it.
Are those prints? Are those prints, Mark?
Want to pull a set out to go in there?
Yeah, they're
prints. Yeah,
that's gotta be my favorite.
I like the Darth Vader one.
I like
the Darth Vader
monster creature, Black Lagoon.
Was that Baymax?
Yes.
Dope.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to pull 4 of those BTC books, a set of these, a big and small of these. And I got all kinds of other stuff that I throw in there on top of it, and a slab that goes in there with it.
Noise.
Which legal burning one jumped out at y'all?
The
I like the Spawn Black Lagoon, but
I like the Baymax tiny one and the Darth Vader large one.
So throw this one in there this round.
There you go. Why not?
I like
That's
that
pretty
one a
cool.
lot. That one's my favorite. Oh, I like. Oh, did you see McFarlane's eyes behind Spawn?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Wow, I didn't even see that until now. I just caught that. Wow, that was wicked.
Do you like Todd McFarlane?
Yes.
me?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's a nice guy. I met him when he came into
I
the
don't
shop
know him
once.
personally, if that's what you were getting at.
Yeah, it was Kyle was getting at that because he wanted to name drop that he met him.
No, I like that he still has like Spawn at $2.99. Like that's my biggest respect to him is that he's doing cardstock covers for $3.
Yep.
I think I like legitimately respect that. Like
So
Saga and Spawn are my 2 favorite books to pick
I've
up
got
because
this ASM 129 reprint from a month or so ago that's going in there. Try to throw a couple of those in there each time. Because people like these reprints and stuff. So I got a set of these, so we'll throw one of those in there. Trade or Virgin?
I like trade, but that's just me.
Virgin.
We have 1 trade, 1 virgin. Can somebody break the tie?
Virgin.
Virgin.
That means trade goes. I mean, one goes now, one goes later. Y'all want the Virgin in this one?
Well,
Virgin is the consensus.
Okay. All right. Pick a Felipe cover. We got 2 left. Pick one. Spidey or FF?
Spidey.
FF. You got a Virgin for the other one, so do the trade.
Oh, touche. I'll change my vote to Remy. Remy's vote.
All right, let's see what we got here. Here's a black and white or color?
Black and white.
Color.
Color.
Yep.
That's
Color wins.
three colors. 3 color. Yep.
I was gonna say black and white. I was with you, Kyle.
Ooh, 3-2.
All right, those are the. What is that? Need one more book. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm gonna vote for Mark for best hair in the CBC awards.
Mark who?
Throw some Mark Yama in there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I personally want that one. Yeah. So I might subscribe.
I love kids to play only one volume level. This month's box brought to you by BTC.
Might as well, yeah.
This is going to go in there as well because it's this month.
What slab do you have behind you, Mark? Over your right shoulder.
First appearance of Swamp Thing.
Cool. My eyes don't work so well.
You know, I don't know if I mean people may not like Comic Tom, but he has an homage that's in his comic box that just came out, I think, and I think it was like Perillo or Del Otto. I think it was Perillo, and it was fire.
Yes, Austin, can you jump on, man?
Hey.
I've been like legitimately, I've been like missing Austin in my life.
Yeah.
What up, Boston?
I just found out that Austin watches the Y-Files the other day.
I watched that too. I love that.
Yeah, that's like my favorite YouTube channel that exists. I've watched every episode. I watch it as it premieres on Thursday nights now, and now that they do the Hangout stream with it.
What is
last night's episode was on demonic possession, was fantastic.
Yeah, I was listening to it while I was in the evil layer work, and I like listening, having instead of music sometimes talk shows.
I never heard of it. The Y-Files?
Munchkin looks sad.
Yeah, Y-Files. It's kind of like conspiracy, UFO-ish type stuff.
Okay,
cool.
So, but it's not like the X-Files, though.
Like a narration of the X-Files, I think is the best way to put it.
Okay. I heard the X-Files are coming back. Word on the street.
Really?
Well,
word on the street is.
Word on the street.
I don't know what street. Maybe Sesame Street, but
it's called Y-Files.
Y-Files. All right, we have to check that out. I wonder if Mark thinks he's talking to us or if he's talking on the phone.
No, he's dealing with some stuff.
Monkey is chasing the dog.
Austin, I can't read that entire paragraph, man. You got to come on and tell us about it.
Austin, that would be great. That's a great idea. The whole hecklefish thing, yeah.
Oh, look, he saw the comment from that was last week. I saw that you told AJ about Department of Truth. I was thinking about doing a blank cover with hecklefish and the temple. That'd be perfect. Yeah. So last week they did the week before last they did an episode on the Denver airport, and it reminded me of that Department of Truth issue, and with them like kind of bouncing their content, like the fact he should definitely check out Department of Truth because if nothing else, it's like content fodder. You know, like the different things we kind of go into.
That's fair. Roscoe, Mike is confirming that the word on the Sesame Street is that X-Files is coming back.
I knew it.
It
wasn't. Don't laugh at it, Mark. It wasn't my joke.
That was a good joke, though.
I stole it.
Here's some more of the ones that are going in there, and then probably be a slab after this. I don't know. But that Spider-Man 7 that everybody is wanting, who wants it. There's just some beautiful art that came out this week on some covers, and this Poison Ivy was a must.
Ooh. Oh no, that's the best.
Her train is a bunch of mushrooms.
That's literally it's my favorite cover so far this year, by the way.
And then Bill Sienkiewicz came out with this amazing set,
and that's my second. It looks really good in person. Doesn't translate well with holding it.
Yeah, I think when I hold it and look at it, it looks fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what we saw when you held it up is not how it translates when you're actually.
Oh, okay, because that's not what you said. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I needed to reiterate.
I forgive you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Heart to you, Mark.
And I'm breaking it.
Oh man.
All right, guys, I'm getting out of here.
50 signed by Philip Kennedy Johnson with the COA. All right, Roscoe.
Roscoe,
take it easy, buddy.
I'll talk to you soon, man. I'll walk you through some really cool boxes that I have. I've been putting them aside.
Yeah, we definitely got to talk. Yeah, hit me up. Let me know what's good with you. All right, everybody. You have a great day. Have an awesome weekend. Take care.
Take it easy, buddy.
Awesome.
Yeah, Philip Kennedy Johnson signed limited to 50 with the COA still sealed with the
Dynamic Forces.
Dynamic Forces. Oh, it's awesome.
And then I want to throw in I want to go grab a slab tomorrow or something. And depending on what I grab, I've always got like a stack of just like filler stuff for the box. You know, I've got like that first John Walker things, good filler, first Black Goliath, Mac, got a Spawn. It might be a good week to throw this in there since we have the print, right?
That's true. Because the Legal Burning print, yeah.
Yeah, the first Star-Lord in comic format outside of the magazine. I like that. And I just pick stuff up, just keep it laying around.
Dope.
I got that Scotty Young waiting for the event.
Yo, so I'm a big Skrull fan. For those of you read Meet the Skrulls is my recommendation before watching the show.
Meet the Skrulls.
Meet the Skrulls, yes. I can send you a link if you need.
I don't need it.
I read that series. It was okay.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest tie-in, I believe.
Well, for a show called Secret Invasion, its biggest tie-in to not be Secret Invasion, I'm already thrilled.
I'm dead serious. It's not going to be the Secret Invasion 1 through 8 is not going to be what the show's
I'm sure. It's just
yeah.
They just keep ripping titles and trashing storylines. That's what they do.
Touche. I will jump on board with that 100%.
Why don't they just come up with their own titles as to not like? I think they do it just because they want the fans to get excited about it, and they don't care once they get there. They're pissed as long as they get them there. That's why their streaming service numbers are terrible, and they have zero. They have fuck off for retention with their series. People bail.
Which series and which streaming service?
Disney. The streaming services. If you look at their numbers, like their retention level is terrible.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so Disney, when they first released, they did a 3-year plan. And like, I think it was like 200,000 people jumped onto the 3-year plan. And they recently lost like more than half of those people because it expired at the end of last year.
January, they lost over 14 million subscribers.
Holy crap. That's bigger numbers than I'm talking about. But yeah, my 3-year subscription plan ended in November, so I don't even have Disney Plus right now.
I did the annual one myself.
I understand.
And as much as I like am disappointed with a lot of the final product of the stuff they put out, you know, there's still a great back catalog on there of stuff, and every now and then you still get something like Werewolf by Night or normally The Mandalorian. You know, it's just not frequent that there's stuff that I pop for. But even if I loved all the stuff they released, I don't see how the hell I would keep up with it anyways. It's just a lot, you know.
That's fair. I like actually. Wow, cheesy, chorizy. Just took the words out of my mouth. Absolutely agree, man.
Laid off a third of the company. 7,000 layoffs in a 3-month period is what they're working on right now.
That's nuts.
Getting stages. You know, they're not using the term laid off. I forget the term they're using, but it's the first time this word has been used in this usage in the history of the word, and it's hilarious. It's like a PR kind of move. I think they're just calling people restructured or non-restructured or something like that. If you've been restructured, you'll get directions. If you're not restructured, we appreciate your help with us and wish you the best. And we'll be working on a non-restructured package for you. Like, just like, you really work with so many pussies you can't say laid off or fired.
I don't look at it as pussy as a negative connotation word.
In that, I'm using it in a negative one in that sense. I mean,
Got it.
Words have usages, not meaning, so I'm using it.
Mike said relocated.
Yeah, relocated. Exactly. You've been relocated to not Disney.
I'm sorry, we're going to be relocating you. Where am I going? Not here.
I'm sort of excited for the Nick Fury show. Will it be? This show has to be taking place after the Marvels, right?
Correct. I'm not excited. I'm not excited for the Marvels. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it looks bad.
When I first saw the trailer for the Marvels, I legit saw it on the your feeds. So I was like, oh, let me check it out. Started watching it. I thought it was fan made.
Yeah, it looks fan made. Like,
I was like, oh, somebody took clips of movies and oh no, they didn't. That's a real trailer.
Like, this is going to be a movie with like a television show look and style and feel to it. Did you catch the song and dance number? They show it for a second, and I guess that went over. People say, no, it's 11:49. We got another hour, then we'll go get Bubba and go up there. Sound good? Knuckles, go take a nap. When you wake up, it'll be time to go. There's
that sounds like a good plan.
Number. The goofy cat is back, and not just that, we're going to get an army of them coming in and saving the day. You see where they're all running down the stairs. Like, when I see those little 1-second clips, people are like, how can you judge from a once? Like, dude, like, I've seen enough of this stuff to know. Like, you see it and you know what they're going to do. Like, these things are predictable, just like books are predictable, just like media in general is predictable.
Esteban, can you tell me which ones you've seen that you weren't impressed with?
I'll tell you what.
It'd be easier to do the reverse.
After watching that trailer,
okay.
I was asking my wife, how do you tell me that you're a white suburban Karen without telling me you're a white suburban Karen in charge of a movie?
That's a weighted sentence there, Joe.
I'm just saying. You got cats, it's just ridiculous.
I actually liked the holiday special of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, it was fun. It felt like a proper Christmas special, didn't it?
Yeah, Kevin Bacon freaking caught me off guard, man.
God, that was awesome. When they found out he was an actor and all started gagging.
They're like, oh no.
Saw that Guardians was quoted to having the lowest opening pre-sales. That's not so. I mean, that's mildly surprising, but it makes sense, I guess, when it comes to thinking outside of like what Kyle pointed out, like this niche piece of the community that we participate in. Like general audiences are just, yeah, we're done with it. Ant-Man had the lowest pre-sales, so it just makes sense if the trend continues in the direction it's already been going in for Guardians to be the next one. I think Guardians will perform well enough. I think that franchise on its own has a lot of goodwill toward the fans and people knowing it's a final send-off. But again, this is people in the know, which is a completely different thing than a general audience, which the MCU success is contingent upon both of those things.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. Marvel's directly related to Disney losing $122 billion in sales.
Jeez.
To the point where Disney's like legit coming in and starting to take things over like hands-on. And I don't see it getting any better, unfortunately.
No. I think that Disney will improve. I think it's not going to happen overnight. That company's been around too long, has had highs and lows like any other company of its stature. But one thing that it's going to take time to get away from is this current cultural narrative that like this is the kind of product that we think people want, and it's because the people that work there want it. And it's going to have to be like, you have to have like almost like a generational shift when we get to the next wave of talent that starts creating or doing stuff. And that can happen naturally or it can happen financially, which is what we're looking at right now, the start of a financial shift. They've had these record losses and stuff. They're laying off 7,000 people. They fired Victoria Alonso. They fired I Don't Like Ike, who was working there. Like they're chopping the heads off of the people responsible for this stuff. Mm-hmm. That means the people left behind see that and they don't think, oh, our ideas are great. That's why we say. They think, oh shit, we're probably next. And unless they start putting out stuff that earns them money, they're getting to the point where they don't care about their agendas, their ideology, their messages. It's the dollars. The dollars are now being affected. We're not on this gravy train where we're just guaranteed money back. You can't just play fast and loose and put your personal this and that into all of these products anymore. You have to put out something that will generate money, and we need a general audience and the fans to do that. You've lost the trust of those things. And it's going to take a while to get it back. You're going to have to put out a few projects that are well received, well liked, and still don't turn that same profit that they had before and earn that trust back. Mm-hmm. DC's in the same boat. They've had, like, you're looking at Disney going through the same thing Warner Brothers was doing in 2015. We're getting all these reports about studio interference and Alonso interference and not letting your creators create and turning the MCU into like a clone factory for films and stuff.
Do you know that
was Warner Brothers in 2015? That was everyone's big thing. You would have David Ayers come in to make a movie, then the studio come behind it and change the whole damn thing because they think they know what it needs to be versus letting the people you hire to do it. So Disney's going to look how long it's taking DC to find a footing again, and they're still trying. Mm-hmm. Still ain't there.
Mark, do you know why Batgirls was canceled?
Yes. I know why, based on all the information that's out there available when you compound it and compile it for a handful of reasons. Okay. The primary reason being that for one, it fell under the category if we can get our money back for this. And when DC and Discovery merged, there was a clause in it that stuff that's still in a certain stage of production.
Batgirls, which is a comic book. Batgirl was the.
Are you talking about the film Batgirl?
Yes, that's what I'm talking
about. Oh, okay.
When they merged, there was a clause in the merger that says that anything that's actively in production up to a certain level can be finished without a cost being incurred to the new company post-merger, or it can be returned to sender and you can get it back as a tax write-off the money that was invested into it. David Zaslav came in like a whirlwind of common fucking sense. He fired a shit ton of people, brought in people he knew and trusted. He looked at a slew of projects that were in development, worked on, and actively getting worked on. And he sat down and he reviewed all of it, and he chopped off everything that he didn't think was beneficial to the brand. Number one for Batgirl was, we don't make movies for streaming services. This is fucking Warner Brothers. We make silver screen pictures. We're not downgrading our products to try to cater. No, we want to have a prestige product. We can't do that no matter what it is. And then when you want to look at it deeper, Batgirl makes no fucking sense in any context of the DCU, which would have been harmful to like the internal continuity narrative to begin with. So it was just an easy out. There, you couldn't find a good reason to keep it other than these people worked so hard on it and it's their hard work. We need to see it into fruition. No, they took a paycheck, they signed a contract, they did their job, they got their check, they're fucking done. That's it. That is it.
The paycheck
I'm a
is
DC shill to a big degree. I'm a fucking DC shill, and you don't see me fucking out there like, give me the Batgirl movie. No, it doesn't make sense. Nothing about it does. But that there's numerous reasons. The main one, it was like that wasn't the only movie that happened to. That's just the one people talk about because you had a bunch of the people on the Crimea River side of things. Oh, he's canceling it because it's a female, because it's a minority. No. It was a stupid project that made no money and was going to damage multiple brands that they had all at once.
Okay.
You want to get a nice cold glass of ice water there, buddy, to cool down a little bit?
No. I live for these mini rants. Yeah, I enjoyed Loki. That was fun.
It's one of my favorite.
Disney. I like Loki a lot.
Maybe because I'm an Owen Wilson stan.
Swamp Thing was an unintentional casualty of bad bookkeeping.
That was a state tax thing there.
Yeah, so Swamp Thing, this is how stupid the production behind that was. Keep in mind, this is from when DC Universe was a streaming app. That app launched as a streaming service that housed all your comic reading stuff as well as original streaming shows like Titans, Doom Patrol, Swamp Thing, Harley Quinn, that all started on DC's own streaming service. That being said, I think some of the people behind it weren't as smart as they needed to be to fill those positions because they decided to film Swamp Thing in North Carolina. There's not great film tax credits there to begin with when you can go like, I don't know, what 2 hours south to Georgia where everything else is filmed because of the amazing film tax credits. And we have swamps. Like, newsflash, there's Finney Swamp is like a 10-minute drive from me right now. Like, it's right here. But that show, the budget of that show was contingent upon it was like a $10 million tax write-off that they found out the week before episode 1 aired that they messed up the bookkeeping on or assumed that they had a tax write-off that they were not able or eligible to get. So they went immediately into the red before that show launched. So when episode 2 came out, they already knew that they were not going to be able to budget out the final 3 episodes and had to cap it 2 episodes shorter than they wanted to, take a loss, and cancel forward moving seasons. It was unfortunate because that show was done really, really well.
Yeah. And I thought it was cool how they could take a cheesy character like the Blue Devil and kind of
oh my god, yeah,
cool. Because I was worried about that.
What is up, Mike? Mike, I threw out 5 membership gifts as soon as I saw you in the chat today, and I only saw 1 get claimed. I don't know how they get claimed or not, but still trying to get you there.
I think it's just my Google thing because it's a weird. I don't know what's going on. I think what it is, I have so many because I've been with Google since the beginning, and I think I have different profiles. And each profile has different cards. They're asking me to verify a card that I haven't had on my account from 10 years ago or something. I'm like, I don't have the card. I tried. I've even contacted Google support, on hands with them. They couldn't even figure it out. I have to go through some billing company, and I'm waiting for a response from them. But I mean, it stopped me because Google's attached to everything. Like I finally got a new phone. I was like, man, I can get the CLZ app. Let me try that. Nope, I can't do that because you have to go through Google to activate the subscription. I'm like, you motherfucker. No, but I did notice that, man. I do appreciate that, Mark. But I mean, you, DJ, and about like I was trying to join 4 channels that day when I sent Tyler that card, and I was like, all right, let's try it this way. It still didn't work.
Well, you're an honorary member.
Thank you. Hey, I will say I agree with Mark on the whole Batgirl thing. Yes, I'm a DC fan. I'm for any DC movie, but I kind of feel like that one would have hurt it. You know, like it would have been a completely different. That's why my brother doesn't watch Superman and Lois, because he's like, what's with this Superman? It's like a Hispanic-looking Superman. That's not my Superman. I'm like, nah, it's a dope show. It has nothing to do with.
Tyler's Hispanic.
Yeah, technically he did at first, but then after he started looking at him, he was like, okay. But then, it's like the appeal of a non-comic book person. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. My brother or other people, like up until a couple years ago, if you don't explain that each Batman is a different Batman from these movies, minus like Batman Returns, or the Dark Knight trilogy or something like that, it's hard to explain to a regular person that the George Clooney Batman is not the same Christian Bale Batman. Or
yeah, and I have that. Every time I talk Superman Lois, I preface it with, "This is not Arrowverse. This is a standalone Superman show tied to nothing. This is its own thing." I try to preface that every time, because why would anyone assume that? Why would they think it's a standalone thing? They have no reason to, especially with returning cast members from Arrowverse.
I'm with you. I've liked all the separate stuff that they did, even though they claim some of them, like Stargirl, they claim that was Arrowverse. But I mean, the way I watched it was on HBO, and it feels different from the Arrowverse. All the Arrowverse shows.
I watched Stargirl on the DC Universe app because that first season premiered there first.
It was the same thing with Swamp Thing, but all those side separate shows like Lois and Clark. I mean, I think that's what it's called, right? Lois and Clark, and then Doom Patrol, and I know you're not a big fan of Titans, but I've enjoyed Titans all the way through.
Dude, Titans season 1 and 2 was my wife's jam. Like that was our weekly show. Like when they threw Jason Todd out the window in season 2, me and my wife were both on our feet waiting for Connor to catch him.
Like the whole Hawk and Dove thing. I love that. The whole
absolutely.
how they went into the drug use.
Season 3 that I'm like, dude, this show's kind of gone off the rails after those first 3 episodes. There was parts of it that I loved, and then this season currently it's just I don't know. It feels weak. It's just more upsetting that this could have been such a big thing, and it's just I don't know. I'm definitely going to.
I haven't even continued with it. I made it so far in the Brother Blood thing. I think I made it. I don't even know if I made it to the where they took the break or whatever. I just kind of got not burned out or anything.
3 episodes. I'm like, I'll get to it.
Yeah, kind of same here. I was like, it'll be there, but there hasn't been this major oh my god, I got to see it. The first 2 seasons, especially with the Deathstroke stuff. The Deathstroke stuff is great. No, but I like Doom Patrol. Doom Patrol, minus being a comic book show, if you take off that aspect, Doom Patrol is some of the finest TV, I've come across. And I mean, I'm talking about Breaking Bad, I'm talking about, The Wire.
Doom Patrol is wild as shit, too. You have to be in, you can't just all right, let me get caught up. No, you have to be in the mood for some shows, and Doom Patrol is one of those.
It's so weird to get non-people into it, though, because it's so out there. And it's there's this entity.
Yeah, Matt Bomer plays Negative Man.
Brendan Fraser. That's what sold me on Doom Patrol.
Man.
I like the fact that she's weird, just like the comic.
It's coming, Norman.
I didn't know anything about it. What is that?
What? Doom Patrol?
I didn't know anything about Doom Patrol. A lot of these, like Stargirl, I didn't know it. It's like people talk bad about FOMO. I kind of love that because that's what the shows are designed to do, get you involved in characters that you don't know about. I mean, Stargirl, I didn't really know anything about her, and that whole, just that one season of the show, and maybe not even that, maybe like a couple episodes into the show was enough, to get me invested to go actually start reading her comics and stuff like that. And now I believe
he's a really fun character.
But I believe a lot of those, it's like, and that's where they fail or miss. We were talking about the Marvel shows. I haven't had that appeal on any of the Marvel shows. Like, oh my God, let me go read this like Loki series that this was based on. Now, I'm not going to say I didn't like all the shows. There were some that I did. I like Loki. I like Miss Marvel. I liked Hawkeye. And there were some I didn't. I didn't like the Scarlet Witch, the WandaVision. I like some things about, some things, but
dude,
the WandaVision,
awesome.
The WandaVision one is my worst, like hated at all of them, and I have many reasons for it.
Yeah, I think WandaVision was okay, and I don't suffer.
Yeah, I thought it was okay.
I don't suffer from memory loss. As that show was airing, there was a huge level of disappointment with that show. People were enjoying it, but people were like, "This should have been a lot bigger." I was expecting this, that, and the third. But as these shows kept going, and as things go, sometimes history looks better and better. Wanda's turned out to be one of their strongest ones. So now people are like, yeah, that was fire. Because you look at like the dumpster fires that they've produced since then.
A lot of people love WandaVision.
What'd you think about the Winter Soldier Falcon?
I thought
I did like that one.
I enjoyed it.
Really?
Falcon needs a loan. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was like a story about like boat, like two friends trying to fix a boat. Like I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, it's a buddy cop.
I mean, that was in the back. Yeah, it was a buddy cop. That was in the background. But
in the private chat, Justin Birch, right before he popped off, typed "smoke bomb" and then left.
In all caps.
Falcon had the. Are you serious? How is he weak? Did you see his dance moves?
I think he's talking about the Crushers.
Flag Smasher, Gender Swap, Flag Smasher.
Yeah.
No, what I didn't like was the first episode, them convincing me that the Falcon didn't have money to support his family because he's black. I didn't fall for that. I thought that was ridiculous. And then at the end of the show, the last episode, I was ready to throw my coffee at the screen. I was so excited when he showed up in the full Captain America and get up. That was a great episode. Then they almost had me throw my coffee at the screen with how stupid it was when he got on a literal soapbox and started lecturing people on how they're the bad guys and the terrorists that blew up the women and the children earlier in the show. It was their fault she did it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Yeah, that seemed a little weird.
Like y'all are off your medication. But that being said, there was a lot about it I liked. I love U.S. Agent in it. I thought he did a great job. The fight scenes were dope. It was my
least favorite of all the Disney shows.
My least favorite has got to be She-Hulk, then Miss Marvel, and then Moon Knight. Yeah, in that order.
Interesting.
She-Hulk was just god awful.
Loki was my favorite. WandaVision was my second favorite. I don't know if I have a third. I mean, if you count like Star Wars, but yeah.
I don't know. I'd let Star Wars be in their own separate thing.
That's fair.
Like, they're on the platform, but it's definitely a different franchise altogether.
Okay.
I have to finish Andor still. I'm excited to finish it with all the positive feedback of where it goes.
Andor was good.
Andor was my favorite.
That's
Star
what
Wars.
Everybody says, and I got 3 episodes in and kind of just fell off.
So, Mark, Andor and Bad Batch are my 2 favorite.
I didn't like Bad Batch.
I've watched the first episode of Bad Batch season 1 like 5 times at this point.
Jeez, okay.
I turn it on and then I just get distracted and stuff. Like I was talking about it last week. I've got to set down like some legitimate time and get caught up on like Bad Batch, Rebels, and finish Andor.
Andor's a slow burn. I think Mandalorian's a slow burn too.
I'm past the slow part of it though. Like everyone says, after 3 it really picks up.
After 3.
I've watched 1 through 3.
Yeah, it does.
It's separated in sections though, Mark. It's like 4 separate story arcs in 3 issues. So
because honestly, that's the hardest sell on Andor is those first 3 episodes. But once you make it past that, that's where
dude, I like. What do you like character development though? Like, I have no problem if you're gonna.
No, I loved it. I loved it, and I'm not against the slow burn, but trying to get someone that's
awful. I wouldn't say Moon Knight was awful.
It was.
I liked Moon Knight.
I liked it.
They were okay. Moon Knight. It's more like direction. I don't understand why they did the whole flip-flopping crap, and I mean, once you get to the end of the show, I don't know if it was all needed. I get what they were going for, and yeah, that's great. But it's not like that's the first time that's been portrayed in media. So it was like,
so we're in the stream. TM Nerdy Decrees. You'll be in the stream. No, I wish, dude. I've got such a busy weekend. I'm still like burned out from Masters. I've got, like I said, my daughter's thing today.
This Masters
tomorrow. We have an event down at the Augusta Canal. We have a birthday party out in the country. It's going to be busy.
Sounds gross.
Yeah. It's like She-Hulk. She-Hulk was like a so-so. I did not like the ending. I didn't like the whole.
Yo, Miss Marvel started off so strong and just fell on its face multiple times, in my opinion.
Dude, I think Miss Marvel started out as a shit show.
Really?
Honestly, and it's funny.
The prom party where they're holding onto the big hammer swing. Like, what the fuck are we watching?
That's how I feel.
Honestly, for me, that was the funnest one. For me, Miss Marvel was like the funnest, like the adventure-wise. Like
I didn't like the ending of Miss Marvel.
Can we all agree that She-Hulk was just horrible, though? Like, is the chat? Has anybody said She-Hulk was enjoyable or funny, or that they were okay with it? Because it seems like everybody hates that show.
I was okay with She-Hulk.
You know who else hates that show is the creators of that show. Like, well, the creators of that, dude, it just blows my mind. You can go online and find the creators mocking fans of the property. Like,
they don't care.
Like, the fact that y'all like this, we're coming for you. You know, and what's funny is by the end of it, the people that were like grandstanding, oh, look at how smart their writing is. They're making fun of the trolls ahead of time. By the end of it, they made fun of them too. And then they went right over their head. Like, how do you not see? If you think that this is good, they're making fun of you, literally, to your face.
I thought that the She-Hulk show was a big like middle finger to everybody, and I respected
everybody.
It for that. But I respected it for that. It's just like, screw you, we're gonna do what we want.
No, it was like, it's like,
you know what they did, and congratulations, you failed. Like, you don't get a trophy for failing.
Yeah, congratulations, you got your second season canceled.
I want to. Mark made a point.
You're out of a job.
Mark made a point that that stood out to me here just a second ago, because I wish that people would keep this in mind as it applies to other shows too. He stated that they that they had done this in advance, right? Because obviously the show is completely shot, it's produced, it's edited, it's in the can, so to speak, before we ever see episode 1. Right. So
no, false.
Sometimes it's usually like either a pilot or 4 episodes.
Episodes ready, like a little handful of episodes, and then they're making posts and everything. Like they do this shit on the fly. Like, literally, they're not done when they release it.
But with Disney, I think it's different. And I will have to agree with Rob that I will have to say that I think they have the majority of it finished before, like on a production level. Like, I think a lot of people are seeing this before it's released. Well, it's not like it's the first pilot.
The reason
I'm curious what the point was.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rob.
So the reason I bring this up is the other day I saw an article. It was talking about the Mandalorian, not this episode, but the episode before, with all the cameos, saying that, oh, look at them reacting to low ratings and stuff and bringing in all these cameos of shit. The shit was in the fucking can. It wasn't they saw, oh, look at that, we're 4 episodes in and we're not doing well in ratings. Let's pull in a bunch of people here for episode 5 or episode 6 and suddenly shoot something with all these celebrities cameos to try to make it better. That shit was already in the can and done.
That decision was on the back of what happened with Boba Fett, which they consider to be Mandalorian 2.5, and on the back of the other stuff like coming out and not performing well. Those decisions were made on a bigger scale. That goes back to like the idea of like the corporation making these decisions versus your creator.
The article
Boba Fett was a mistake.
The article I was reading from some alleged, trustworthy cinema news site was specifically making the argument that it was an immediate reaction to the previous couple episodes, and it was
it wasn't a reaction to those episodes. It was a reaction to a bigger picture.
I think anybody that watches this stuff kind of knows that there's a lead time on it. I think my biggest concern is, and I've read articles on this, is that they're just making too many weird, random creative choices. So you got like cameos here, puppet and a robot over here, like these kind of just weird little, hey, let's capture your attention creative choices, and none of it makes sense together.
They're making it for TikTokers versus television show watchers. Like, you're making it for an audience that is not watching. Quit making it for audiences that aren't watching.
Because I promise you, if you were to go back and, like, let's say the season's over, right, and watch it all in one shot like you would a movie, I
probably have
bet
a aneurysm.
Yeah, I think you.
No, Star Wars, they're just trying to fix the problems of the films. That's all they're doing. And what they're doing with Mando season 3, that's all they're doing is trying to fix the problems with the last 3 films.
I know. I'm watching.
Marvel, I don't know what they're doing, and with the chat, I do agree. It is completely mismatched. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what Marvel's doing. Like, what was the design direction on changing, the bracelet, versus her powers, or
she's a lame ass character that's an analog and add into a comic book company because the creator was just that full of themselves. So it was a character that wasn't going to really like pop big anyways, and it's a character that they forced into a situation of pretending like it has this ginormous loving audience for, like some kind of legacy character. So, and they know that the power set was lame. They know it's not going to translate over good. They have focus groups for that. So they couldn't think of something creatively. So they just literally rip off Green Lantern. Give her jewelry that makes constructs. Like, we have to do something to make this character cooler because we want this character. They want this character. They want this character to pop, to be big, to do this and that. So they're doing everything they can to try to manufacture it instead of just listening to what fans enjoy and making what fans enjoy. Ugh. No.
Yeah, it's like, they're trying to change her powers, and I get all that, but why even bring her forward if you're so worried that she's gonna, she's so like Mr. Fantastic? Why didn't we get Mr. Fantastic before they even optioned her on the table for more media format? Like, I get that we need more, interracial characters and stuff like that, but that's my problem with Marvel and Disney right now. Why are you attempting to do storylines like Secret Invasion and you don't even have half the characters involved in the main storyline? Or it's the whole Spider-Man and Venom and Morbius. Why are you doing that? And you can only do like a piece of the story, or in my opinion, it's just cash grabbing, and in a bad way.
Disney's always done that.
Mike, I'd like to introduce you to capitalism, sir.
Well, I know, but it's like
with capitalism.
What's like Mark says,
we're in a legit creative dark ages now.
Mm-hmm.
The dark ages of creativity.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what to bring forward.
There's creatives out there, Mike, but corporations are calling the shots over their creatives.
I agree with that.
Money wins. There's creatives out there, but they're not getting their products out in bigger corporations like Disney.
Part of that has to do with the cost of producing and creating these things and everything else. So that to the point that the money that's invested, that goes into these projects, is so big that they don't want to risk that money on an unknown property or a new fresh idea. So instead, they're willing to take something that has an established fan base that they think has a better chance at recouping its money and making a profit quickly, rather than producing anything necessarily that's quality and new and fresh.
And just for the record, this is a very important point. That Monkey is laying in there with her little blanket, balled up on the couch asleep, like suggested.
But
I did. It's too quiet in the house check, and she went in there just like I said. She's excited. She's like, okay, if I go to sleep, it'll be faster. Okay, she's ready to go see her big sister.
What were you saying, Joe?
I was saying, even with what was said about finding a fan base and all this other stuff, and then we'll turn around and have a conversation on another live stream about how I'm not the target demographic for this particular thing. So I'm not buying that either. I think right now,
I'm not either.
I think right now we're just in this horrible time where people think they're being edgy and cool, but their creativity cannot match it.
Just watch some fan fiction then. Like honestly,
you explain something.
The fans know it better.
No, they canceled that too because look at Star Wars. Disney took over, and what's the first thing they did? They got rid of all the expanded lore that were the books, and they told us, oh, none of that's canon anymore. You can get rid of all them comics and them books because we're going to take Star Wars in a new direction now that it's with Disney. And look exactly what they're doing. So they're going backwards and taking...
a new one. That has nothing to do with the fan fiction,
that's
though.
not entirely true, and I'd love to get into it, but I actually have to go to work.
Well, technically, that's what it is now as fan
Man, I gotta go get Monkey up and change. Hey, homie, no.
It's Legends is what it's now. It's still lore.
Yeah.
Like what happens when like that character shows up? You still buy the Dark Horse books because they're more valuable.
I know what you mean. Like it's all Elseworlds now. It's not
Saturday for only slaps.
All right,
I agree.
Star Wars was such an easy hit, and it's crazy to think that Disney missed the boat with it. Like it was literally done for you. It's been done.
I don't get this. You already have all the storyboards. You already
not just that. All they had to do was just take the story, put it into a screenplay, cast it, and film it. And they said, "No, we know better what Star Wars fans want, despite the fact they already have it. We're going to take it from them and give them something else and tell them it's better. And if you don't like it, it's your fault." Like that's fucking crazy. Like I mean, Star Wars is shit because Lucas is gone. Marvel is shit because the Legends have gone. You know, it's plain and simple. Like it's plain and fucking simple.
I think Star Wars is pretty good right now. I'm loving Star Wars content. I mean, I thought,
I still love Star Wars content.
1,000 times. If you don't like Star Wars, you deserve better. If you do like Star Wars, you still deserve to like it more.
That's fair. I mean,
I agree with that statement too.
Book of Boba Fett was a mistake.
Yeah, and dude, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of Star Wars. I love Rogue One. Han Solo didn't make me mad. I enjoy The Mandalorian tremendously. The Obi-Wan show was okay. You know what I'm saying?
Obi-Wan was okay. I agree with that. But Mike, what I'm saying is like fan fiction. Like go on and like see stuff that is made by like independent creators. Like that stuff bangs, dude. It's so good. So, but it's because it's based in like we like this enough to make our own storyline about it.
I still need somebody to do that for me for Terminator: The Sarah Connor Chronicles Season 3. Just at least the first 2 episodes, please, for the love of God. If anyone
is a great show.
Does that mix in with the Matrix?
I mean, you can play like
technically it does. It's written by the same person.
That's what I was told.
It's written by the same author.
In television history was Season 2 of the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Like the biggest jaw drop thing, like you're telling me that Weaver's a T-1000 and she's a good guy. You just shot Kyle Reese in the head in passing, or Derek Reese in the head in passing. Like what is happening right now? And then we time jump to the future for the first time and you're leaving me here on a battlefield. Then there's no more. What? No. Biggest
Use your imagination.
Dude, for years, for literal years, I've Googled like fan screenplay of it and everything, just periodically when I think about it, and just have never found anything. I
think we as fans,
my creativity or my imagination to fill it in, but I would rather read somebody else's and pretend it's legit. Because I know if I'm making it, it's not legit.
I think when movies and TV shows do that and they fail, like when they drop stuff like for future, like for instance, I'm looking at Masters of the Universe back in the day with He-Man and the whole, like one of the original, post-credit scenes with Skeletor coming back, and still waiting like 40 years later or whatever it is to see that finally happen,
When he was in the pit?
Yeah. Right.
I'm one of those that like the new Masters of the Universe, by the way. I'm not sure if that's a good thing.
You would.
But...
Ew! Hold on. Whoa! Wait a minute. Did he just leave the room? That was his
had to.
The mic drop. I love the viewers that leave.
He still got the mic.
I still have my mic. I still have my mic, even though I'm not in the room.
We'll berate him while he's not here because I got to kill the stream. Pack up.
I can still hear it.
Okay. All right, y'all have a good one. I appreciate everyone hanging out today. Remember to hit that thumbs up in the eternal battle against the YouTube algorithm. Subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. I'm about to be hitting that 2,500 mark for subscriber count, and I'll be giving some shit away to celebrate. Not going to make a big to-do of it. Just going to set a stream, announce it a little bit. and keep pushing for that 3,000. Moving right along. So until next time, as always, I'm Mark, but we are Legion. Oh, I gotta log in. It won't let me log. It won't let me end it because it says I'm logged out from where I killed my cookies. So I'm gonna back out, log in, and come back.
All day long.
So y'all hold it down for a minute.
So back to this Masters of the Universe horrible
Yeah, it's a
decision.
Masters of the Universe.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Masters of the Universe.
What a joke.
I didn't mean to leave
we
the
were
room.
leaving.
We are
I was
getting
excited from that trailer, and then I watched episode 1, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I don't need to watch anything else." As a fan
I
of
watched
Masters,
it through, and I made fun of every bit of it.
I liked it.
No,
I'd say the second half.
I like
is better than
She-Ra
the
too.
first.
She-Ra was really good.
My
I
wife
liked
was
when
a
they did the
She-Ra
whole
fan.
like God He-Man thing. That was cool. He was like Hulk and shit.
well, now I feel like I need to watch it. Okay, fine. I retract all previous statements. I'll watch it, but I'm not going to be excited for it. That's all I'm saying.
The first half is trash. I mean, I could understand why everybody was mad. I mean, they kill off everybody. All right, Mark's back. We gotta go.
Shout out to StreamYard for the security protocols.
Thanks, Chip.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, y'all can keep talking. Just unfortunately, the chat won't hear you. Peace.